If you're watching this on Patreon, thank you very much for your support. If you're watching this on YouTube, I made this over a year ago for my patrons. This video is sponsored by them. Be warned that this video may contain flashing or strobing lights. Back in 2022, I made an episode-by-episode, in-depth review of Sonic Underground. To prep for it, I did 2 full watches of its predecessor, Sonic SatAM, for context. During the second watch, I realized, 1, I actually really like SatAM, and 2, I kinda wanted to do the same for it. So let's dig down deep into this show and see how good it really was. And how low it could really go.
He's the fastest thing alive!
The following is carried over from the Sonic Underground video. If you don't need the recap, you can skip to this timecode to get to the new stuff. For now, let's start at the beginning. Sega of America approached DiC Entertainment in 1992 to create a cartoon based on Sonic, who had just released his hugely successful sequel and introduced his best cast member. Sonic the Hedgehog, or SatAM as we know it now, was originally planned to be a lighthearted and comedic Saturday morning show, but DiC wanted to produce more episodes for weekday syndication, and after some arguing with ABC, they settled and made the Looney Tunes-esque Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog to take that weekday slot. SatAM instead became a darker, more story-driven show, and by its second season, DiC actually canceled Adventures so they could focus on it more. While DiC animator Phil Harnage is believed to have drawn one of the show's earliest pitches, as seen here in the UK's Sonic the Poster Mag #1, the show as we came to know it was largely the brainchild of veteran TV writer Len Jansen. He wrote the original show Bible that would be heavily reworked for the actual production, though much of that Bible would also be carried over to the Archie comics. Archie's initial miniseries actually beat the show to release by almost a year. Jansen also wrote the pilot, Heads or Tails, which has that much lighter and sillier tone that would be given to Adventures and early Archie instead. One of the things I missed in the Underground video was that this delay between these early pitches, the Archie comic, and the show finally getting to air was because of that argument between DiC and ABC. Syndication meant that those weekday episodes would not be exclusive to ABC, and the network's understanding when the show was pitched was that it would be exclusive. SatAM was supposed to come out in 1992 along with the comic, and in fact it may even predate Tails' very existence. That's why he wasn't in that very early pitch. When it finally was made a whole year after they intended, it was aired way out of production order, and in fact the pilot only aired as a special for episode 11. For the purposes of this video, I'm going to review season 1 in airing order, though that won't actually make much of a difference. Each episode stands pretty independently. Season 2 we'll watch in production order, since they supposedly only swapped the first 2 episodes, but I couldn't find any hard evidence for that. But if we want to properly start at the beginning, then we need to start with that pilot. Heads or Tails? We open over the polluted industrial hellscape of Robotropolis, with the evil dictator Dr. Robotnik arriving, apparently from space, and landing with his pet robot chicken, Cluck.
5 seconds, Dr. Robotnik.
We're home, Clark. I do miss the beauty of this place when I'm away.
He, of course, has the deadly, honeyed voice of Jim Cummings, playing him as violent erotically as possible. This first season, his voice is drenched in reverb, but they pull back on that for season 2. He lands at his base, where his long-suffering lackey Snively is waiting for him, voiced with plenty of slime and pathetic simper by Charlie Adler.
Good morning, Dr. Robotnik. Exciting trip?
Shut up, Snively.
Snively has a remote that apparently messes up robots, but it doesn't come back for the main show. Neither does the SWAT bots having personalities. Compared to their over-designed red and purple successors, I really think nothing beats these original SWAT bots. They're so sleek and striking. Snively fails to give Robotnik much of any status update, but luckily, baby spotted!
Emergency light, Dr. Robotnik, monitor 10.
Isn't that one of those fetid little freedom fighters?
Affirmative, sir. His name is Tails, and he is usually accompanied by Sonic.
Take him. Perhaps his cries will flush out the Hedgehog.
We cut to my favorite Sonic character, just out and about gathering flowers to give to Princess Sally. Tails was voiced by a very young Bradley Pierce, who's probably best known as Peter from the original Jumanji movie, and as the voice of Chip in Beauty and the Beast. Considering he would have only been 8 or 9 when he started recording the pilot, he feels pretty natural in the role. His only real problem is yelling. Which he's not asked to do too much. Otherwise, Tails is a sweet, adorable little bean, and I'm always happy to see him turn up.
Princess Sally will love these. Jeez, I can't wait to give them to her.
A buzz bomber starts chasing him, and we cut to Rotor the Walrus, the handyman of the Freedom Fighters, voiced originally by Mark Below.
Nope, I'm here. Nope. Nope, nope, nope.
He's a lot dopier and goobery in the pilot, and he's always eating fish this episode, but I find him charming and likable. He feels like a bud, and he's got a very cuddly design. And out comes the star of the show, Sonic the Hedgehog himself, voiced for perhaps the first time by Jaleel White.
Hey, Sal, don't you call me a fool, 'cause baby, you know that I'm way past cool. Way past cool! Yeah. Way past cool, huh? How do you like the entrance? You know, the way I come flying in, hit the old Axl Rose pose right on the downbeat.
Sally won't like it. It's too hard rock. It's gotta be softer.
Softer? What do you mean, softer? Oh, I hate softer. Softer is for pillows, for ice creams. Music has gotta move. It's gotta be pedal to the metal. It's gotta...
Ballad.
Ballad? Schmallad? Nuh-uh. No way, man. Ballads make me want to hurl. Ugh. All chunkage contained.
Yeah, first couple years voicing him, Jaleel just sounds like Steve Urkel. He didn't get a more distinctive timbre for the voice until Underground, but he brings all the requisite energy and confidence. You can tell he's enjoying himself. The rambling would also disappear after the pilot, thankfully. They hear Tails being chased by the Buzz Bomber, and Sonic rushes to the rescue. Robotnik watches in anticipation, and when Sonic appears, he orders the bomber to change targets. But Sonic easily turns the whole thing around, and the three tell Robotnik what's what.
Little news bulletin, Robotnik. Read the old lips. You are history, done, through, out of here. 'Cause the Freedom Fighters are up and on the job.
We're there.
Hi, Mom.
He's so freaking cute, I can't deal with it.
Mark my words, Hedgehog. Before this day is done, you and the Power Rings will be right in the palm of my hand.
Should we hold our breath, guys?
No way.
No way. Nope. Nope.
Let's juice.
Oh yeah, delayed content warning. Sonic says juice too much. You thought moist was bad? You'll learn better. Sonic takes Tails and Rotor to the secret entrance to the hideout, and he and Tails' brotherly relationship is so charming in just this one exchange.
Can I ride with you, Sonic?
You want to ride with me?
Yeah.
Sorry, bud. No can do. Just kidding. Let's juice.
They pop out at the end, and Rotor lands on them. We're then introduced to Knothole Village, the secret hiding spot of the Freedom Fighters, and then we meet the rest of our core cast, a ragtag group of oddballs and dorks. We have the half-roboticized Southern Belle badass Bunny Rabbit, voiced by the late Christine Cavanaugh, and the haughty yet cowardly French stereotype Antoine Depardieu, voiced by Rob Paulson.
Very good, Bunny. Now, up we go with the new one here.
Well, Antoine, I do declare, what would I ever do without all your help?
It's nothing really.
Do tell.
They got married later in the Archie comics. You can just see it, can't you? And the leader of this motley crew, the deposed princess of the kingdom, Sally Acorn, typing away at her computer, powered by the hyper-intelligent AI, Nicole.
We're working on it, Bunny. Search databank for entry. Variable, catapult. Allow for an extra 1,000-pound capacity and begin creation.
Both of them are voiced by Kath Soucie and have designs that would change before the main show. Sally would become brown with chestnut hair and eventually gain a signature blue vest, and Nicole would become a pocket computer. Everyone's only briefly introduced here, but they'd all get chances to shine over the course of the season, and I found them all endearing from the get-go, except Antoine. Fun note, he was originally supposed to be British, and the comics would keep his original last name of de Coulette. He gets better in the comics. He gets worse in the show. The Freedom Fighters are trying to figure out why their catapults keep breaking. Antoine hits on Sally in a way that we would now recognize as outright sexual harassment. I don't like Antoine very much.
Ooh, you're really beautiful when you work, Princess Sally.
Antoine, don't call me princess. Out here, the only royalty is Mother Nature.
To me, you'll always be royalty.
Please step on him, Queen. They finally realize that the problem is the wooden
Cotter pins.
they've been using. Sonic arrives at that moment,
I detected a foul odor.
and he and Sally have a cute little back-and-forth snark session.
Uh-oh, Sal. What's wrong?
I thought you were gonna help.
Well, what about yesterday?
What about it?
Didn't I help yesterday?
No.
No.
Is there an echo?
Well, what about the day before yesterday?
Sonic, are you gonna help us?
I am.
Thank you.
I was built for speed and born for danger. Speed is my middle name and danger is my game.
This is not a game, Sonic.
Sally tasks Sonic with finding some metal,
Cotter pins?
so he grabs Rotor to go grab a power ring.
Come on, Rotor. We gotta do the ring thing.
Is it time yet?
Any second now.
Here it comes! I got it! Hey, Sonic, how come you're the only guy who can use the power rings?
My Uncle Chuck invented them for me so I could bring down dorks like Robotnik.
I hate creepy old Robotnik.
Yeah, don't we all?
Yeah.
Let's pause here and actually discuss the power rings. Out of all the things the show changes from the games, from cast to setting, I think the rings are the most distinctive. At the start of the franchise, they were mostly just Sonic's answer to Mario's coins, something for you to collect to get more points as you played through a level. However, the developers always tried to give them more significance, such as making them Sonic's health. As long as you have one in your possession, you can take a hit, but then you'll drop all the rings you have. Over time, perhaps because of that extra significance, they became a signature piece of iconography for Sonic, even more so than Mario and coins. Later games would make them even more useful, such as acting as currency, or being usable for lightspeed dashing or filling a boost meter. They're useful, but they're just there. They don't really matter to the story. SatAM was both the first Sonic property to make rings more useful and powerful than they were originally, and one of the few times they were significant to the story. Sonic's Uncle Chuck created them to enhance his abilities, and a new one is produced in his pond every day. They're used in almost every episode to give him a massive speed and power boost. But while they pay lip service to the scarcity of the rings, Sonic always has one on hand, and he usually wins the episode for him. Kinda devalues the struggle, but at least it's cool the show recognized how important rings would be to Sonic even before the games really did. We cut to Sonic running in an empty clearing where Rotor appears doing this. It makes me laugh every time I see it. Rotor then shows him another cotter pin, and off Sonic goes to Robotropolis. Not sure what the point of that was. I think it was just. But on the way, we see Tails flying around absent-mindedly and smacking his face into a tree. One of his establishing scenes is flying into a tree, getting mad, and then fighting it. This was long before it was decided he was a genius. And despite that, I also don't know what the hell this scene is about.
What you stupid... Stupid tree.
Tails, what are you doing?
Going to the big city.
I'm excited for you, little bro.
He fucking dribbles him, it's so weird.
But that's nowhere near cool.
How come?
Because the big city is crawling with SWAT bots. They're all over the place, just waiting for you to come to town so they can roboticize you.
They are?
Sure they are.
Okay, but it's a long way back to Knothole. So if a buzz bomber gets real mad and gobbles me up, I bet you're gonna feel just terrible.
Okay, you can go.
Okay, I'll let them roboticize you.
But listen up. You stay in my backpack and guard the power ring, got it?
Got it. Is it gonna be dark when we get to the big city?
That's the plan. Hold on, we're gonna juice.
Fade to commercial. I cannot describe how refreshing it is to reach this point in an episode and be charmed and not feel like I need to grab my inhaler. We return to the rainy streets of Robotropolis with guard bots on patrol. They sound like Charlie Adler here, but in the main show they're voiced by Jim Cummings and Frank Welker. Sonic and Tails pop out of a dumpster, and we get a good Tails face.
Ew, how come the big city smells so yucky?
Because Robotnik's factories hurl tons of crud into the sky every day. Gesundheit!
They escape up a pipe to evade patrols and end up in a junkyard, where they find the
Cotter pins.
and then they see a line of roboticized citizens entering a factory.
Who are those guys?
They used to be people. Then Robotnik fed them through his robo-machine, and now they're robots working in his crud factories.
Is Uncle Chuck there?
Don't see him.
Can I see Uncle Chuck's picture again? You miss Uncle Chuck?
A ton. Mutsky, too.
At that moment, Mutsky himself appears. Sonic doesn't think he'll hurt him, and Mutsky immediately attacks.
Mutsky, Mutsky, Mutsky. This is the thanks I get after putting you through 4 years of obedience school. Bad dog. You sit, you stay, you don't bite. Understand? See, Tails? You gotta take control. Let the dog know who's in charge.
This is an interesting scene to come back to after watching the whole series, because it feels weirdly convenient on the surface, and Mutsky himself never actually comes back. However, this does set up something important about roboticization, that the victim's mind is still in there somewhere. It just takes the right stimulus to bring it back, but that restoration is also temporary. Chuck is only mentioned here, but he does become very important in Season 2. It's also interesting if you're coming back after reading the early Archie comics or even the Troll Kids books. I had the first one when I was little, because they were based on the early development materials and show Bible for SatAM. Chuck and Mutsky are very important to Sonic's backstory in those, and to the fabric of this early Western take on Sonic, despite them being incredibly minor here in the pilot. Almost feels like they should have been around more in the rest of the series, or even just this episode. But Heads or Tails is doing the right thing of introducing the world in action, not by sitting the viewer down and reading off an emotionless checklist. It's also very funny if you read the post-reboot Archie comics, where they made Mutsky into Ben Mutsky. Not the weirdest thing that comic ever did, but it's up there. Sadly, Mutsky reverts and attacks by chewing and spitting metal. Too bad that doesn't come back either.
Okay, that's it. I can take a hint, Mutsky. But hang in, cause someday we'll be together again.
Sonic and Tails escape up a building where a squad of bots are waiting for them. Sonic doesn't care, and he knocks them all down.
Tails, you okay?
Yep.
They slip down an air vent and end up right above where Robotnik is preparing his latest plan.
Sonic, I gotta go to the bathroom. Real fast.
Tails, honey.
Inside these tanks is a new chemical I created that my buzz bombers, under Snivel's direction, will use to spray over the great forest and instantly kill all trees, revealing the freedom fighters' secret hiding place, Knothole Village, thus allowing my SWAT bots to capture Princess Sally. And if that horrid hedgehog should show up, I have a little surprise. The hedgehog-seeking missile.
In case we needed more evidence, the show started silly. And then Tails blows their cover. Not by going to the bathroom.
Well, nice of you to drop in, Hedgehog.
Did we miss dinner?
We come back from commercial to them captured, where Sonic, of course, doesn't give Robotnik the satisfaction because
It's juice time!
Get him! Get him! Get him! Get the hedgehog!
they're back on the roof where Sonic puts his power ring to use.
The power ring!
Hold on, Tails! We're gonna warp Sonic!
You were fortunate this time, Hedgehog. But the night is young.
Is this way past cool or what?
Way past!
Can you tell Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog had roots in this? We cut back to Knothole at night, where Sally is keeping Bunny awake, worrying about Sonic. The fact that Bunny sleeps with her ears and hair rollers is the weirdest thing. Sonic returns to the village and warns them of Robotnik's plan to destroy the forest. We cut to the morning, where Robotnik's buzz bombers fly in, and the village is ready and waiting with the catapults.
Tails! See anything?
Sure, millions of things. Rocks, mountains, trees.
I know, I can't be mad either. Sally says the cotter pins are working, but the buzz bombers still need to get closer, so Sonic gets an idea.
The buzz bombers hate my guts, right?
Yes, so?
What do you mean, so?
So, as in so what?
So, they'll follow me anywhere, including inside our catapult range. Thank you, I am humbled.
I hate to admit it, but you're right.
It has been so long since I saw charming, appealing facial expressions on this character. He's a twat, but I missed him. Sally launches him out of a catapult at the bombers, and he splashes them with balloons filled with ice water. The diversion works as both the bots and Robotnik lose focus and go after him. Robotnik fires the Hedgehog missile, but Sonic's ready for it.
Looking for me?
Yo, back here, Needle Nose.
Hello.
Get that hedgehog, Bomber One, or I will turn you into a can opener.
Sonic has their full attention, so he leads them right to the catapults, where the Freedom Fighters splash them with more water balloons. They briefly chase after Tails, but some more water balloons and the entire fleet of bombers literally just give up and retreat.
Come here.
All right.
You were really great today.
Thanks. What about yesterday?
What about it?
Well, wasn't I great yesterday, too?
So-so.
So-so?
Is there an echo?
Well, what about the day before yesterday?
What about it?
Well, was I great or so-so?
I don't remember the day before yesterday.
Well, I do, and I was great.
Heads or Tails is hardly my favorite episode, and not just because it's lighter and sillier than the rest of the show, but I am always happy to watch it. It's a fun, welcoming introduction, brimming with personality. All of the best parts of its characters and their relationships were carried over to the full series, just retooled and made a little more grown up. There's a gulf of difference between this and SatAM's successor's pilot, Wedding Bell Blues, where that one could only suggest the promise of its concept. This one has already delivered on it. B+. It's important to remember that the pilot was commissioned in 1992 before getting somewhat retooled when the show was finally greenlit. It was notably directed by John Grusd, who had produced and directed the Mario and Zelda cartoons, and you can see that same brightness in the color palette. Grusd left DiC shortly after, so he did not return for the full season. By that time, DiC and ABC settled and the wackier Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog was greenlit, effectively taking most of Grusd and Jansen's original brightness and silliness with it. In fact, the DVD box set comes with a printable PDF of the pilot script, and it's considerably different from the final result. Snively's making a bunch of egg puns, Sonic comments on Mutsky's tongue. It's much weirder and wackier, so I wouldn't be surprised if it got retooled even further after AOSTH was pitched in '92. Interestingly, that show's pilot was leaked in the late 2000s, and it still includes Jim Cummings as the voice of Robotnik. Long John Baldry must have been a later addition.
The first one who captures the sneaky pest can name his own reward!
SatAM instead became darker and moodier, signified by Dick Sebast taking over as director. He was a veteran of Disney and Hanna-Barbera who had just recently directed 9 episodes of the Batman cartoon. Tracks, doesn't it? It's only at this point that I want to look at the title intro, as it was made after the pilot and more follows that darker tone. In fact, there was a completely different intro for the pilot that's almost completely lost media, and Mr. C has a good video going into detail on it, links below and in the card, but I have to mention the early version of the theme song, because it is hilarious.
Sonic the Hedgehog, too fast for the naked eye. Sonic the Hedgehog, Sonic, he can really move. Sonic, got an attitude. Sonic, he's the fastest thing alive.
This version was either the theme for the very original airings of Season 1 on ABC, or a prototype used for the preview digest airing of the episode Super Sonic, depending on who you ask. Either way, the Noisy Neighbors version is the one most people are familiar with. I used to get a chuckle out of the later vocals. I never thought they had toned it down. But the title that we're used to. I overall like it more than Sonic Underground's title for 2 reasons. One, the song itself is just a song. It's a simple, synth-string-drenched celebration of Sonic and everything cool about him. It stands on its own outside of this show, which is part of why it's stuck around in the fandom for so long, while Underground's theme is more of a humorous meme these days. 2, the animation alone is good storytelling. Robotnik takes over the world and turns it into an industrial wasteland. Sonic and crew break into a dam, evade SWAT bots, and Sally opens the dam and sets the place to blow. They escape, the place goes up, and we see a river return to Knothole. Whereas Underground would try to cram in every piece of information it could in an erratic mess because you needed to know so much to follow any of it, SatAM just gives you a snapshot of the show in action. Sonic is cool and super fast. Sally is a crafty badass herself. He's the muscle to her brains. They kind of got a thing going, and they're taking down Robotnik one step at a time. I got pretty tired of Underground's theme and intro near the end of watching the series, but I never got tired of this one. Also worth noting the background music composed by Michael Tavera, which carries through the rest of Season 1. It's simple, orchestrated stings and leitmotifs, and it does sound like he wrote 5 pieces of music that get repeated ad nauseum, especially this one. But after some of the grating, desperate to be cool music from Underground, when it wasn't a lot of dead air, I'll happily go back to this any day. But all of that is just prelude. The show has been picked up for 12 more episodes, and though the pilot showed promise, it's up to the main show to prove itself. It's autumn 1993, and we begin Season 1. Unlike Sonic Underground, which had a tone, look, and pace that varied wildly from episode to episode, Season 1 of SatAM is pretty consistent, so I won't draw too much attention to who wrote what. Though I will note that Len Jansen and David Valere were the only writers to write more than one episode. Jansen wrote 3, including the pilot, and David Valere wrote 2. Along with writing, Jansen was also producer and story editor, which is probably part of why it was so consistent. Also, of course, Ben Hurst and Pat Ali wrote 1 episode this season, but they would go on to be basically showrunners for Season 2 and for much of Sonic Underground after. Don't hold the future against them. We begin with Super Sonic, the first episode to actually air on ABC in fall 1993. We open in Knothole Village, where Rotor, slightly redesigned, but not as badly as he would be, and Bunny are trying to fix the water wheel. The moisture is giving Bunny some fur trouble. And Sally comes by with the biggest wrench she could find, also in her better-known redesign, though she wouldn't get her vest until Season 2.
You know, if we use a bigger gear here, we could double the power output.
I bet you're right. Nicole, search databank for entry water wheel.
You don't know how happy I am to not hear Maurice LaMarche every other character. Nicole seems to be malfunctioning, and Sonic appears at the siren song of chili dogs. Cute detail, you can see him tapping his foot just off screen. I wonder if that was an animation mistake. Cut to Sonic and Sally sneaking into Robotropolis, now even darker and dingier with the tonal shift, to find a replacement chip for Nicole.
Ready? Ready and steady. Let's do it to it. Yo, heavy metalheads! Wanna play tag? You're ready!
And Sally sneaks into the factory. She finds the right chips, but is quickly found by a worker bot.
Yes!
Oh, hi, I was just leaving. I hate when they do that!
Katsushi is such a good voice actor. Sonic makes it back, but Sally hasn't finished her job yet, and he notices the security flying past him. We cut to Sally making her escape with bots and a drone on her tail, and she ducks through a wall into the Forbidden Zone. Robotnik orders the hover unit to follow her. Luckily for her, she runs into a skull in a robe.
Who was that?
I really don't know, sir. I'll find out.
You okay, Sal?
Yes, let's get out of here.
They return to Knothole, where Sally explains who we just saw, the Guardian.
Who's the Guardian?
More like what? According to legend, he watches over the resting place of Lazar.
What's Lazar?
Not what. Who?
Who is what?
At that same time, Snively fills in Robotnik on Lazar. He was a powerful, evil wizard who, according to legend, waits in slumber for one as vile as he to awaken him.
Vile.
That would be you, sir.
Sonic is also interested in swiping Lazar's magic, which they could use to fight Robotnik, but Sally thinks it's too risky. Sonic is a stubborn little ass about it.
Will you be serious for a minute?
30 seconds is my limit.
One day you'll learn that speed is no substitute for common sense.
Time's up. Snooze, you lose. Gotta cruise.
Be careful, Sonic.
It's magic time!
Boys.
You can tell there's some weird, awkward close-ups happening there, but they're a mile away from the awful cinematography of Underground. Snively has found the Guardian and taken him to Robotnik, who he tries to convince to give up Lazar's location. The Guardian seems to be able to tell that Robotnik is pure evil, and tells him to go alone.
For only your metallic heart is evil enough to withstand the dangers. You have been warned.
Robotnik takes one SWAT-bot to Lazar's lair to set off the entrance trap. One crunch, and Robotnik strolls right in.
I am okay.
The whole lair has a pretty power metal design. The background art in this show is fantastic, and its quality is especially noticeable from here on out. Sonic arrives shortly after, evading the traps outside with his speed, and inside he finds even more.
Here's another nice mess. Which way? What's a hedgehog to do? Do I want to get diced, charred, or crushed? This is a tough one.
Get lasered, I guess. We come back to the Guardian attacking, but Sonic evades him in the traps with his speed, knocking him down and digging through the wall. Hedgehog, noun, a burrowing animal. We then see Robotnik stroll into Lazar's room, where he sleeps in his display case like an exquisite dead guy. He's just some fucking wizard. He sticks out so much on this show, it's hilarious. Robotnik ignores him and takes his magic computer. Back to Sonic, who reaches a broken bridge with swinging axes and maces. He cleverly uses the traps to clear the gap, at least until it breaks, but he makes it across. He's not really having any issue with this lair, is he? Keep that in mind. Cut back to Knothole, where Sally's thoughts are elsewhere, worrying about Sonic waking Lazar.
Sally, screwdriver, please. My, I do declare, Sally, girl, your mind is anywhere but.
I'm sorry. I'm worried about Sonic. If he wakes Lazar...
Now, don't worry yourself none. That little sugar hog is too quick for some sleepy old wizard.
I hope you're right, Bunny.
Back to Sonic, who must avoid a floor of lasers, which he does by running along the wall. Then to Robotnik, who activates Lazar's computer.
Enter command or I for spell index. The index, Snively. Quickly. Amulets, banishments, bones, cages, curses. What a lovely variety.
Meanwhile, Sonic has reached Lazar's room, and the pod is open. He teleports before Sonic, and annoying Yoda syntax he has.
Huh? Another thief it is. My computer he comes to steal.
Who, me? No. I just took a wrong turn, so I'll be cruising.
Fast not so, little thief.
Hey, let me out of here.
Robotnik and Snively are still cycling through commands when they reach teleports, which they're not able to use on Sonic, but are able to use on Sally.
What happened? Where?
Take her!
Robotnik.
We return from commercial to Cluck and a SWAT bot catching her.
How did you do this, Robotnik?
Oh, let's just say it's magic.
You found Lazar's computer, didn't you?
I cannot tell a lie, Princess. I did.
He locks her in place, then teleports Bunny inside. She handles herself a little better, but Budnick stuns her and locks her up as well. Back with Lazar, he's able to feel Robotnik using the computer.
Evil I was once, but dreamed for centuries I did. Regret the evil I do.
Cool, so let me out of here.
Sonic tries to convince him to let him go so he can stop Robotnik, and Lazar agrees only if he'll retrieve the computer. He lets Sonic go, except...
Yeah, thanks. It's juice and jam time. Man, what'd you do to me?
It took your speed, little thief.
That's uncool. Why'd you do that?
Evil I was, ignorant I wasn't. Return it when your promise you keep.
No prob, but how do I get your computer without my speed?
Brains you have. Brains you must use.
I think this is why Sonic had so little trouble getting through the layer, to emphasize how much he relies on his speed to get everything done. Now he's had it stripped from him. If you're nothing without the suit, you shouldn't have it, that kind of thing. It's not addressing the same issue I had with Underground, where he's so overpowered as to throw off the whole balance of the trio, but it's similar. He's not allowed to just be Sonic the win button this time. He needs to actually earn this victory, and I like that. We return to Robotnik, where he...
The submission spell sounds so interesting, Sniffly.
Yes, sir.
Oh! I await your orders, sir.
Oh, Bunny.
Like I said in the last video, Jim's Robotnik is scary in the bad touch kind of way. Sonic sneaks into the base by latching on underneath a patrol ship, and look at this goddamn background. No part of Underground's Robotropolis looks this good. Sally tries to make Bunny fight the magic, but she gets brainwashed as well. Sonic gets chased down the hall and uses mines in a stairwell to take out the SWAT bots. Then Robotnik is finally able to teleport him in, where the girls are waiting to grab him. Robotnik decides it's time to roboticize them, starting with Sonic.
Sal, hold up! Don't do this! Sal, it's me, your best friend, your best bud, your main squeeze.
Shut your mouth, Hedgehog.
As he struggles, he sees Lazar's computer and kicks Bunny away so he can grab it. Robotnik accidentally helps him, and he remembers Lazar's magical belt. A tussle ensues as he tries to get away, until he gets the time to use the computer and restore the girls' minds.
Can I make a little suggestion?
We're all ears, Bunny.
Let's get the hip-hop out of here.
Let's get the gangster rap out of here.
I despise that miserable hedgehog clerk. Despise him with all my metallic heart.
They return the computer to Lazar, who resigns himself to guarding it for eternity, lest all the evil inside be released. He returned Sonic speed. Yeah, Underground wasn't the only show to rush and whiff its good ideas.
Luck to you, Sonic.
And to you, Lazar. We better juice.
Music to my ears.
That makes one of us. They're teleported back to Knothole, where Rotor has a little surprise for them.
Check out the water wheel.
That's what you guys have been working on?
Yes, isn't it fantastic?
While this episode is still far more interesting than most of what happened later in Sonic Underground, both in its story and visuals, it is an early case of an episode seeming to not notice its own good ideas. Sonic being forced to save the day without his signature speed is a good test for the guy, but that test happens so late and it's so brief. It's a decently tense and intriguing episode, but it could have been way more tense and exciting if that was the focus, rather than, you know, just some fucking wizard. Speaking of, back in the Underground video, I talked at length about this show's relationship with magic and how it's feeling out what ideas and concepts really work within a Sonic universe, and I singled out Lazar in particular. If you're familiar with the franchise from the years after the show was canceled, he sticks out as something that feels like it's from a completely different show, like the Smurfs or He-Man. I hate that hedgehog! His Guardian especially looks and moves like one of those lower-budget 80s cartoons. It speaks to that funny generational divide that colors the Western Sonic properties, how Sega was so hands-off and just wouldn't communicate, so the baby boomers who were active in television and comics from the 80s laid so much of the groundwork for SatAM and Archie, like Jansen, Michael Gallagher, even Ken Penders. And that's visible in the stories and influences that came through, and the various ways they failed to speak to their younger audience. And also, it just now occurs to me, this tacit refusal to make any new characters look like Sonic characters. As time goes on, especially when you crest the 2000s, more Gen Xers and eventually millennials start entering the fold who grew up on both Western and Eastern Sonic properties, and the comics quickly start looking and feeling very different. More like, for lack of a better term, Sonic. Lazar, even more so than Pender's Kryptoniidnas, is indicative of that divide. Despite the issues, this is still a much more engaging episode than Underground at its worst, and even with the awkward clash of Lazar and the Guardian against the feel of the show, it does a good job introducing us to the darker and gloomier tone. It just feels good to have pacing that doesn't feel like a runaway train. B-. Episode 2, Sonic Boom, not that one, or that one. Yeah, that one. Opens with an extended scene of robots and security moving around Robotropolis and down into a factory. There we see Sonic with Antoine and a very important friend named Cat sneaking around in the vents.
Come on, get the old lead ski out, guys. I'm waiting.
A SWAT bot drives right up to them and nearly spots them.
Hi, guys.
One of my favorite moments in the whole series. Such a simple bit, but so much charm. She and Sonic run in to hack one of Robotnik's planes.
First, I break the access code, get into Robotnik's mainframe computer, and reprogram the launch data.
Then kaboom! These stealth bots are lunching, yes?
They're luncheon, yes. Nicole. Ready, Sally. Access main database. Password, Sally. Run decoding program for X. Sonic, do you mind?
Not very well. Dogs mind, not hedgehogs.
Well, show a little patience.
Hey, patients are for hospitals. We're in Robo country, and that makes me itchy.
Maybe keep that to yourself, Sonic. While hacking into the database, Sally discovers a small message. Bean. Not that one. Or that one.
Oh my gosh, Sonic, my father called me Bean when I was little. Nicole, give me message origin.
Sal, we gotta put the pedal to the metal.
I have to check this out. It may be from my father. Message origin, area 12, sector 9, quadrant 32. The dark swamp?
But while they're sitting around, the SWAT bots are closing in on our dearest friends in the world. Antoine fucks up.
Oh man, Ant did it again.
He's done this before, and you still bring him along? Why aren't you dead?
Look, Sal, when I choose jam for the air duct, I'll meet you at the usual place.
Be careful, Sonic.
Sonic distracts the guards while everyone else escapes, and while the bots dance, I guess, before he hops into the vents himself. Cat notices a bot on their tail, and he breaks off from Sally and Ant to lead it away. The other two make it out fine, and Sonic isn't far behind.
What happened, Antoine?
It was not my fault. Cat said I should relax, and I leaned against the...
Yo, where's Cat?
My best friend! I grew up with him! Him and Tommy Turtle!
SWAT bots must have busted him. I'm juicing back.
Sonic, I'm sure that message was from my father. I'm going to the dark swamp and find him. Antoine can come with me.
Antoine?
Yes, Antoine.
You're kidding, right?
I'm kidding. Wrong.
Wrong?
Right.
Right or wrong?
You're wrong. I'm right, as usual.
Look, Sally, I'm all for second chances, but Ant just blew his. You're better off on your own. Sonic briefly loses his nose, and he runs back in to find Cat, while the others brave the dark swamp. We cut to the villains, where Snively has to explain how the freedom fighters got in.
Through an air duct, Dr. Robotnik.
An air duct.
Yes, sir.
Let's seal it off.
Yes, sir. One more thing, sir. We captured a freedom fighter.
Oh, that's good. That's very, very good, Snively. Where is he?
Bring in the prisoner.
We come back from commercial with a very dramatic sting. And Cat is interrogated by Robotnik.
I'm telling you nothing about nothing, Robotnik.
Oh, I wouldn't be so sure about that, old boy. I have machines of all kinds. Marvelous machines. They can do things you would not believe.
Cut to Sonic running back into the city, where he sees the security ship with Cat. You're lucky you had the right one, pal. He breaks in and scales an elevator shaft, just making it through before the elevator flattens his face and finds Cat.
Psst, Cat. You all right?
Robotnik's surveillance picked up Sally. He knows she's headed for the dark swamp. You gotta save her.
But what about you?
Doesn't matter. Go, Sonic, go!
Not to worry, Cat. I'll be back.
We catch up with Sally and Ant in the swamp, the background's still exceptional, with a camera drone following close behind.
How much more farther, my princess?
We'll know when we get there, Antoine. Antoine, what's wrong?
1,000 pardons, my princess.
This is a whole bit of Antoine being scared, and there's just no charm to any aspect of his cowardly French stereotype character, probably because everything about it doesn't exist. But trust me when I say, Season 1 Antoine is both his most tolerable as a character and Rob Paulsen's most tolerable vocal performance. Prepare yourselves for Season 2. Also, this frame got left in there on accident.
I think we should return to Nuttall.
No, Antoine.
Sally's determined to find her father, but Aunt notes that they don't know exactly what they're looking for. Sally asks Nicole if there are any structures in the swamp.
One structure. Ironlock prison. Schematic display. Ironlock prison? Oh, no. Come on, Antoine.
But princess, wait!
Sonic makes it to the swamp, unhappy about all the
bugs and junk.
And it's so nice to see scene transitions that are just cuts or screen wipes. Just a screen wipe.
Sally!
Bummer.
Horace.
Yeah, now we're getting somewhere.
Dr. Robotnik, we have the Hedgehog. He's in the dark swamp.
He's looking for the princess. A possible doubleheader. Launch the stealth bots.
They launch one of the planes that the heroes just so happen to hack at the beginning of the episode. It's flying so pathetically, too. Cut back to Sally and Ant approaching Ironlock. Nicole has no real data on it other than it's old as fuck. Then back to Sonic with the stealth bot in hot pursuit. He makes a lot of good faces in this scene, and small detail, but I just like how the water looks splashing up behind him. The hand-drawn look of this show brings so much character.
Time to dust one stealth bot.
Pretty cool moment. Don't worry, they didn't waste the payoff. Back to Sally and Ant crossing the bridge to Ironlock, which starts to crumble and collapse underneath them. Ant panics and pushes her towards the other side just before it breaks. We come back from commercial to him pulling her up.
Princess, I am hating to be such a, such a worrywworm. But this terrible place is not so good for our health. I am thinking this is so. We go home, yes?
My favorite parts of Ant's dialogue are when he starts yammering and the animators give up trying to lip sync him. It happens constantly.
We go home? No, Antoine. If my father is in there, I'm going to find him. Is that clear?
Oui, my princess, very clear, but...
No buts, Antoine. Now let's go.
Also a good episode for Ant faces. Pay attention to him this whole season. It's pretty funny.
Antoine!
Oui, princess, here I am. I am right behind you, princess.
That's comforting.
Back to Sonic as he catches up. Again, the water behind him just looks so good.
Right behind you, Sal.
And back to the prison. Oh, they fixed the bridge. How nice of them. The two sneak around the cells, Ant whimpering some more, when Sally discovers part of her father's cloak.
I recognize the design. He was here. Come on.
Aw, sweet little moment. Then Ant gets scared by the wind slamming a door.
Hello. It was just a clever way to get in your arms, my princess.
It's no longer a sweet moment. Sonic catches up to them and clears the moat in a single bound. Then Sally finds a room where she thinks her father once stayed in. Sonic appears and scares Antoine.
What are you doing up there, Ant?
And they find an ancient computer that asks for a password.
Access code, please.
Try Bean.
Stand by for message. Bean. Check the subter file. Impossible. End of message.
That's definitely from my father. Somehow he knew I'd find it.
Fantastic! What does it mean?
He didn't finish the message. But at least now I know he's alive. I just don't know where.
At the very least, the subter file he left for them gives them access to the complete map of the tunnels underneath Robotropolis, a huge boon for the freedom fighters. But before they can celebrate, the prison starts to shake, and they fall through a trapdoor to the sewers below. For a second, I thought it was Sonic's fault. He checks out a red light at the end of the tunnel.
Hang here. I'm gonna scope out that red light.
Sonic, are you okay?
Wherever we go, we can't go that way.
Why not?
That's why.
Oh my gosh, what is it?
Someone you never want to marry.
Judgy.
He's in a bad mood.
But that's our only way out. What are we going to do?
Maybe he's
It's like he
not
gets
such a
stuck
bad
and
guy.
Sonic had to unstick him. Sonic gets an idea. Use power ring. He blasts right through the monster like missiles through the Wyvern Titan, and it turns out it was a robot.
Chill, guys. Everything's cool.
Sonic, how did you know it was robotic?
The Hedgehog knows.
Don't ask questions you don't want answered, Sally. Antoine wonders how they'll get out, and Sally pulls up their new map. She finds them a path out into a cavern system, which just so happens to take them right to Robotnik's stealth bot factory. A little bit of sabotage, and Sonic runs out to find Cat. He's too late. But at the very least, he gets Robotnik's attention, and the stealth bots are launched.
News at 11.
What is this? Snively? Recall them!
Yes, sir. Yo, Robotnik. That was for Cat.
I like this episode a little more than Supersonic. It's better focused, its tone doesn't clash with the precedings like Lazar did, and it looks fantastic. It helps that it has the emotional core of Sally looking for her father, and this is certainly Antoine at his most tolerable for what little that's worth. Its ending is abrupt, but it does wrap up everything nicely, and in a way that's actually set up and earned. It's just missing something extra to elevate it, maybe by having the captured person actually be a real character. Cat doesn't matter, never has, never will. But he was voiced by William Wyndham, who will be very important as a much better character before long, but I still like this episode. I give it a solid B. For Bean. I like you, Sally, but you're not Tails. He's the real Bean. Also that Bean, that's a good Bean. Episode 3, Sonic and Sally, is the one written by future lead writers and story editors Pat Ali and Ben Hurst. I know I hyped this one up a lot in my Underground video, but I'll try to let it speak for itself. We open on Bunny, Sonic, and Sally outside of a SWAT bot factory.
Don't you just love all this fresh air?
Yeah, about as much as I love Robotnik.
Arm canisters, Nicole.
Arming, Sally. Canisters armed.
You're all loaded, Sugar Hog. Cool. Synchronize the old watches. Okay, meet you at the usual. If anybody's late, jam back to Knothole. Check, check. Good luck, y'all.
This is such a cool way to start an episode, right at the start of an operation. But that's not the real meat of this episode. This is...
Let's do it to it.
You'll see what I mean. We start with Sonic looking for a stealthy way into the factory. He sees a trash bot hauling scrap and takes out a security camera to distract the guards, though it looks more like they get spooked and just peace out. Another trash bot nearly shoves him right into molten metal, but he makes it and sees where the SWAT bots are being assembled. We then cut to Bunny nearly getting herself caught, but the guards are idiots.
Alert, alert. Organic life form detected. Don't bother. Substation electricity interferes with heat sensor. Ignore.
She stands by, following the countdown on her watch. Sonic and Sally do the same, matching her countdown. Simple but cool. And when they reach 0, Bunny kills the lights. Sonic then begins placing the bombs around the factory. Oh, he's not just throwing them around and showboating, because getting this mission right is important, you don't say. Despite that, things get hairy.
Come on, Sonic. Get out of there.
Sonic has some trouble too, getting chased by multiple SWAT bots as he drops the bombs.
This stuff is getting crowded.
We get one case of him using his power ring as a last resort, not as a solution to the whole problem. I like that.
Nicole, prepare for...
Raise your hands, prisoner.
Bunny makes it back to Knothole and is a little out of sorts.
Golly! I feel like I've been dragged through a knothole, so to speak.
Hey, did you guys nail a swamp bot factory?
Well, honey, I don't know. I had to make a very unladylike retreat. Thanks, sugar. Oh! Oh, my stars. I'm just falling apart.
Where's Sonic and Sally?
Well, the last time I saw, they were... Cannonball! It was seismic. Talk about fireworks, right, Bunny? Where's Sal? She wasn't at the meeting place, so I came on back. I gotta go back. Sonic, wait. You need a power ring.
The factory didn't actually blow up, so I think he's just celebrating himself.
I know the Hedgehog will come for you, dear girl. And when he does, I have a surprise.
Here it is, Dr. Robotnik. Enough memory to duplicate human complexity.
Okay, but what about chipmunk complexity?
I don't suppose you'd tell me the location of Knothole.
Sure I will, when you get a life. When you get a life. Sonic is too smart to be fooled by a robot, even a good one.
Oh, but we're not finished, Princess. We need to add your sparkling personality.
So if this is the meat, this is the potatoes. Sally getting replaced with a robot duplicate. There's probably a fountain of other things Robotnik could have done after capturing Sally, like just roboticizing her from the get-go. But this is at least a clever and diabolical plan. He's thinking ahead and knows that there are more freedom fighters he could capture this way than just their leader. It's not dissimilar to using a spy camera hidden in a child. These are good stakes. We return to Knothole, where Sonic waits impatiently for another power ring.
That's it. I'm out of here.
I love that he does the foot tap and that he gets fed up so fast. That's very Sonic. A ring does finally turn up.
I got it. Whoa! Gotta juice and cut it loose.
We cut back to Sally in her prison, where Robotnik shows her his work.
Hi. I'm Sally. Oh, don't get up. I am a princess, but out in the great forest, titles are meaningless.
Cute little paraphrase of what she said in the pilot.
Antoine, don't call me princess. Out here, the only royalty is Mother Nature.
Sonic makes it back to the city and is spotted by another camera, which he also takes out with a rock. You've got good aim, Sonic.
Activate all exterior Hedgehog traps.
But I thought you wanted him to get in.
Yes, but we can't make it too easy.
This is just a short scene of him being chased by one ship, but it does a better job of making Sonic look, mortal, like he is actually in danger and could get hurt. A little bit goes a long way. And with that done, Robotnik has security ease up on him, allowing him to find the fake Sally. He rescues her from prison in a pretty funny way.
Attention, SWAT-bots. This is Dr. Robotnik. Report to the war room immediately.
Yo, Sal, we're gonna blow this pop stand.
Open cell number 54.
Voice print approved and print necessary for certification.
Open up this cell or I'll rip out your electronic brain.
Certification unnecessary. You are Robotnik.
I hope Robotnik didn't help at all, and that really was just that good of an impression.
Ah, true love. Hurry home, little hedgehog. Hurry home.
They slip into an abandoned building to hide from security. The robot gets a little friendly.
You okay?
Fine. Coming back to rescue me was very brave, Sonic.
Hey, no biggie. It's in the hero's job description.
Look, Sal, I know I'm your main squeeze, but I'm suddenly afraid of cooties. They use the second power ring to make a hasty retreat.
Yes, Hedgehog. The faster faster the better.
Ready to roboticize, sir.
Activate. Tomorrow, Nothole will be a wasteland, and all the freedom fighters my loyal servants. What is this? Snivelly?
The system's overloading, sir. I'd better turn off the... The video is gone, sir.
Here we are, Sal. Home sweet Knothole.
The communication system works. We can still monitor his every move.
Okay, this is one criticism I had for this episode. Considering she was captured before the bombs went off, there's really no good reason this is happening. It's just a weird convenience. But at the very least, we have something of a countdown. The heroes have until the roboticizer is back online to see through the charade and stop them discovering Knothole.
I missed you, Sally.
Tails? I missed you too.
How come you didn't do the funny kiss?
I'm not feeling very funny today, Tails.
Oh, the funny kiss. Of course.
Nuh-uh, not that one. The funny kiss. On my nose.
Oh, that funny kiss.
He's so damn precious. Too precious for you to fool, Sally Fakehorn. That night, SallyBot comes in to read Tails a bedtime story. I love how she whiffs it right away.
You read stories really neato, Sally.
Once upon a time, there was a giant, and he was a...
Nuh-uh. Remember last night? We started that one. You know, about the princess and the meanie witch. There's where we left off.
Oh, yeah, now I remember. Okay. The evil witch said, so, my pretty, you can't escape.
Once upon a bloody fuck you, whatever.
No, that's not the witch. So, my pretty, you can't escape.
It's kind of late, Tails. It's time to go to sleep. Good night.
Sally Fakehorn then hangs out with Bunny, and Sonic arrives with bad news. The SWATbot factory is still online.
Sal, what happened?
The bots caught me before I could detonate.
Then we gotta go back. We meet in the morning and plan it out. This time we level the sucker.
Perfect.
Later that night, Tails is awoken by something outside. It's Robo-Sally going well beyond suspicious.
That's not Sally.
The next morning, Bunny wakes her up in a start.
Bunny, what's wrong?
What in the heck happened?
I don't know. This is terrible.
Before they leave for the mission, Tails pulls Sonic aside.
Yo, big guy, what's up?
Sonic, I gotta tell you something. It's a secret.
Later, Sal. Man talk. Okay, bud, make it quick. We got a SWATbot factory to bake.
That's not Sally.
What?
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 Nerds!
She didn't give me the funny kiss, didn't know what story to read, didn't even do the scary witch voice.
Tails, Sal had a seriously hard time yesterday. She's stressing.
Nuh-uh. I saw lights shining from her eyes. Then she went outside and talked to herself, and her eyes turned all red and yucky.
Hey, little bud, you must have had one monster dream. We'll talk about it later, okay? I got a juice.
There's a Discord emote. The trio plus Rotor return to the city and dodge gunfire as Sonic sets up grappling hooks, which they use to de-ass a patrol ship.
Way to go, guys! All right, Sal. Whoa! Yo, Sal, what you put in the old cereal this morning?
Well, that's our third close one tonight. Come on, we gotta move it.
Hey, maybe she is actually that strong. Sonia's not so special now, huh? Rotor notices that the SWAT bots seem to know their every move, and the gears are grinding in Sonic's head, too.
Yeah, the old butt bot seems sharper than normal. Okay, guys, we're ready. Let's do it to it.
Right.
Come on, Sal, you forgot the last part.
Oh, yeah.
Tails was right. You're not Sal. Who are you? Hey!
That was their secret handshake from the start. Clever setup and payoff there. But also kind of subtle. I didn't realize the thumbs up would be important. Anyway, the bot's cover is blown, and Sonic gives chase. She sprays some Mega Muck on the ground.
Whoa! Mega Muck.
And before Sonic can
say goodnight, Hedgehog,
the second best character saves the day.
There you go, Sugar Hog. I owe you one, Bunny.
Throw me at her! Sonic uses, I guess, his third power ring. It is a new day, I'll allow it, to take her out in a pretty hilarious way.
Boy, Robotnik is good. She fooled everybody.
Except Tails. But if that's not Sally, where the heck is she? I don't know, but I bet this robot can tell us.
We return to Sally, ready to be roboticized.
Since the Hedgehog destroyed my robot, I'll make a new improved model.
Then back to the heroes, where Sally Fakehorn is being interrogated.
What about the princess?
She is now being roboticized.
What? I'm juicing.
Hey, Sonic, wait a sec. Surprise for Iron Lips.
Wow, fuck him up, Rotor. Ice cold.
Torching.
While Sonic breaks in, Bunny and Rotor return to the SWAT bot factory. They get a patrol ship's attention and steal it from the pilot. Sonic makes it to the roboticization chamber right as the process begins. But that's when the bombs start going off.
Infiltration detected. All units attack.
Sonic distracts Snively by breaking a pipe, frees Sally, and swaps her with the fake. A fun little reversal of what Robotnik did to them. The heroes escape, though not before one last message to Budnick.
No, this can't be.
You are close, Robotnik, but close only counts in horseshoes.
Have a dreadful day.
The princess is roboticized, sir, but there seem to be some glitches.
You fool! Get that out of him!
Everyone returns safely to Knothole.
Thanks for saving my life tonight, Bunny. Sometimes a metal body comes in handy, but I still have something a robot will never have. A mind and a heart of my own.
Okay, she's precious too. Glad she caught the thesis for this episode. We end with the two beings reunited.
Hi, Tails. It's really me. Honest. Come here, you. Mwah, mwah, mwah.
Sally, it's really you.
That it is, my pretty.
She goes so hard on that line, it rules.
Hold it, Tails. I'm still not sure that's the real Sal.
Oh, really? Then I guess I'll have to prove it. Well?
She's a fake. Come on, Tails. We got a juice.
I'll show you, fake Sonic Hedgehog.
Okay, I'm not going to pretend this episode doesn't have issues, including the dread specter of unearned convenience, but it shows why nitpicks ultimately don't matter if the overall result is good, and this is a very good episode. Why? Because the potatoes are an intriguing, intense story, but the meat is this.
A mind and a heart of my own.
Yes, Bunny, that, but specifically the heart. This episode is all about the love and friendship between the freedom fighters, how well they truly know each other, and how much they care about each other. It's called Sonic and Sally for a reason. The robot can copy Sally's appearance, voice, and mannerisms, but it can't copy how she feels about her friends. It's a subtlety about villainy that we could see crop up as recently as the IDW comics, with Starline creating Surgeon Kit to be his answer to Sonic and Tails. The bad guys can understand and replicate that these characters are together and care about each other, but they don't understand why. And that will always be the fatal flaw in their plan. And leave it to Tails to be too good and too sweet to be fooled. I guess, yeah, if there was a good reason the overload happened, and if they could decide how often power rings can be used in a day, sure, I'd go up to an A+. But as it stands, this is still a very fun, very heartwarming, great episode, and wholly deserving of an A. Episode 4, Hooked on Sonics, is the second worst title in the show. Every episode this season except the pilot needs Sonic in the title, and they get desperate. We open on Snively using a saw crab robot to destroy the forest.
Now the shredder will absorb the life force energy from the living tissue. Dr. Robotnik will use that energy to power his new sonic radar.
I didn't ask, sir. At that moment, the Shredder detects that very Hedgehog approaching, and Snively sends it after him to absorb his life force.
Look out behind you! Just kidding, Birdlings.
Yes, they did that joke twice.
I'm over there.
What is Sonic doing?
Acting like a complete fuel as usual.
Sonic fights the Shredder by kiting its tentacle eyes around its legs and into the blades. Snively loses control and the SWAT bots attack, hitting the Shredder. Then Sonic guides it to the bots and then ties it up in its own tentacle eye.
Look out! The Hedgehog is back! Yo, Birdlings! Your shoelaces untied. Am I cool or what? Juice time!
That was a pretty clever win, Sonic, but you ruined it. B-. That night, everyone celebrates Sonic's win, except Perdon Jaloux Antoine.
Weren't you scared, Sonic?
Heck no, little bro. I just juice 'em and reduce 'em.
Oh, I think I will be chunking.
Sonic. You were great.
Our brothers.
Sally's kiss briefly starches up the animation.
Just kidding, Sal. Kiss wasn't that great.
Oh, really?
Really?
I suppose you can do better.
Is grass green? Is water wet?
Yuck.
This scene drags on a bit, and I know it's to piss off Antoine, which I'm all for, but they're like 15, you can chill. Antoine sulks outside of the ring pond because, quote,
The love of my life is crazy for a fuel.
A fuel?
Yes, a fuel, a fuel!
ways to tell no one on this crew ever even met a French person. Fool in a French accent is pronounced fool. Might be nitpicking, but this bit goes on, so I'm saying it.
Oh, the princess. She does not even noticing I am alive.
Well, Sonic is a tough act to follow. You'd have to do something major to get Sally's attention.
For instance, like what?
I don't know. Capture Robotnik and bring him back to Knothole? That would do it. I'll see you, Antoine.
A brilliant idea. But how can I be to do this thing, huh?
A power ring.
We cut to Robotnik learning the news of the Shredder and dumping the messenger. He threatens Snively, deflating with anger, and demanding he drain all of the life force from the forest. We cut back to Antoine asleep at the pond when the next ring is produced. He wakes up in time to grab it. Cherish this catchphrase. It gets worse. Ring in hand, Antoine is ready to put Rotor's sarcastic plan into action. We come back from commercial to him sneaking around Robotropolis and dodging security. God, even when the backgrounds are just like clearly paint smudges. They look awesome. Ant does a surprisingly good job of avoiding the bots, managing to not make a sound until they leave. Yes, that is notable. Hold on to your asses. Until he's found by a camera drone.
Robotnik? I have a power ring!
Dr. Robotnik.
What is it, Snively?
If you want the ring, please to meet me at the city limits in 1 hour.
Get his position.
All security bots in Sector 7 move to Quadrant 3 immediately.
No SWAT bots. You must come alone. Sacre bleu.
He slaps the drone away and makes a successful escape, and Robotnik orders his hovercraft readied. We cut to Sonic arriving at the ring pond.
Yo, Ant! It's my watch. You can go get your ugly sleep. Too cool, too cool.
I know Ant sucks, but you know what this reminds me of?
It's me, the Prince of Personality.
He finds the stick Ant used to grab the ring, still glowing with energy, and pieces together that something is wrong. We cut to Ant huddled outside of the city limits as Robotnik arrives. As much of a scaredy cat as Ant is, this is a cool scene.
Do you have it?
But of course.
Tell me, why do you betray your friends?
Take this and you will understand.
Yes, there's a question mark for one single frame. I love that, but it feels like it was accidentally left in.
You little fool.
I am not a fuel. You are the fuel.
And what will you do with me?
I bring you to the freedom fighters, where you will stand the trial for your terrible crimes. I will be a large hero and win the hand of the princess.
A nice dream, but dreams are meant to be broken.
Robotnik takes the power ring and captures Antoine.
What, Rotor?
Oh, how I wish his boots ran out to fool. Back in Knothole, no one knows where he is, but Sonic shows everyone the stick. Rotor realizes what's happened.
We wanted to impress Sally, and I said that if he captured Robotnik, well, that would impress her. I was only joking.
Aw, poor sweetie. You talk to Antoine, you can't do that.
Sonic, he could be in danger.
So?
So? He would come after you if you were in trouble. Okay, maybe not. But if Robotnik gets that power ring...
Nah, it can't do him any good. The power doesn't last long, and no one can use it except me.
Yes, but you know Robotnik. He could uncover its secret, right?
Yeah, you're right, Sal.
But there won't be another ring for 24 hours.
Then I'll have to take on Robotnik without one.
We return to Robotropolis, where said Butt inserts the ring into his new radar, designed to track objects moving at
supersonic speed.
It immediately detects Sonic approaching, and Robotnik fires a laser right at him. Sonic tries again, getting an even harder hit to the face, then a third before he pieces together that he can't use his speed. Robotnik orders a SWAT bot team to find and destroy him, and for Antoine to be turned into a worker bot. They're able to find a tattered cloth, but it was just a decoy, and Sonic follows behind them.
This walking stuff really draws major wind.
Antoine gets taken from his cell to be roboticized, and we cut to commercial. After Sonic Underground, where Sonic existing was the solution to everything, having him actually take hits is so refreshing. We come back to Robotropolis with Sonic slowly sneaking around and dodging security. He sees Robotnik take off with the repaired shredder, so the clock is ticking. Then he sees the bots taking Antoine.
Pardon, I would like very much to be apologizing for any inconvenience I have caused you.
You know what? That works in the way you said it. I apologize very much for helping you. Robotnik arrives at the Great Forest, while Sonic holds onto the SWAT-bot ship and follows them in. Antoine gets placed in the roboticizer, but Sonic stops it and distracts the bots just in time. A bit of clever stealth, and Antoine is freed.
Robotnik is going to be destroying the Great Forest with his terrible shredder machine.
Yeah, I saw it. We got it juice.
I'm thinking he is using the power ring to run it. I'm sorry.
It's cool, Ant. We'll stop him. Wait a sec. Does he have some new machine that knows when I'm juicing?
You must not be running or he will fire on you.
No choice, Ant. Get a grip.
And also, hang on. Let it be known now, because I will have much to criticize about him later, but Antoine's voice when he's quiet is kinda nice. Funny that. We cut back to the baddies preparing the shredder when Sonic is detected on the radar. He arrives in time to see the cannon about to fire. Robotnik waits just a little too long, allowing Sonic to run right up to the shredder. Robotnik fires and the shredder is destroyed.
I do not give up easily, Hedgehog. Look around you.
Huh? Ah! This is a stupid question, but have any ideas, Ant?
Ideas?
You know, I have always wanted to roboticize you, Hedgehog, but I've changed my mind. Laser rifle.
That is brutal as hell, and it rules. Luckily, Antoine finds the power ring. Sonic juices, I regret saying that, and the two dodge all of the laser fire. A bit of effective annoyance, and he makes them all, including Robotnik, shoot and destroy the radar.
Nice shot, Buttnik. Adios.
Au revoir.
We will meet again, Hedgehog. I promise.
Robotnik's angry, flatulent faces are legendary. The two return to Knothole, where for once, Antoine gets to be the cool hero talking about his adventure. He's full of hot air, though, and everyone just starts vacating until only sweet, innocent little Tails is left enraptured.
Weren't you afraid?
Moi? Afraid? But of course not. I am never afraid. Anyway, I had nowhere else to go, and had only my very naked hands as weapons. They are as scared of me, so I told them, "You shall ever, never take me alive." I knew I would have to fight them one at a time, and there I was, alone, shaking, but only because it was cold. Apart from that, it was beautiful.
Considering this is an Antoine episode, this is a lot better than you'd expect. It's far from the guy at his worst, and kind of him at his best. This is him getting to show the bravery buried underneath all the fear. Not totally a coward, just a scaredy cat. His motivation is entirely selfish, winning Sally, barf, but it shows what he could accomplish under better circumstances. It also gives Rob Paulson a lot to do, and lets him use his full range of emotion and volume, which he will not get to do as the show goes on. I also feel like Sonic gets to show his own cleverness and skill without his speed, even more than when it was forcibly taken away. But he's also a self-impressed dick. I'm glad asshole equals cool is much less of a thing with the character these days. And the animation was clunky in the first few minutes, but again, nitpicks. Overall, it's a pretty fun episode. I give it a solid B.
Yeah, it was, but
it was terrible.
Poor Ant. His eye burst.
We will meet again, Hedgehog.
Right.
Mark my words, Hedgehog. I promise.
He really is a gold mine. Episode 5, Ultrasonic, is the first of 2 written by David Valere, and he got to introduce another favorite character of mine. We open over Robotropolis, where Sonic and Sally run and pant, find a vent, and do a shortened version of their handshake.
let's do it to it.
Inside, they come up right above Snively and the roboticizer. Their plan? To access its software. Sally disables the alarm.
That should do it.
Should?
I could have a backup.
No prob. We can handle it.
The difficult part will be getting into that roboticizer software so we can deactivate it.
Come on, Sal. With my looks and your brains, we're unstoppable.
You're partly right.
Which part?
Yes.
The incredible good looks part, right?
You're dreaming again.
That is not a dream. That is one hedgehog hunk.
Remember when I said Underground Sonic was just SatAM Sonic without any of his good parts? It's like peering into the future. Sally begins sabotaging the roboticizer.
The roboticizer is in sabotage mode.
See? Surveillance finds them in the vents, and Snively sends bots after them.
Excuse me, is this where we catch the monorail for Knothole?
Go ahead and joke, Hedgehog, but this time we've got you.
What you've got, Snootly, is a big fat Zippo.
Guess again, rodent. What I have is your worthless hide.
The fire extinguisher! What? You can't take a joke?
They break out to the exterior and resort to riding the foam to the catwalk.
Pass, cool. Now let's hope the hover pad is still where we left it. Ah!
They take off on their hover pad and evade more security.
Adios, SWAT bots! When the Hedgehog brain is really cooking, those chumps don't stand a chance. Sonic! No problem.
Maybe the old Hedgehog brain is a little overcooked.
More ships follow them as they make their way to the subway. Sonic celebrates himself some more for briefly evading them. And then they get shot down outside the station. They make it safely inside, where they see a line of worker bots entering the train. One of them sticks out.
Worker bots.
Sal. There. That bot is my Uncle Chuck.
You're right.
I gotta get him out of here.
Sonic, wait. There's too many SWAT bots.
I can handle the SWAT bots.
Sonic, use your head. It's too risky. We need a plan.
You're right.
Where's the crystal mine?
I don't have a clue, but we're gonna find out. Let's juice.
The others arrive, Rotor doing a hilarious waddly run, and they tell them they found Uncle Chuck. Rotor sees another transport, and they hop on as more SWAT bots arrive to follow Chuck to the crystal mine.
I can't believe this. Robotnik's pollution is everywhere.
Man, would I love to turn Robotnik into a can opener.
Cool it, Rote.
No murder today, Rote. Sonic sees Chuck and runs in to get his attention. It's not the happy reunion he was hoping for.
Uncle Chuck, chill, will you? It's me. Uncle Chuck, what are you doing? Yo, it's me, Sonic.
When we return, Bunny grabs Chuck, Sonic turns off the alarm that didn't actually summon anyone, and they pull him out of sight. Sally has an idea to use the power ring to jog his memory. He sees the shiny and grabs it, and it seems to work.
Remember? Sal, it's working. Attaway, Uncle Chuck. It's me, Sonic, your fave nephew. Please remember.
Sonic? Is that you, Sonny?
Uncle Chuck. Yes. Man, I sure missed you.
I missed you, too. Still good looking and always cooking, eh, Sonny boy?
You got it, Unc. Shaking and baking.
Uncle Chuck is voiced by William Wyndham, who brings him so much fatherly warmth and charisma. It's a shame this is his only appearance this season, but don't worry, we'll get plenty of Chuck in season 2.
Princess Sal, Rotor, Bunny.
That's it. Not happy to see anyone else.
Welcome back, Charles.
How you doing, Chuck?
Dr. Hedgehog. Bonjour.
Bonjour, Antoine.
Come on, Uncle Chuck. We're bailing you out of this dump.
Oh, yes, the better the sooner.
Not yet, Sonny. There's something much more important than me that I need your help on.
More important than you? Like what?
I'll have to show you. Down in the mine.
The elevator is off, but they have Bunny to open the shaft. Chuck jumps right down.
Is he my uncle or what?
Indifferent to the people around him. Down they all go, Antoine screaming, of course. But hey, he didn't hesitate. At the bottom, they see a giant crystal.
That is large.
Robotnik is mining this energy crystal to replace his dwindling oil supply. They're hoisting it out of here today. We have to stop it.
What'll happen if they do get it out?
Removing that much active crystal will destroy the whole ecosystem.
You're right. We do have to stop Robotnik. But how?
Only one way. We shut him down here and at the control center. Sal, that's where you come in.
Okay, let's do it.
I mentioned this in the Underground video, but it is so cool how Chuck goes immediately from getting his mind back to destroying Robotnik's plans. Old badass. However, while they're sorting the plan, something seems up with him, but there's not much time, so they hop into the mission.
Hey, Leadhead! Back at ya!
Wow, the mirror came back, and the bot didn't just immediately explode. I got so used to that. This bot does a damn model walk, while Sally, Rotor, and Ant sneak behind him. Then Sonic pulls him away. They barely make it inside before the last door closes. Sonic, Bunny, and Chuck scale the cavern walls to wait until
the most powerful bot of all
comes driving in. A goddamn dinosaur mining bot. I would have wanted this as a kid.
It's a Dinobot, a deadly planet-devouring machine.
I wish that dude was on our side.
That's my plan, Sonny. But first, we gotta get to its controls, inside. Just follow me.
They hop in, but it seems to know they're there as it tries to shake them off. Uncle Badass jumps right into its mouth.
Uncle Chuck! Oh, my stars, do we have to do that?
Boy, do you, Bunny. They hop in, and we fade to commercial as its mouth closes around them. We come back to it trying to shake them out until Bunny jams its jaw open, allowing them to run down the throat. We cut to the others in the control room, sneaking around the control bot. Rotor tries to approach to hit the toggle switch on its foot, but he gets seen and grabbed. A gun pops out of its crotch and points it right at him. And these faces, plus a certain episode in Season 2, plus him apparently being undetectably gay in the comics, tells me that this was his awakening. It's the only explanation. Anyway, Sally saves him.
Got it!
Gringo! Antoine, it's bingo, not gringo.
No, you was a wise boy. Back in the Dinobot, Chuck tries to take control.
Let me give you a hand there, Charlie.
I like when characters call each other little nicknames. It's cute. Dulcie does that in Season 2, and it is actually endearing, trust me. The cranes start pulling the giant crystal, so Chuck calls Sally to shut down the mine's main circuits. They can't find the controls, so they keep looking. Chuck and Bunny activate Dinobot and start wrecking shop.
Large move! Shred that sucker!
Large move? Was that line meant for Antoine? But before they can break the cables, the SWAT bots use grapple hooks to stop Dinobot.
We'll have to use the laser drill to destroy the crystal. The crystal absorbed the laser energy. We've got to take out those cables.
It seems to be working, but Dinobot is almost fully disabled. Its head slams to the ground.
This is it. We cut it loose now, or Mobius is finished. We did it, Sonny boy!
And you, Bunny, who did all the other work. Mission accomplished. Everyone runs back to the elevator to rendezvous, the Hogs and Bunny needing to use a minecart as cover. But before they can all escape with Chuck, his head starts hurting again.
Uncle Chuck, what's up? Uncle Chuck? Oh, man.
It's all right, Sonny. We saved Mobius. That's the important thing.
We've got to get you back to Knothole. Warp 7.
It's too late, Sonny.
Uncle Chuck? No way am I leaving you here.
Sonic, he's turned back.
You gotta come with me.
Sonic!
Uncle Chuck!
Come on, Sugar Hog!
Uncle Chuck!
Sonic, we have to leave him.
I should have saved him.
Y'all did what you could, honey. We couldn't bring him back. He's loyal to Robotnik.
We'll get him back another day, Sonic. Promise.
Yeah, and look what we did with Uncle Chuck. We totaled that crystal.
C'est magnifique!
You know, I was able to copy some of the roboticizer software. One day, we'll be able to change Uncle Chuck back. Permanently.
Along with all of our families.
Hang in, Uncle Chuck. We'll be back.
I like this episode quite a bit. Uncle Chuck is a favorite character of mine for multiple reasons, not just William Wyndham's performance. And this is an ideal introduction for him. We get to really see what roboticization does to a person, but we also see the badass heroism he shares with his nephew. As soon as he gets his mind back, his priority is stopping Robotnik's plan by any means necessary. Sonic's vanity is still tedious, but his love for his uncle brings out his greater emotional depth, from genuine caring to grief. And I like that the ending has no real closure for them. Chuck reverts before Sonic can even say goodbye. It's a pretty bittersweet ending for a show that usually ends triumphantly. More of the episode probably should have been about Chuck, since the setup with the failed sabotage plot is a bit sloppy. I'm not sure what their plan even was. There's also not quite as much interpersonal connection or plot tension as in Sonic and Sally, say. But there's still enough here to make it a solid episode. Another B. Episode 6, Sonic's Nightmare, is unfortunately where I feel we hit a short dip in the season. We open on Sonic running proudly through an open field when he hears Sally's voice. Things immediately get weird from there.
Sonic, where were you when the brains were handed out?
Huh? Sal? Hang in, Sal. Here comes the Hedgehog. Muck. This is starting to tick me off. I'm coming, Sal.
Sonic, where were you when the brains were handed out?
I gotta stop eating my own cooking.
The next morning, everyone's voices are randomly deeper than usual.
Yo, Ro, what's up?
Same old, Sonic. How about you?
I had a wild dream this morning. You know anything about dreams?
Not much. Sally told me once that they're usually about some kind of personal fear.
I usually dream about school and being called my dead name, so that checks out. Sally arrives as Nicole has intercepted one of Robotnik's transmissions, and it's bad news.
It's terrible news. Listen to this. Nicole, replay intercepted transmission.
Replaying, Sally.
Attention, SWATbot Unit 1. Prepare chemical payload for cloud seeding. Rendezvous with Cloudburster on Island of Nimbus. Precisely 1200 hours. Coordinates to follow.
That's all of it.
He's gonna seed clouds with chemicals?
Toxic rain.
What's a little more toxic rain? All of Mobius is fuming with this stuff.
I bet it's another one of Robotnik's crummy traps.
You're probably right, Rotor, but we don't know for sure. If that island is inhabited, we need to warn people.
Well, that's no prob. But what about Dustin Budnick's acid rain?
I have the old plan.
Dustin Budnick's acid...
Later, Rotor really wants people to stay away from him. Then he opens his workshop and dies. He pulls out 3 SWATbot suits. After the crystal mine, he just couldn't get enough.
Well, do I look like a SWATbot?
Help, SWATbot! I'm juicing!
Nah, not even close, Sal.
We transition to Robotnik's Cloudburster en route to the island, with the 3 disguised heroes nearby. Sally uses a smoke grenade to stop it and distract the guards, allowing them to sneak aboard. The guards aren't distracted for long, so Sally sneaks in while the others stay outside. Sally plugs in Nicole to get the access code, but Antoine doesn't Antoine.
Oh, intruder. Don't move.
I sure do hate when this happens.
And it happens often enough you could start learning from your mistakes. Before Nicole gets the last digit of the code, Sally is also caught, and the 3 are brought before Snively.
Well, well, wolves in SWATbot clothing.
Dr. Robotnik will be very pleased.
Meanwhile, Sonic has run ahead and arrived at Nimbus Island, which is covered in broken transport pipes and abandoned factories.
Anybody here besides you rats? Guess not. I'm out of here.
He runs back and sees that the others haven't arrived, so he goes to check out the convoy.
What? This was Antoine's.
He was off his ass on Merlot. We cut back to Nimbus Island with the SWAT bots preparing the Cloudburster and the heroes tied up.
What's wrong with your great leader? Is he too chicken to confront us himself?
My, such a challenging tone. Hardly appropriate for a princess. Not to mention the slander of poor Cluck's species. Where is the hedgehog?
In your dreams, Doctor.
No matter, princess. Patience is one of my strong points. He'll be along.
Everyone's pitch sounds deeper, like they'd all woken up from nightmares before recording. We come back to Sonic rushing to the island, and you can see the Cloudburster is airborne. Snively detects him on surveillance. He sees the others and runs through a broken pipe, right where Robotnik wanted him. A goddamn fireball starts chasing him, and it is a homing fireball, so Sonic jumps out and into the water. This Sonic can actually swim. Aquaphobia was a much later addition to the overall mythos. The fireball is dealt with, but the glass pipes all collapse. He's surrounded by SWAT bots, but he's able to draw them close to the water and kick them all in. He catches up with the others, locked up in an egg with repelling laser bars.
Sonic, don't touch the bars.
Why not?
Because they'll repel you.
To say nothing of knocking y'all on your little old sugar hog behind.
But the priority is the ship, which has taken off.
Cloudburster in position, sir.
Prepare to commence seeding.
Ah, I hate it. I hate it. No, I hate it.
Seeding. Come here.
Juice!
They commence seeding. Sonic tries to think of what to do, but instead he starts to panic. Images of his nightmare go through his head like a post-traumatic flashback, and we fade a commercial with him frozen in place. We come back to even more of the mare, and it gets freakier.
Sonic! Come on, Sonic! Sonic, where were you when the brains... Sonic, we need your help! Sonic, can you hear me? Sonic! Sonic, where were you when the brains were handed out? Brains, brains, brains.
He snaps out of it and is able to formulate a plan.
If there was some way to use those wells, I could make it rain on old Butnick's parade.
How?
Sal, got it past. Cool idea. Got it, Juice.
Where he gets Robotnik's attention.
Yo, Robotnik!
Got a little surprise.
I don't like surprises, Hedgehog. Especially from you.
But this one will be a kick. Promise.
What is that foolish hedgehog doing?
Sonic drills deep underground and finds an oil well. He uses his speed to supercharge it. They notice a rumbling despite not being on the ground, and the Cloudburster gets blasted with oil.
That little old sugar hog did it, Sally. He knocked Robotnik for a real loop. Woo-wee!
He did okay, Bunny, chill. Sonic comes back and splashes them with oil, and the Cloudburster starts to fall from the sky. Inside, Robotnik and Snively run to their escape pod and make it out just before the ship crashes in flames.
I do believe Robotnik has finally bought the farm.
He has a farm?
But of course, Robotnik is fine, although his escape pod is badly damaged. He has a moment of bad priorities and tries to fire missiles at them, but the circuits are busted, so he has to make do with escaping. Back with the heroes, they feel another earthquake as the island starts to collapse and sink. Good work, Sonic. You killed a lot of rats today. He gives Sally a power ring to hold against the bars to deactivate them, which gets hairy.
Hold on, Sal. Hold on.
I can't!
We help you, princess!
Voila!
Sonic! That was a great plan.
Hey, I just figured that.
I hate to be an old party pooper, but I got this here sinking feeling.
Oh my gosh!
Sacre bleu! Sal, hold on to me. Bunny, hold on to Sal. And grab Bunny. We're gonna do some major juicing.
I tell you, I cannot swim!
Think old Butnick's really history, Sal?
I wish I knew, Sonic. I wish I knew.
We return to Knothole, where Sally tries to justify all that nonsense.
You know, I'm no expert, Sonic, but my guess is that your bad dream was some kind of a warning. So from now on, you'll think before you act, right? Sonic?
Oh, you're the most mondo beautiful thing I've ever seen. You make my heart pound, my mouth water. Yes, there's nothing like a chili dog.
Oh, brother.
You're right, you are no expert. This isn't a bad episode by any means, but it does leave me scratching my head and wondering, what was that even about? The titular nightmare being about Sonic needing to think before he acts is an unlikely thing to make him lock up like that. I thought the whole episode that it was more a look into his fears, specifically of being unable to protect his friends. Not that the proceedings would make him react like that anyway. This scene looks more like triggered PTSD, and dark as it may sound, that's probably what the episode should have been about for this idea to work. Sonic ending up in a similar situation to one where he wasn't able to protect someone. And that's assuming everything mostly plays out the same, because this is just one of Robotnik's run-of-the-mill kill nature plans. There's a good idea in there about exploring Sonic's psyche and his fears and weaknesses. Fuck knows the character could use the depth, and the overall story is decently entertaining. But this is the first episode where I feel like the creators were just not able to convey their intent. C+. Regrettably, we do dip deeper, with Episode 7, Warp Sonic. We open in Robotropolis, where Sonic, Sally, and Antoine sneak into a large central building housing a dome.
Sacre bleu! It is humongous!
You mean humongous, ain't it? Humongous?
It has to be, to handle all of Robotnik's traffic.
The whole thing is surrounded with an alarm grid, so they carefully descend on ropes, Antoine wittering the whole way, and Sally has Nicole make the grid easier to see for Sonic.
Are you sure you can get through there, Sonic?
Sal, are you asking if I can get through there? Sal, is the sky blue? Is dirt dirty? Do bears...
Sorry, I asked.
Juice and jam time.
Sonic showboats more, then inserts a disc to fry the circuits. They make their escape out the tunnels as the alarms go off, but they reach a fork in the road.
Which way, Sal?
Go right. Oh!
You were kidding about going right?
Right.
You meant left, right?
Right.
I knew that.
This joke gets repeated a second time until they're surrounded in the middle tunnel. Then Ants gets pulled into the crawl space.
Juice time!
Need a hand?
Oh, yes. Thank you for the help.
Yeah, you saved me the trouble.
I'm Sally. This is Sonic.
Hello. I'm Griff.
Hi, Griff. You're gross to look at. He leads them down the tunnels to a place he calls Lower Mobius.
Lower Mobius?
Yeah, we escaped Robotnik's SWAT bots and built an underground city. See, there's about 30 of us.
We've heard about you guys.
Welcome to the Pipeline Express.
You ever see a 3D model have to resettle in a position? That's what that looks like. He takes them on a hover car down the tunnels. Its gearbox grinding when he tries to use it will be important.
Sacre bleu! We are going crashing to pieces!
Don't worry, Antoine. Keep the rat bots out.
rat butts?
Yes. Robotnik created them as tunneling rats years ago, then abandoned them. Now, they run wild in here. Well, the rats are all dangerous, but there's one in particular. You see, he's a mutant, and he's much bigger than the others.
Dingo. Yeah, you gotta look out for him. They make it through just fine and see Lower Mobius, a whole city underground. They meet Dirk, whose salute makes Antoine melt.
Merci, merci.
On the ceiling is the energy chamber, which powers the whole city.
Man, we could sure use something like that in Knothole.
Without it, we couldn't survive down here.
Sonic smells chili dogs and heads straight for the stand. But before he can tuck in on his gluttonous excess, an alarm goes off and the city locks up. Those rats have broken through the pipe system. Griff takes them back into the tunnels to fight them off, but the gearbox goes on the fritz again and we fade to commercial with them trapped. Sonic jumps out to buy Griff time to fix it, being careful to dodge their electrical tails and getting his own burned on a hot pipe. He makes them hit the pipe and steam themselves to death. Then the big boy mutant shows up. Sonic has the solution, what else a power ring, and he rushes them safely back to the city. Griff is quite taken with this ring.
A power ring?
Feeling warp 7.
Sonic, that was absolutely incredible. How does this power ring work?
Only my Uncle Chuck knows for sure. He made them for me before he was captured and roboticized.
So, you mean there's more than one?
Yes, we receive a new ring every 12 hours.
It's fantastic. I've never seen so much condensed energy. Can I see it?
Sure. Listen, I have some unfinished business. Catch you later.
Fantastic.
But before Sonic can finally eat a now lukewarm chili dog, the city's lights flicker.
I doubt it'll last another 24 hours, Griff. We have to do something.
The Freedom Fighters have an incredible energy source, but they're very protective of it.
Well, this calls for drastic measures. Can they help us?
I don't know yet if we can trust them. But I know what to do.
Sonic still can't eat a damn dog because Antoine comes up sobbing over Sally getting a mushroom from Griff.
Yeah, well, anything he can do, I can do better.
Oh, thank you for the flower, Griff. It's beautiful.
Not as beautiful as you, Sally.
Toxic Masculinity the Hedgehog jumps in, and we reach the low point of Season 1. Love Polygon dick-waving bullshit hour. Sonic brings her more mushrooms and reads her a poem that is entirely about how great he is. Antoine does the same, plus more making fun of his fictional accent. And at least Sally steps in and dresses them down.
Boys, please, you're being very rude to Griff.
Who cares?
We, who?
I care. He saved our lives, and I think you owe him an apology.
I'm supposed to apologize to him for trying to steal my girl?
I am not your girl.
Since when?
Since forever.
I can wait.
Sonic, I'm not trying to steal Sally, honest.
Yeah, right.
Look, let me drive you back to the surface. It's the least I could do.
We can walk.
You can drive me back, Griff.
If there's one good part of this scene, it's Sally no-selling the dickhead twins. Probably the worst part, though, is that Griff is only doing any of this to manipulate her so he can rob them. Dirk is the only man to come out of this looking in any way good. Griff takes them back to Knothole, where Sally invites him on a...
Knothole tour?
Phrasing Sally.
Bye, Griff. Thanks for everything.
Allowing me, my princess.
No, thank you, Antoine.
Well, I hope we meet again, Freedom Fighters.
Griff, what's wrong?
It's this darn engine acting up again.
Oh, well, why don't you spend the night here? We have plenty of room and you can just fix it in the morning.
Well, that's very kind, but... all right, I accept.
Antoine harasses them at the ring pond.
I am sorry, my princess, but a royal guard is never taking anything for granted. Especially when there are strangers jerking about.
Antoine, you are being a toad.
A toad? What is a hood?
That too.
This is where we get our power rings.
Well, it's very nice, but I'm not sure I quite understand.
Great, we're in luck. A ring is coming.
It's magnificent.
That night, with Antoine fast asleep, Griff dives into the pond and finds the device that produces the rings, and steals its power stone. We come back from commercial to him sneaking off, while Sally is up moonwatching. Sonic barges in.
Yo, Sal!
Oh, Sonic, you scared me.
Sorry. I've been thinking.
Oh, trying something new, are we?
Funny.
Thank you. Are you still jealous?
Me jealous? Huh?
And what is that supposed to mean?
Huh is short for you have no clue.
I have no clue?
I hear a parrot.
I'll tell you who doesn't have a clue.
Who?
Look in the mirror.
All I see is Hedgehog perfection.
Oh, brother.
Yeah, thanks. I needed more of this. So you were thinking about something, weren't you? Got back to Griff driving off. This episode is really tedious. Antoine snaps awake and discovers that something's happened. Sonic and Sally are still having that conversation, but Sonic finally jumps and does something, diving down and finding the Power Stone is gone.
The power rock is gone.
Gone? But who would...
Guess.
What is it, Sonic?
Griff's hover sled is gone. And I found this.
Sacre bleu.
Griff took the Power Stone?
Yep. No. And I'm gonna get it back. Juice time.
Griff installs the Power Stone to lower Mobius's power supply, but at that moment, the Ratbots break through and attack the populace. Before Griff eats it, Sonic rushes in to help.
Feeling more self. You cheesebags are really starting to annoy me. My turn. Yo, no-brainers, over here. Want to give it up, or what?
Oh good, he finally got the chili dog. A bit of distraction and confusion, and Sonic makes the rats tie their tails together and electrocute each other.
Thank you, Sonic.
Huh? Forget the thanks, Griff. Where's the Power Stone?
I used it to keep our energy crystal alive. Without this crystal, we couldn't survive.
That doesn't give you the right to steal from us.
I'm sorry. I was desperate.
Where is it? Look, Griff, what you did was wrong. But we're all in this war against Robotnik together. This should keep you cruising for a while.
I don't know how to thank you.
Maybe you ought to turn the lights back on.
You're the best, Sonic.
I know.
That's the problem. Sidetracked with bullshit is the right phrase. Yeah, that's how I'd best describe the weakness of this episode. This is like much of Sonic Underground. The plot seems to run out of time before it can satisfyingly resolve. And with only 20-odd minutes, they would probably need to cut some things out. I know what I would cut. There are good ideas here. Another group of freedom fighters and refugees resorting to stealing from the heroes out of desperation. Their leader getting in good with the cast through charm and helpfulness, only to stab their backs. It shows how dire living under Robotnik really is, and how someone might have to do things they shouldn't to survive. So it'd be nice if Sonic and Antoine shut the fuck up. This love polygon bullshit drags down everything with how tedious and obnoxious it is, only highlighting how unlikable these two can be, and the really very gross possessive crush aspect of it. And they're fighting with this guy? who I hate looking at. This whole conflict that they made up in their head sidetracks everything with Lower Mobius, including that mutant rat that sounded important but only shows up once, and even the conversations Sonic and Sally have at the end. Sonic sounded like he had something to say, but then he picks up another fucking mirror to verbally lick himself. And like most cis men fighting over cis women horseshit, Sally is barely a presence in the conflict. She doesn't get to do much of anything except dress down the boys for their pig-headedness, which is at least appreciated, but she also doesn't even get to react to being betrayed when she was the one Griff manipulated. Sonic and Antoine never liked him. He betrayed her. She comes away less of an active participant in the episode and more of a gullible trophy. The last thing a character of her agency and caliber should be reduced to. Thanks, Ken Penders. It's not a bad episode per se, but it's as low as season 1 gets. C-.
With how much of a shithead Sonic is this whole episode, I don't really understand why he would kind of turn around at the end. At least not without giving Griff a lot more shit than he does. Yeah, I don't know why Antoine was even there. Doesn't that just describe SatAM? But in terms of this love triangle or whatever shape they end up going with involving Griff, Sonic and Antoine serve the exact same purpose. And probably also just, in general, this possessive crush shit has aged badly anyway. Considering Sally straight up says they're not together. Like, to his face, I'm not your girl. So Sonic just only comes across badly in this. Like, when he actually has a reason to be mad at Griff stealing the Power Stone, like, he just breaks in half and gives him some anyway. If anything, Sonic should be angrier than he was about everything in that episode. But so much of the plot was just based around Sonic being a narcissist. So you can't really take his side either. It's like the only side you could really take is Sally's, and she doesn't do anything.
We're not totally out of the dip yet, though. Episode 8, Harmonic Sonic, is not as tight as David Valera's first episode. Outside Robotropolis, Robotnik boards a line of bizarre and disgusting robots onto a shuttle. Like this Undertale-looking motherfucker.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition.
It's a go, Doctor. The spaceship is being boosted to flight altitude.
My sky spy, simply. A magnificent sight, don't you think?
Affirmative, sir. Magnificent.
The Hedgehog only knew what was in store for him. It warms my metallic heart.
Out in Knothole, everyone is awoken by the rocket crashing into the forest. They all get up close and personal for some good cancer.
Careful, Tails. It's still hot.
What is that old thing? It's a rocket booster.
Definitely a Robotnik war toy.
He's up to another one of his evil schemes.
Sally! Look up there. Is that some kind of satellite or what?
It's too low for a satellite, Bunny. I bet it's some kind of spy ship.
It's less a ship and more a thrown baseball. Rotor can see it clearly through his telescope and confirm it's a spy ship. The team ponders what to do about it, and Sonic has an idea for the rocket. He and Rotor attach power cables to it, and Sonic uses his speed and a power ring to recharge it. Snively detects their activity in the Great Forest, and Robotnik orders a stealth bot to investigate and find Knothole at last. Meanwhile, Sally and Nicole pick up transmissions from the ship.
Listen. There.
What kind of tongue is speaking those funny things, eh?
Nicole, apply voice descrambler.
Descrambler online, Sally.
It says, message from Sky Spy to Robotnik. Sensors probing for location of Knothole. Sky Spy. Robotnik is spying on us. Here's some more. Sky Spy sensors now guiding Stealth Bot into the Great Forest.
Sally assembles everyone and tells them about the stealth bot. Sonic and Rotor take care of it by using the treadmill to attract it right into a trap, I assume a scrambler of some kind. They send it crashing into a lake. With the coast clear, they finish preparations with the rocket. Tails hits the power.
Hit it, big guy.
Cool.
and Antoine and Bunny lift it upright. Ant, I think you can leave. This is a good scene for more of his weird faces, though. He pulled every hernia. Sally brings Tails to stand right under the rocket, and Sonic and Rotor hop inside to launch themselves up to Sky Spy.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ignition!
Bye, Sonic. Bye, Rotor.
Good luck, guys!
Way fast,
We did it! Yes! Check it out, Sonic.
Man, that is beautiful. From here, you can't tell Robotnik's destroying everything.
We'll get him, Sonic.
Yeah, he's nothing but a nothing.
But there's a problem. Shocker, right? The atmosphere around the ship is polluted, and there's no place to land. Not that they put in a landing gear. Again, I say, shocker. We fade to commercial with certain death. But Sonic sees a spot they can use while staring at Rotor, not the ship, and they redirect for a rough, scratchy landing right through the exterior. The inside looks more like Robotropolis itself than you'd expect, and the place appears deserted.
Someone will run into Buttbots, guarantee.
Buttbot approaching. A camera bot gets in their way, transmitting to Robotnik.
Hedgehog, how is that possible?
It's a surveillance bot.
Yeah? Yo, Robotnik, this beach ball of yours is going down, man. Hard and fast. Count on it. Ready?
The Hedgehog won't last the night. Snively, alert Sky Spy of their presence.
This is Sky Spy Control.
Freedom fighters on board. Capture at will.
Affirmative. Code 3 alert.
This is the one episode of SatAM to remind me of Underground with its aggressively ugly character design. And it doesn't stop there. The boys get grabbed by a drooly tentacle monster. Sonic ties them up and saves them no problem.
You okay, Ro?
Me? Didn't scare me a bit. Like a rock.
Way cool.
Rotor's second awakening. They find a place where the bots and monsters are congregating.
That's the place, Root.
The place for what?
To get some info on the sensor.
Yeah, right. You're just gonna tool in there and ask.
As Sal would say, I have a plan.
Welcome, everyone, to a completely different show. That show is Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. And now it's Sonic Underground. Fuck me, I guess.
Mind if I sit in? Don't mind if I do.
Okay, that's funny. I like that.
Better be good, man, or you're tinfoil.
Sonic, it's just a 12-bar blues progression, man. You could sleepwalk through this. Still better music than Underground's. This scene goes on a bit, and it's not especially funny, so just know that he tricks the Saxobot into telling him where the spy sensor controls are. The bot then blows his disguise off. We hit our third commercial as Sonic is about to be 12-bar bruised.
Hold it! Now what your problem is, you're all ugly.
Sonic! You're right, but back the fuck up. He escapes and returns to Rotor, and they head to the spy sensors. There's a cool little scene of him slipping around another bug bot, though I think him being in front is an animation error. I think he's supposed to be behind.
Oops. Hi, what's up?
He and Rotor lock the bot onto the rail using the toggles on its hands. Robotnik needs to stop adding those. Sonic removes the satellite dish's sensor tube and tosses it down a pit, Palpatine style, which sets off an electrical reaction. Sonic became Tails for a second. Robotnik demands the Hedgehog stopped, and he sees that the stealth bot has lost its tracking signal, so Snively recalls it.
Stealth Bot 208, mission aborted. Repeat, mission
Yes, they did it. The spy sensor is history.
Sacre bleu! It looks extremely dangerous.
It's some kind of high-voltage chain reaction. I hope they're heading home.
Not yet, but they find a SWAT-bot ship to take back. Sonic responsibly buckles his seatbelt and criticizes Rotor's flying until he hits the boosters and they make it back to Knothole.
Ugly, but cool.
Very ugly.
Know what your problem is, Rotor? But there's still a problem. The Sky Spy could crash and wreck the planet.
Somehow we have to guide it down somewhere away from Knothole. Rotor, what about your super magnet?
I thought that would refer to what they were using at the start, but no, it's just a big magnet. How long have you had that, Rotor? They grab onto the Spy Spot. Fuck, I hate saying that. They grab onto the Sky Spy and pull it down.
It's happening, Sonic. Big time. Let's hold some serious horns.
I don't miss hearing that catchphrase.
Rocket time!
Listen closely, Sydney. It could be crucial to your health. The Hedgehog and his band of fools will be eliminated. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, sir. Very clear, sir.
All is well. Woody Woodpecker is proud of the work he did, and the crowd cheers Sonic and Rotor's work saving Knothole. Sonic looks a little mussed.
Sonic Rotor! Sonic Rotor! Sonic Rotor! Sonic!
Hey, Rotor!
Where is Rotor?
Sonic, check it out. My latest invention. A nifty quill styler. Made especially for hedgehogs. You could use it, Sonic. All that electricity trashed your do. Give it a shot. Hit it! Uh-oh.
Nice quills.
This episode is confusing. It really reminds me of Sonic Underground and how it feels like multiple different episode ideas got thrown together and none of them amount to much. It also reminds me of Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog and how dense and silly it is. There are good moments, like Sonic insulting the bots or getting a chair thrown at him, but the proceedings aren't exactly compelling. Like Sonic's Nightmare, I come away from it scratching my head and wondering what they were going for. I don't enjoy it as much as that episode, but it's at least better than the last one, so I'll give it a C. But it's still one of the weakest of the season. Episode 9, Sonic and the Secret Scrolls, is not a prequel to Secret Rings, I'm sorry. We open on our hero running through the forest when Bunny and Tails wiggle at him.
What's up, guys?
We have a surprise for you, Sonic.
Cool. I love surprises.
Okay, Aunt Bunny, fire!
That's good, because this one's going to put you right up on Cloud 9, Sugar Hog.
They wander along, Sonic whining the whole way.
Are we there yet? I hate going this slow. Boring.
Almost there, Sugar.
Got her weird front stare. The surprise turns out to be a junky-ass plane. The team made it themselves, and they're all excited about it, but Sonic is dubious.
We call it the Freedom Stormer.
Huh? It's really great.
We're flying it to Maga to look for the secret scrolls.
What's a Maga?
You don't want to know, Sonic.
My father told me the scrolls had great powers, but that no one has ever been able to find them.
Sure, that's why they're called secret scrolls.
Well, I think we can find them.
And you're gonna fly there in that air jalopy?
You can only see Maga from the air. And it's not a jalopy.
Nicole pulls up the map of Maga, really the screen cap of Maga, where they plan to search for the scrolls. Sonic and Sally have a bratty fight over going on this mission and the plane flying, and Sonic does make a good point about being detected by Robotnik's radar and stealth bombers, but God, he's such a fucking toddler about it.
We are going, with or without you.
Okay, I'll go. But I'm using the old ground transportation. I'll follow you.
They prep the plane that night, Antoine obviously nervous. All is set, and Sonic lets the plane go. It's a rough, perilous takeoff as the throttle locks up and they almost hit a cliff, but they get it just in time. They reach the city of Maga.
Oh, hey, just look at that ground come rushing up to meet us. Looks like we're burning.
Will you please to be shutting up your own face?
And we fade to commercial with them about to crash. This is a very weird spot for the tension and peril of this episode, and I'm not sure it totally works, but I don't mind it when I think about it. I see the crappy plane as one of the many ways that living under Robotnik makes resources tight. They have to resort to using scraps to make a death trap for risky missions without any guarantee of success because they're just that low on options. It's another way they're the underdogs. We come back to screaming.
Antoine, shut up!
And Sonic runs up to grab the rope and stop them from falling off the next cliff.
Oh, man. Too close.
Oh, I thought... Oh, never mind what I thought.
Can Bunny open her eyes now?
Yep. It's okay. We're safe.
My, oh my. Look at all that solid ground, Antoine. Antoine?
Everyone cool?
Antoine, you all look a little on the greenish side.
For Ant, that's normal.
I have never feeling more fine in my entire day.
Well?
Well, what?
Aren't you gonna thank me?
For what?
For saving you.
Sonic, we were in a plane. If we'd gone off the cliff, we would be flying.
Good point. But where would you land?
Oh, good point. Thank you, Sonic.
For what?
No!
They approach the temple, and the background art continues to be fantastic. Antoine gets scared of wind.
Maybe it's a monster!
Sally has Nicole translate the markings on a directional sign.
Translation. We do not see things as they are. We see things as we are.
Well, I am shoeless.
You mean clueless?
No, these are my feet. Sonic digs them a path through a hedgerow, though it starts squealing at them and closing back up.
How'd it do that?
This place is giving me some creepies.
They come upon the wall blocking the way to the city, and Sally says they need to find the first marker, a chair. The wind comes back, seemingly on a schedule, and Sonic pulls them through it.
Yo, guys! Where'd everybody go?
Here we are, Sonic.
Where? I can't see ya. Man, that is too weird. That shadow makes you invisible.
I am still not liking this place too much.
Come on, we've got a lot to do.
Rotor, what the hell were you doing? He and Bunny were apparently going to be a thing in Season 3, so something happened there. Nicole translates the next message.
Translation. What one cannot achieve in learning, one will achieve in the light of day.
This stuff boggles the Hedgehog mind.
It will become clear eventually. I hope.
They don't know exactly what or where the chair is, but then the light of day shows them. It's a chair.
Yep, definitely a chair. Yow, you are sizzling, Hedgehog.
Sally hops on as adorably as she can.
I think we sit.
Love that bit. And everyone joins her and waits. I also love Sonic's impatient, tappy feet.
Oh my stars, this must be the place!
It is. Come on.
Sally, why are there two scrolls?
One is a fake. If we approach the wrong platform, the temple will explode.
Explode!
Antoine's already halfway there, just make him choose. Bunny and Sally figure out that the message from the Arrow Stone is the answer. They use their intelligence to identify a chair.
Thank you, thank you.
Sure, Sonic. And the next step is spirit.
Yo, that's us, the Freedom Fighters.
Yeah, we're survivors.
That's it!
Only one way to find out.
cannot see this.
Sal?
Nicole translates the scroll, Sonic does his impatient tappy foot again, and the scroll lists the dangerous wonders of the city. Singular.
The first wonder is the wind tunnel, called the Breath of Mobius.
Blowhole.
Don't say it like that, Rotor.
There are 3 degrees of awareness. The last test is courage.
Robotnik demands the scrolls, but Sonic distracts them by juicing and creating a dust cloud around them, letting the others escape. He keeps Robotnik busy in a way that reflects especially poorly on the big guy, until he finally leaves. Robotnik sends a camera drone after him. We cut to the others walking down a tunnel and hearing the breath of Mobius. Antoine screams and finds a secret way out.
Are you okay, Antoine?
Oui, yes, of course. I am half past cool.
Hey, you found the way out, Antoine.
But naturellement, I am always knowing whatever I am doing.
Come on.
There's one good part about Season 1 Antoine, and it's all the faces. Cut back to Sonic trying to lose the camera bot.
Look over there! Gotcha.
Okay, fine, but that's your last one, show. He has to try a little harder than that, but he does finally lose it and rendezvous with the others. Sally pulls up the blowhole again, which they figure out they can use to deal with the drone. Sonic pulls it over, followed shortly by Robotnik and Snively. He gets their attention and runs in, taunting them to follow. 10 more seconds, and the breath of Mobius shows up right on time.
Snively, what is that sound?
I don't know, sir. Scoot time!
Are you okay, Sonic?
Yeah, but Robotnik isn't. He's history.
Robotnik dead.
Killed, bloodied, murdered, splattered on the ground, never coming back. His family will never see him again.
I just can't believe it.
Believe it.
Just like the last time we killed him and didn't search for a body. Believe it. The team prepare to leave, but Sonic will only go on the plane with them under one condition.
I get to fly the plane.
God, okay, perfect reaction. You get one, Antoine. They fly off, Sonic purposefully trying to kill them before they even leave the damn island. And of course, Robotnik and Snively are fine.
The Hedgehog will pay dearly for this, Snively. Mark my words.
This is an alright episode. It's a fun little adventure through an ancient temple for ancient magics and such. I just come away from it puzzled. Not a lot really happened there when you could theoretically do anything. The scrolls mentioned 7 wonders of Mobius, so I wonder if Janice Diamond had wanted to do more episodes and just wasn't able to or allowed to. But I do like how much of the episode is just about the whole team solving the puzzles and working together, even though Sonic, Sally, and Nicole do all the work. Probably could have been a lot more than it was, but I enjoyed what we got. B-. Episode 10, Subsonic, opens outside of an oil derrick. A drilling snake digs down deep into the earth.
Excellent, Snively. It appears that the probes have found another oil lake.
It appears that way, sir.
What are the holding tank oil levels?
36% capacity, sir. By tonight, we should reach 50%.
Oh, I assure you, Snively, you will do better than 50%. Much better.
But, sir, we've been running at maximum power for 10 days.
We will go 100 days if necessary. Understood.
Understood, sir.
There is a world of oil down there, Snively. And I shall have it all.
The snake breaks into a cavern system, inside of which is a large burgundy creature slumped on a throne. The driller dams up a small stream nearby, and the green water begins to rise up to the surface and seep into the main river. I assume that this was the oil, but it's not. It's actually a special water. It's important I tell you that now or the rest of the episode will be very confusing. At the same time, the freedom fighters are struggling with growing trees.
I calculated the exact proportions of water to sun ratio and energized the soil, but these trees don't respond.
Yeah, they look pretty sick, all right. In fact, a lot of the trees around here aren't looking so hot.
Antoine, how are the other trees doing?
Not so too very good, my princess.
How come the trees are dying, Aunt Sally?
Well, I think Robotnik's pollution is spreading farther and farther from the city, honey.
Well, I am thinking that maybe they die from this horrible fraternizer.
Not fraternizer, Antoine. Fertilizer.
I know what I said, you little shit. This poop is canoodling. A storm approaches, but fuck that. Sonic's fishing and rocking out.
Put the pedal to the metal and baby, I guarantee you'll be juicing to the 10th degree.
Take steroids like me, that's why I'm fast.
Crank and supersonic, it don't take any fuel cause the rocket's in my pocket and I'm way past cool.
I don't need to know about you cranking your pocket rocket, Sonic. With that stressful flash forward over, Sonic gets a bite. It doesn't look that big until he tries to reel it in. Turns out the thing is huge, and it takes him on a water ski trip down the river, which is noticeably streaked with green.
Rather have a chili dog anyway.
Sonic regales his tail to the others. Tails is excited and enthralled. Antoine is a pimple, and Sonic slaps some water out of his ear.
Whoa, what's up with the old flower?
Oh, fantastique!
Oh my gosh. Sonic, what did you do?
I don't know, I just knocked water out of my ear. Like this. Guess it wasn't the water.
Wow, cool, Sonic!
I do not believe in my ears.
Sonic, where did this water come from?
The Great River, near our bridge.
Then we have to get more of it.
They all, minus Tails, damn, hop into a boat and travel downriver. Sonic bigs up Rotor for his handyman skills fixing the boat, but Rotor bleps and feels down on himself and would rather be a superhero like Sonic. Yes, this matters. Antoine's, I'm starting to get sick of him again, and Sally sees that more trees are dying. The current picks up and sends them careening down the rapids and into a whirlpool, falling all the way down into the deep cavern network from earlier.
Are we?
That's what I'd like to know.
Looks like some kind of underground lake. Definitely a dump.
Which means Robotnik can't be far.
Get a grip, Ant.
A grip.
Unfortunately, they lost the motor, so Antoine gets stuck with rowing duty. A giant hunk of scrap bears down on them, but Antoine doesn't redirect them, and the boat gets damaged. There's a reason for that.
Nice move, Ant. Ant?
Antoine! Antoine! Antoine!
I just don't get it. 1 minute he's here, and then he's gone.
We'll find him, Rote.
I sure hope so.
The water gets even more polluted before they reach more rapids. Sonic hops out to save them and push them down a different cave. Things don't stop getting worse, though. The water turns pink and starts boiling, breaking the boat into pieces from underneath them. Sonic does an actually pretty rad move, grabbing a nearby vine and carrying them to safety from his legs. His upper body strength must be nuts. They travel down a cavern filled with plants, calling out for Antoine, when Rotor gets the bad feeling that they're being watched. Sally dismisses him, then nearly gets eaten by a flower. This Sonic does not kill plants willy-nilly, but he does tie them up to starve in pain.
That's what you get for being rude.
Sonic! Sally's gone!
Gone?
She was right here next to me, and then she disappeared.
Sally! Sally!
The boys keep going and call out for her, officially indifferent to Antoine's death, when they come across the odd, polluted throne room from the start of the episode. They hear a clanging, and Sonic leaves Rotor to check it out. Always smart when people start disappearing. Except this time, it's Sonic who gets grabbed.
You have done to my world, surface creature.
How? I know you're having a bad hair day, but I don't have a clue what you're talking about.
I will show you what I am talking about.
Rotor has gotten away and found the green water's source. He also sees the dam and he breaks it apart, allowing the stream to flow again. He saves some of the water in a canteen, and the plants start to regrow all the way up to the surface. We cut to where the other three are being held prisoner.
This is terrible, terrible. I had my whole life behind me. This is all your fault, Sonic the Hedge.
Hedgehog, Ant. Hedgehog.
Now, why is it Sonic's fault, Antoine?
Because he is the hero, but he cannot get us out of this terrible place.
Yeah, because this pollution pit zapped all my juice.
Rotor!
Sally tells Sonic to try for his power ring, but he can't move his arms. Rotor comes across the oil Robotnik was digging for, as well as the drill snake. It attacks him and he runs out, allowing him to hear the others calling for help. You're the only one I noticed! He lays a plank down to crawl over to them when a tentacle grabs him and nearly pulls him in. He's able to fight it long enough to shake it off and pull out Sonic's power ring. The others finally start sinking at that moment, but the day is saved.
Gotcha, Antoine! Thanks, Roach. You're a hero, man.
A big hero.
We, as one big hero to another, I salute you, Rotor. That was no big deal.
That means nothing from you. He tells them what he's learned about Robotnik's plan, and they make their escape, only to run into the creature.
Oh my gosh!
Holy shit, Sally, calm down.
There is no escape, surface dwellers. You will die from this pollution, as all my people have.
You keep talking, big guy, and I'll just keep on wondering what you're saying.
I was once king of a beautiful world, but everything was destroyed by you surface creatures. And I am the only one left.
This is not our pollution.
You should see our pollution. It's way better. Sally tells him about Robotnik, right as the driller attacks. Ant tries to dip, and Sonic runs up the snake tunnel to the oil derrick.
Man, this is major.
Isn't it lovely, Sniffly?
A sight to behold, sir.
Sniffly, shoo that fly off the screen.
I'm afraid it's not a fly, sir. It's the hedgehog.
Sound good, Red.
Alarms blare and SWAT bots stroll up. Sonic runs up to the control room, stopping the bot before it can activate all the snake probes.
Good question. Can this chair go in reverse? Whoa! Yep. Snake probes. Emergency destruct. Yeah, my kind of button.
No!
Pass cool, Hedgehog. Pass cool. Now, I wonder what'll happen if I punch all these buttons. Only one way to find out. Yo, put the pedal to the metal and baby, I guarantee.
I'm going to save you from the reprise here. It's something we can all live without. He overloads the derrick and makes it collapse. That's what's important. He returns to the cavern, where Rotor adds some of the green water to the river.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah, too bad there's not enough for the Great Forest.
Take this, Sonic. Maybe it will help.
Thanks, big guy. And, let me know if you ever want to go fishing.
That's right.
Ant, you're not manic, but good effort.
Yeah, dude. Okay, keep your fingers crossed, guys. All right, cool, Sonic! Well, it's a start.
Yep. How's it feel to be a hero, Rote?
Oh, exhausting. From now on, I'm happy to be a handyman.
I liked that episode. I like how it lets Rotor do a lot and be the hero for once. I feel like he and Sonic have good chemistry and camaraderie, like we kind of saw in Harmonic Sonic. But I also feel like the episode could have been more about Rotor. His character arc, if you can even call it that, is pretty small and incidental to the plot, even though it's probably what brings the whole thing together. It elevates it above something like Super Sonic. Though this isn't a similar camp of introducing a character that is so out there and almost out of place that it feels like a non sequitur. Season 2 will integrate its more fantastical elements into this nature versus rampant industry subtext in a way that feels more like it belongs, but Rotor does a lot to make up for that dissonance here. I like the guy. I want to see him do more. Yes, this is foreshadowing. Overall, a solid B. Quick reminder that episode 11, at least as far as the original airing, is technically Heads or Tails. It got put away during that whole weekday syndication argument in 1992, and after that was all sorted, it just got inserted here to be part of the season. It's jarring putting it this late. I do recommend watching the pilot first, even if you intend to watch it in airing order. It just flows better that way. The penultimate episode of the season, Sonic Past Cool, is the first worst episode title, saddest pun in the show, but thankfully it is far from the worst episode. We open in Knothole, where the team is fixing up Bunny's mechanical legs. They've been fixed up to be ladder legs, but Rotor's still tweaking them.
Hang tight, Bunny. Was it something I said?
These leg ladders will come in mighty handy next time I have to fix the elevator.
We could even get him to work right.
The power switch needs a little tweaking.
Oh, my stars. That's not all it needs tweaking.
Gotcha, buddy.
Thanks, Sugar Hog.
At that moment, Baby, Tails is out playing some dirt hockey, but all the adults are too busy to join him.
Bunny, look out! Be careful where y'all are slap shooting there, Tails. Sorry, Bunny.
Hang on, Bunny. I'm bringing you down.
How do they feel now?
Smooth as glass. Thanks, Rotor, you little genius. Sonic, you guys want to play dirt hockey? I've been practicing.
Yeah, you really smoked that puck, big guy.
Oh, here we go again!
Sorry, Tails. Maybe later.
They're always too busy. I'm gonna find my own fun.
His own fun is up the elevator and out of the village, where he comes across a wild critter.
What's that? Hey, you're not supposed to eat it. You're supposed to play dirt hockey with it. You don't understand, do you? It's a hockey puck. You're supposed to hit it with a hockey stick. Get it? Cool.
So now Tails is best friends with a dinosaur, and it is too cute. I can't deal with it. I love it. Play the rest.
All right. Oops. Excuse me. Guess I'm kind of hungry.
There was no sound effect. What are you talking about? Never mind. Keep going.
You know, eat. Food. Are you hungry? Haha, good one.
Tails sneaks the dino into the village and goes rifling through the cabinets for snacks.
All right, here's some cookies. Hey, you ate it all. No, Baby T, you're not supposed to eat everything. Baby T, wait! Where you going? Baby Baby T!
At this point, this looks like a kind of cliched episode of Tails trying to hide a new wild animal / pet, but this episode doesn't go where you expect. Meanwhile, Bunny is helping the team harvest apples, then Sonic. Then Tails comes by to ask for help.
Sonic, I have a problem.
Big or little?
Big.
Turns out Baby T is a baby pteropod, go figure. And sadly, Tails can't keep him because his herd is migrating at that moment, but something has gone wrong.
Oh, good luck trying to figure that out. Wait a second. I built a device years ago when I tried communicating with pteropods, but never tested it.
Sure you fucking did, Sally. They then hear the rumble of the herd, who are stampeding right outside Knothole.
I think he found his mom!
Baby T, wait! Sonic!
Coming, big guy!
Okay, now I am.
Nuh-uh. Baby T was my friend.
He wouldn't like living with us, big guy. He'd miss his mom.
I miss my mom, too.
Oh, don't worry, honey. I adopted you. You're good. Sally realizes the herd is heading the wrong way from their destination. Sonic gets in front of them and guides them towards the rocks. Sally puts the communication device on the Baby T's mother, Mama T.
The pteropods are the only ones that can tell us why they're going the wrong way. Start language link search, Nicole.
Language link search in progress, Sally.
You really think they can talk?
They're very intelligent. Their sounds have a distinct language pattern.
They sure seemed freaked. I wonder what's scaring them.
Who else but Robotnik? Seems the pteropods are the last species to be roboticized.
When they're done, I will control every living thing on this planet.
Except for the freedom fighters, sir.
I am aware of that, Sniffly. You don't have to remind me. Now, what of the pteropods?
Well, sir, a stealth bot spotted the herd, but lost them.
Lost them?
Yes, sir.
Beasts of burden do not hide, Sniffly. They, not unlike yourself, have no intelligence.
Well, I beg your pardon, sir, but reports say they do.
I don't care about their brains. I want their brawn. Prepare my hovercraft.
The heroes follow the herd, but they want to go through the Great Jungle, which the team aren't crazy about due to it being uncharted. But the herd start panicking as the stealth bots arrive.
Sir, the pteropods disappeared into the Great Jungle with the freedom fighters.
Ooh, I like that, Sniffly. Now we can get all of them.
Yes, sir, but the Great Jungle is still uncharted, and we've lost a number of recon bots in there, and we'll
make sure we lose no more.
Yes, sir.
Sally asks Mama T if they know a special way, and they walk past some beautiful sparkling plants. The dinos pull Tails away from them as they can disintegrate anything that touches them. Kinda hardcore.
Wow, that is one bad plant. It eats rocks.
Okay, Knuckles. The plant also reduces Rotor's screwdriver to rust. The team wonders if those plants could help them against Robotnik, but then a different plant grabs Sonic and hoists him over a bubbling pit. The team try to push over a dead tree to catch him, to no avail, until Tails gets Baby T to ask his mom to help. As Sonic starts breaking through the vines, she's able to push the tree over for him. You have to see what happens next.
Mucho thanks, Mama T. I owe you.
Legendarily weird moments. Don't hit on Tails' friend's mom, Sonic, even if she's into it. Robotnik and Snively have prepared a cage to catch one of the pteropods and experiment on them. They activate heat sensors right as the team have stopped at a watering hole. Mama T is able to notice that something's wrong.
What's she saying?
I don't know, but something sure has upset her. Come on, try again, girl. Come on, Nicole. Help me out here.
Trying Delphi language sequence.
Danger! Danger? What kind of danger?
That sounds like stealth bots.
I'll check it out. Mama T's on the money.
The stealth bots fire, and Mama T tosses Sonic onto her back, making him an easier target. She don't like it that much, Sonic.
That was bad, Mama T.
No, the others also hop onto her back, except Tails, who's on Baby T. Cute as fuck, and they run off to escape the bombers. Yes, the rest of the herd have completely vanished from the episode by now. No luck on the escape. Robotnik drops a force field around them, and then catches Mama T in the cage. We fade to commercial, with Sonic dead again, darn. Tails brings him back to life, and he uses a log as a ramp to jump onto the cage.
Hang in, Mama T.
Don't worry, Baby T. Sonic's the coolest. He'll save your mom.
That or she'll die before she hits the ground. Don't worry. The bombers don't make it easy, but luckily, Bunny has her ladder legs. She tears the plastic away. I thought it was glass, but sure. And Sonic reprograms the crane to bring them down.
Run for it, Bunny! Oh, my.
Rest in peace, Christine. You were such a good bunny.
Should I use another cage, sir?
Negative. Let them sweat a while. There is no way for them to get through that force field. Even the Hedgehog is trapped. Ooh, I just tingle all over.
Oh god, he's also juicing. They're not going to be stuck for long, because Sonic is no longer the win button, but his power ring sure is. He uses it and saws open a hole for them. Why the hell not? Saving Mama T was plenty of tension. I'm not too mad about this. Sally asks Mama T for the way, but the stealth bots are in pursuit. Mama is actually hungry for destruction. She tells them about a patch of the metal-eating scorch plants. Sonic gets Robotnik's attention and leads the fleet to it.
Whoa, Scorch City.
He's in the open. Take him now!
Sir, we can't send the bots into those trees.
Those puny trees cannot stop my stealth bots. Get the Hedgehog!
Rank up time!
Snibbly, pull up, pull up! We've lost them! Nothing. They're gone.
Well, Robotnik went, so that means the day is saved. Sally has gathered the seeds of the scorch plants, since at least those are harmless, and Sonic belittles her because he thinks he's her boyfriend. He never does get more charming, does he? But they've made it to the Pteropod's home, Boulder Bay.
You're my bestest friend, Baby T.
This might help you say goodbye, Tails.
I want to say goodbye. Please come back with us, Baby T. We could play dirt hockey and stuff.
Stay with Mama T.
Hate dirt hockey.
You come with us.
I can't, Baby T. The freedom fighters need me. Bye, Baby T. Be cool.
Yeah, way past cool. Gotta juice it loose.
Oh my gosh, all that work and he sounds just like you.
Yeah.
I am his dad now.
Give me 5, Baby T.
For an occasionally weird episode, this is an easy highlight of the season. Tails and Baby T are cute as all hell. The plot avoids the cliche of hiding a wild animal in favor of the whole team helping the herd and fighting Robotnik. And that whole team does not include Antoine! Sonic's douchiness does threaten to sour it sometimes, but then he throws me off by macking on the kid's mom, and I'm left too confused to decide if I hate his guts. On the whole, the episode is pretty damn charming. B+. And it's time for the final episode of Season 1, Sonic Racer, with Len Jansen back as writer. We open on Sonic, Sally, and Bunny sneaking around Robotropolis, where Sonic found some electrical pipes. They find the generator plant nearby, and Sonic runs in to distract the guards.
How you doing, swat butt? Yo, anyone ever tell you guys that you're ugly and you dress funny? Let me be the first. You're ugly and you dress funny. Sayonara.
Shadow, the hedgehog, he keeps their attention while they fire at him. Back with the girls, the door is locked and Sally looks pissed.
Bunny, if you please.
Be my pleasure, darling. After you.
Sonic splashes the bots from a nearby pipe, and the girls break into the generator.
That is some computer. It sure is. What now, Sally girl?
I'm gonna overload this sucker.
Generator overloaded, the girls haul ass to Sonic, who hauls them away on his ass, and the plant explodes.
He's gone, sir.
Who is gone?
The hedgehog, sir.
The hedgehog? Where?
Near the Badlands, sir. He was with the princess and Bunny Rabbit.
Order code red alert.
Yes, sir.
Holy shit. The power goes out, and the heroes celebrate.
That's cool. We did it. That ought to slow old metalhead down for a while.
Heck, without electricity, he's nothing but history.
Yo, Sal, how about showing a little enthusiasm here? What's up?
Oh, we need to shut down his backup generator, too.
Maybe there isn't a backup. Wrong.
Oh, I knew it! I knew it!
Don't worry, Sal. We'll get it next time.
I'd criticize, but I've celebrated getting work done and then remembered I wasn't even close. It happens. It's happened writing this video and editing the underground one. Snively has come up with a plan to deal with the hedgehog.
I'm waiting, Snively.
We appeal to the hedgehog's inflated ego, sir.
His ego?
Oh, yes, sir. With a speed contest.
I like it, Snively. The hedgehog won't be able to resist the temptation. I'll have him right in the palm of my hand.
Anyone who's seen my underground video but hasn't watched SatAM will recognize this as the plot of Winner Fakes All. Indeed, I think that was a direct reference and retooling of this episode. But Winner Fakes All worked because it took this plot and turned it on its head. This is what it looks like when it's played straight, and unfortunately, that includes Sonic and everyone being fully aware that this race is a trap. And he goes anyway to sate his blimp of an ego.
He already knows who's the fastest.
It's you, huh, Sonic?
You got it, big guy.
Sonic, it's just another one of Robotnik's traps.
Yeah, he must think I'm really stupid. I'll win that race no prob.
You're kidding, right?
I'm kidding wrong. I can beat anything Robotnik has.
What about the backup generator mission?
It's cool. I'll be a diversion and cover you guys.
Oh, I don't think it's a good idea, Sonic. Robotnik can really hurt you.
Hey, I'm still here, aren't I? No prob. I got the juice.
That's the right face, Sally. This shot is even better, though. Ugh, you and your fucking juice. So yeah, he's a dumbass. But at least they're using the race as a distraction. He's not a complete fuck-up. Cut to Snively showing Robotnik his invention, a robot cheetah that hits 500 miles an hour going at half speed.
Surprise, surprise, hedgehog.
Cut to Bunny reading Tales a Bedtime Story, and I know you all want to hear this one.
And then little old Red Riding Hood said, "Why, Grandmama, what big red eyes y'all have." And the big ugly old wolf says, "The better to see y'all with, my dear." That wolf is nasty, huh, Bunny? Nasty as a one-eyed snake, sugar.
Yeah, wash your dick, Antoine. Sally is up worrying about Sonic and the race. Tails doesn't seem to understand what's actually at stake, but Bunny trusts that Sonic's too hard to take down. Like a one-eyed snake. Cut to the villains waiting impatiently for Sonic.
The miserable little rodent will be here, mark my word.
It gets better the longer I look at it.
Sally, Bunny, and we almost went 2 episodes without you, dirty dick. That's my headcanon now, and I regret it. There are no SWAT bots, which are all at the race, but there is a stealth probe floating around. They evade it, and Antoine plays the same second of wittering over and over again.
Y'all can come out now, Antoine.
The duck is gone.
He whimpered like that in Secret Scrolls too, but this is the beginning of the Antoine Noises era of SatAM. The racers approach the starting line, with Sonic disguised poorly in a red cloak. Must have gotten the idea from Bunny.
This is my competition? Couple slow-mo hoverheads? Man, then I'm wasting my time. What is this?
This thing looks fucking stupid.
That's a little better, but still no contest. I mean, come on. Doesn't Robotnik know who he's up against here?
Well, well, well. Who is this? Little red rodent hood. A little shy, are we? No matter. On with the race, and may my best machine win.
Back with the others, they can hear the race is about to start. Back to the race, where Snively gives the countdown, and off they go. He also sends stealth probes to keep track of them. Sonic trash talks the non-speaking robot, not the last time that'll happen, and the villains wait in anticipation.
Is the first Sonic surprise ready, Snively?
Ready and waiting, sir.
It warms the cockles of my heart.
I know the feeling, sir.
Snively sets lasers in his way, which he just jumps over.
I promise, sir, the next trap will not fail.
I hope so, Snively. For your sake.
We cut to the others scoping out the power plant.
All this piece of quiet makes me sweating.
Everything makes you sweating, Antoine. But you're still a little muffin.
What?
That's it.
Nicole, download city schematic.
Sally pulls up a city schematic and figures out where the backup generator is. She wonders what they should do before we cut back to the race. This pacing is giving me flash forwards. Sonic gets inconvenienced by SWAT-bot ships and a wall, simply running over both of them, and then two more ships fire at him. Back to the others figuring out that they'll need to get in from the roof.
This skylight here is our way in.
Meaning we've got to get up on that little old roof, right?
Yes. Somehow.
I am just thinking.
Well, think quietly. I can't concentrate with all that darn humming. Antoine, y'all are dearly starting to tick me off.
No, I'm not even wearing my watch.
I know how to do it.
We strangle Antoine. Back at the race, Sonic is right behind the cheetah when he gets grabbed by a robot arm and pulled into boiling oil.
The toxic pit is a nice touch, Snively. A very nice touch.
I think you mean bad touch.
I'm rather proud of it, sir.
Ugh, bad faces too. Sonic makes it to land and pulls out of the hand's grip, taunting Robotnik through a camera. Snively is close to being murdered, but he's supposedly saved the best for last. The others make it to the roof, Antoine being Antoine, I'm already over him, and Bunny pulls more plastic away. I guess that's just what Robotnik makes instead of glass. Meanwhile, Sonic catches up to the robot, and Snively activates his last trap. A hand.
Yes!
I'm not that impressed, Snively.
Watch this, sir.
Oh man, this is not cool!
Oh, this is good.
Man, that is a perfect 10.
Yeah, even I'm thinking, what the fuck is wrong with you? Sonic decides it's time to cheat as well, so he takes out his power ring and catches up to the robot again. The others observe the generator and that they'll need to cross a conveyor belt.
Not to be worried, my princess. I am at your service.
Stop.
Wait! Are you sure?
Breathing, everything just stopped. Antoine falls onto the conveyor belt, activating it and leading him right into the grinder. He makes no effort to escape. Bunny tries to save him, but he hangs on. He wants to die. Leave him. It's better this way. Sally decides it's time to call for Sonic, so she fires a flare. Sonic sees it, and to his credit, he immediately leaves the race and goes to them.
What went wrong, Sniffly? Find that hedgehog!
Zap, caught your signal. What's up?
It's Antoine!
Oh, really? I don't see him. Too bad. Sonic takes out the power ring and just jams it into the gears. That's actually kind of cool and practical. You could still do that even if its power is spent. It's not totally spent, though, as the gears start to melt.
Section 4, Hedgehog report. Negative.
Sniffly, tell me, what of the hedgehog?
Well, sir, he seems to have disappeared.
What did you say?
Disappeared, sir.
But how could he have just disappeared, you little mutant? Didn't you ever? What is this?
You know, I don't actually find Jim Bodnick that threatening. Mostly because he never actually wins anything. He took over the world. He really should be more of a danger than he actually comes across. That's apparently something Len Jansen brought to the series. He insisted that there be losses along with the wins. But their losses don't really make Robotnik that much more threatening. But, that's something. I'll take that.
And despite the fact that it would have been perfect if Sonic had won Robotnik's trophy, in the greater sense, we've taken a giant step to free Mobius from Robotnik.
Yay! All right, Sonic! Oh, yeah!
To a free Mobius.
To a free Mobius!
While this isn't a bad episode, or even a bad ending to the season, considering it was developed as the very middle episode, its concept of fastest thing alive Sonic entering a rigged race doesn't amount to as much as it could. Snively's traps are all basic, not a lot really happens in the race, and they keep bringing Antoine on missions where he only makes everything worse. I'd like to see a show deconstruct the idea of the load. That character is only here to waste everyone's time and ruin their plans, but they keep bringing them on missions. I'd like to see an episode that actually acknowledges that, and they stop bringing them on missions. Or they demand better from him. If there's a bright spot, it's that we start to see Snively's diabolical side, feeble as it is at first. This gets expanded on in Season 2, and he becomes a much more interesting character from there. But overall, it's an unspectacular but acceptable season finale. C. I did read an argument once that one of SatAM's weaknesses when it comes to relating and connecting to the rest of the franchise is that it sometimes has ideas that feel like they could be adapting things from the games, but it's half-assed. The Sky Spy was a half-assed Death Egg. There were Buzz Bombers in the pilot, but no more Badniks ever show up. And this dumb robot cheetah that's as fast as Sonic could have been Mecha Sonic. Metal Sonic didn't debut until the show was already airing. While I agree that these pieces of connective tissue would be way more impactful if they were direct adaptations, I'm gonna put a pin in this until after we're done with Season 2. I have thoughts about SatAM. But right now, this concludes Season 1. In my Underground video, I stopped at the end of the first long section to recap the ratings, but I waited until the end of the video to average those ratings out. This time I'm gonna do both. As we'll see, Seasons 1 and 2 are pretty distinct from each other, so this will give us a chance to look at them on their own terms. We'll compare and contrast each season of SatAM with Sonic Underground, since this video is as much an addendum to that as it is a review of SatAM itself. Then we'll compare both seasons with each other once we're done with Season 2. While Season 1 isn't perfect, it's not a bad track record. It's not far from my high school GPA, to be honest. Guess which one's math? There are 4 episodes in the C range, and not to spoil the ending, but a couple of those will make it to my bottom 5, including that C-. But that's as low as it gets, no D's or F's. Sonic Underground couldn't get past its first 10 episodes, let alone either episode that counts as its first, before getting D's and F's. And if you average these scores out, Season 1 gets a respectable B-. You can round that up to a B, and I don't think you'd offend anyone. Some parts of it haven't aged well, Sonic's douche jock habits,
Antoine being a stereotype of a French person who never existed, and a few episodes could have stood to flesh out their ideas more, but it's fun, it looks great, the cast is great, and it managed something that even Sonic Underground couldn't do. An episode so good, it got an A. Its low points don't— I'm sick of this hat. Its low points don't sink that low in the long run. Though if you want to skip every C, I don't think you'll hurt your experience. It's still a commendable showing. And if you never gave the show a chance, you really have nothing to lose by looking up the best of just this season. But SatAM can go further. This was good, but a bunch of writers just throwing out ideas isn't enough anymore. This show needs a vision, and luckily, 2 writers stepped up to that plate, and they just so happened to write Season 1's best episode. We're in good hands. Unless Deke and ABC do something stupid. In the Underground video, I took a break to look at some of the show's marketing, in part because I wanted to cover as many bases as I could. It's not a very well-remembered show, but also there wasn't as much marketing to look at. SatAM got a fair bit more, but I think you would get a better overview if you looked up the SatAM historian. He's finding every little piece of ephemera remotely connected to this show, more than I have the time or patience to look at here. So I'll just post links to his Twitter and eventual book, as well as a public Dropbox that's keeping track of all of this stuff, totally free for you to look at, and we'll just keep this video to the show itself. As for Season 2, it brought a handful of changes. Haha. I don't like this hat as much. Where Season 1 had several writers and wasn't planned necessarily, Hurst and Ollie actually mapped out Season 2 like it was a feature film, and they developed the backstory and continuity for the show. Dick Sebast also stepped down as producer and director, with Ron Myrick taking the helm. He'd been animating since the early 80s, including on the Smurfs when Lynn Jansen was writing for it. Composer Michael Tavera was also replaced with Matt Muhobarak and John Zucker, whose OST is a little more dynamic, let's say, though the main fanfare does remain. We're gonna see in just the first episode how these changes made the show look and feel different. But executives decided the show needed some more changes. So let's rip off this Band-Aid. Season 2 begins with Game Guy. Yes, the titles are no longer required to have Sonic in them. We open with a ship being chased through the desert skies by SWAT bots. Right away, we can see the animation has had an upgrade. It feels even more fluid, like they've drawn more frames per second. The ship lands in the swamp, and out pops a ram man. We cut to Sonic and Sally salvaging a different crashed ship. Sally's finally got her signature vest, and her cheeks look way poofier, like she's actually storing acorns. But the character animation is so expressive and lively in this scene. It's a joy to watch. The actual character designs will quickly get worse, though. Get ready for some good off-model screenshots.
Any year now, Sal.
You know, your unremitting perseverance is an example to us all, Sonic.
Say what?
Just move it.
Hold on to your socks, Sal.
That's good, Sonic.
Yeah. Any cool stuff for the de-roboticizer?
No, nothing yet.
Man, what is all this junk? Hey, check this. A toaster.
Oh my gosh, Sonic! That's a magnetic field generator!
You mean it's not a toaster? Then what's it do?
It's a very powerful magnet.
And now the episode takes a dip. We cut to the good boy on watch, with a new friend that we'll address in a second, and Antoine nearby writing a poem to win Sally's heart. Ant has a new look, which does fit better with the rest of the character designs, but he's also had any subtlety or nuance ejected from his personality by a cavalcade of rambling and French-sounding gibberish. And also, I hate how he looks now, so it's still a downgrade.
My Princess Sally, I am thinking my love for you is like a huge fungus salad, my little tomato.
God, even Rob's vocal performance is just immediately too much.
The cucumber!
And you're making me hungry. Besides, we're supposed to be lookouts.
That's right, Tony.
Look out!
All right, hi. This is our new core cast member, Dulcie, voiced by Cree Summer. One of the executive demands for this season was an additional female cast member to even out the gender split. A rare executive decision that's actually a good idea, go figure. The problem? This is her introduction. She's just immediately a main character out of nowhere who looks like she wandered on a set from a completely different show, and you're expected to welcome her and to not react with, who the fuck is that? And if your attitude is, who the fuck is that, then you're not going to be in the right state of mind to enjoy her running gags. I didn't like her at first, but I did come around on her, so I'll be in a weird position of defending her more than I should need to. Cut back to Sonic and Sally checking out the magnet. Sonic nearly powers it on.
Careful, Sonic. Switch that on, and you'll attract every piece of metal within 50 feet.
Whoa, that could be ugly.
Yoo-hoo! Hello, my princess!
Ooh, speaking of ugly.
I have written for you, my princess. I am falling in love with you!
Sonic the magnet!
Nice landing, Aunt. You ought to teach that to Dulcie.
I hope you laughed, because that's Antoine from now on. I thought he was out of place before. Tails and Dulcie see the Ram Man running up with the bots still in pursuit. Tails warns Sonic, and Sally tells him to lead the bots to them. She has a plan.
I'd like to stay, boys, but I have places to go and people to see.
Ooh, way cool move, bud. Get ready to roll. I'll draw these bots off.
Thanks, but why would they follow you?
Emergency order override. Hedgehog priority 1.
That's why. Rippin' slick time.
Rip your pants time! Sonic doesn't say juice as much anymore, at least there's that. Sally and Tails wait by the magnet, and Sally uses it to grab and deactivate the SWAT bots. Free parts for their de-roboticizer. Later that night, Dulcie and Antoine play.
Go fishing!
While the rest catch up with the Ram Man, Ari.
I was on my way to this old fortress where Robotnik's holding my freedom fighters, and...
Whoa! Did you say freedom fighters? Like us?
Not exactly. We're only 6. Well, we were 7. Now there's only me.
Isn't that interesting? We never heard of other freedom fighters.
Well, pump the brakes, Sal. Actually, they have been betrayed by another ugly Caprini before, so that's fair.
Yo, Sal, you're being Mondo rude.
No, Sonic, I'm being Mondo cautious. We know nothing about him. I don't know, something just doesn't feel right.
Like what?
Like here we are in the middle of nowhere and another freedom fighter just happens to show up?
Sal, give the guy his props.
Props?
Proper respect, lady. Bots were chasing him.
Fine, but Robotnik controls the bots.
Sally is, of course, the smart one. As it turns out, she's right on the money. Robotnik and Snively listen in, as Sonic just immediately trusts Ari, but Sally doesn't. They're both stubborn and annoying until Ari gives up and leaves.
Smooth move, Sal.
Sonic, you're being too reckless, as usual.
Hey, what's so reckless about trusting somebody? You guys take the junk back to Knothole. I'm gonna help Ari.
You really couldn't hide that thing better. We cut to Dulcie flying everyone else back to Knothole, and she just fell asleep. The music is a play on Tchaikovsky's Waltz of the Flowers, and you immediately know this is going to be cloying and tedious. Sally yells to wake her up, and she flies into a tree. She crashes through Rotor's house and babbles to her mom.
Hey, I'm home, Ma.
I timed that whole bit. 20 seconds. 20 seconds of bullshit you'll never get back. That's her shtick. Every episode she shows up, the plot has to freeze in its tracks for her to take forever to crash and then talk to her mom. I didn't say defending her would be easy, but I will. Not right now, but I will. Also, Rotor! Are you okay? Do you need a doctor? Did you get one? He made you Teddy Ruxpin, man. Get your money back. Oh, also, Mark Below didn't come back, so now Rotor's voiced by Cam Brainerd. He somehow sounds exactly the same and half as charming. Season 2 is contentious, if you couldn't already tell. Dulcie is bedridden and still babbling 25 seconds, and Sally and Rotor hack into the SWAT bot.
Now we connect this wire and... Awaiting instructions.
What are your orders?
Orders. Pursue freedom fighter Ari. Do not capture. Drive to the fortress. Coordinates 3-6-2. Use Ari to force priority 1 Hedgehog into trap. But where? Fortress. Coordinates 7-5.
We have to warn Sonic.
Okay, but first, staring contest. We come back from commercial to Sonic and Ari approaching a pyramid. Ari gives him goggles to see whirlpool traps up ahead. We quickly cut to Sally and Dulcie racing towards them, then back to the guys. Ari conspicuously pulls out a remote while Sonic isn't looking. It looks more like he's pulling a gun on him, but he just activates a robotic Robotnik head. He digs a hidey hole in the ground, then kicks the bot into a whirlpool.
Ooh, his bite was worse than his bark.
You all right, Sonic?
Yeah, as long as I don't sit down.
The girls then fly in, Dulcie exhausted and snippy. Sonic approaches the door, but Ari stops him and throws a rock at it.
That door isn't friendly.
Whoa, that would have smoked my sneakers big time. You sure know a lot about this place, Ari.
We have a good intelligence network.
So do we. We'll make a great team.
Sally calls out as she arrives, but Ari locks them in. Dulcie slams into the ground again.
Dulcie, are you all right?
I'll pick up my room later, Ma.
And the pyramid reveals its true form.
Oh my gosh, Dulcie. This is trouble.
It won't be any trouble, Ma.
Yo, what's up with the weirdo TV?
We have to unscramble it to get in.
You mean like eggs?
Similar.
I don't know if you could tell, but this episode has a tone problem. Ari breaks inside, and they see his freedom fighters. Sonic goes to save them, Roadrunner style, but they vanish.
What's up, Ari? What's going on?
I'm sorry, Sonic. I wish there were another way.
Hey, Ari! Open up, man!
I'm afraid you're stuck with me, Hedgehog. But not to worry. I promise you won't be bored.
Robotnik.
Back outside, Dulcie gets ready to magnet the door open, except she slams herself into it.
Dulcie, talk to me.
I'm fine, Ma.
She keeps doing it. Luckily, Ari himself opens the door and hightails it out of there back to Robotnik. Unluckily, the door shuts behind him, so they have to make do with following him.
Dulcie, faster.
Okay, but I'll have to crack the whip.
Crack the what?
The whip! Oh, Dulcie!
We cut back to Robotnik going jigsaw and suggesting he and Sonic play a game. He traps Sonic in a hamster ball, and the room reveals itself to be a pinball table. At the far end, he opens a portal.
It's a dimensional warp I created years ago.
You need to get out more, Robotnik.
There's still some techno problems to solve. It seems that those who enter never return. Oh well, life is not perfect.
Perfect means never having to see you again, Moonhead.
Be careful what you wish for, rodent. Here are the rules. Hit your bumpers, and the portal closes a little. Hit my bumpers, and, well, even you can figure that out.
Ah!
Let the game begin.
Should've listened to...
Sonic gets bounced around until he's able to take control back, rack up his score, and close the portal. Robotnik activates more paddles, and here we go again. They go back and forth for a while until Robotnik summons SWAT bots, which Sonic is able to knock into the portal. At that same moment, Ari enters Robotnik's command center and demands his freedom fighters returned, while Sally and Dulcie listen in from the vents. Dulcie starts inhaling and building up something in her chest. Snively shows Ari his friends, and they've all been roboticized anyway.
What is this, Robotnik? We had a deal.
Hurry, Dulcie! You think this is easy?
Deals only exist to be broken, dear boy. You'll feel better once you're roboticized.
One day, Robotnik, you'll be on the other end of this!
Oh, please. All this drama gives me a migraine.
I hate doing this. Okay, ready. Hello.
What?
Oh, no.
Thanks, Ari.
No, Princess. I should thank you.
And then back to Sonic in a pinball table. Okay, you know what? We gestured at the elephant in the room, but now we need to talk about it. Along with adding Dulcie to the cast, executives wanted season 2 to lighten up a bit. Don't be so dark and scary and be a little more humorous. The fact that they ended Adventures to work more on season 2 says something about why that might be. The result is, at best, kind of like going back to the pilot. It's almost what the show could have been if they kept that lightness right away. At its worst, it's a distracting clash of tones that undermines everything important happening right now. The wacky antics of Dulcie and Antoine, and Robotnik trapping Sonic in a fucking pinball machine when before he just tried to shoot him with a rifle, all make the show feel like it's regressing. Season 1, corny as it got, didn't necessarily talk down to kids, and this feels like jangling keys in their face. The only thing I potentially like about this is that it could be a reference to Sonic Spinball, which was released while the first season was airing, and is the only game to feature the SatAM cast in any way. Not that it looks like this. Sonic's succeeding, but getting tired, and Robotnik comes back from getting ice to knock him about some more. Luckily, Ari and the girls return, and Sally grabs the magnet, but Ari takes it himself and runs in without them. More stock pinball happens, I swear it's the same animations, and Sonic is about to finally use his power ring when Ari grabs him with the magnet and pulls him away. Sonic force grabs the ring and tells Ari to let him go.
Get ready to turn that sucker off!
Finally, the power ring. Playtime's over.
Destruct mode countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I like to think Sniffly isn't watching. Robotnik just recorded that separately and added it later. The portal starts sucking everything in, including Ari. Sonic catches him before he disappears.
Hang on, Ari!
Sonic, I'm sorry! I didn't want to do this! He had my freedom fighters!
Just hang on, pal!
Sonic, listen! There are other freedom fighters besides us. I don't know how many, but they're looking for Sally. The list! Her father's list!
Gone. He's inside that thing.
It's a vortex. With luck, we can figure it out and bring him back.
I hope so. He saved me from going in there.
Like I said, tone problem.
Other freedom fighters. And you're sure he said my father's list?
That's right, Sal.
What could it be? A list of other freedom fighter groups?
Who knows? You're the one who didn't trust Ari.
But unlike some hedgehogs who leap before they look, I have the ability to learn.
Hey, I can learn.
I think not.
I think not. What's this thing?
I rest my case.
Ooh, funny. Very funny.
If there's one thing I appreciate about Game Guy, that's not that lazy pun title for one, it's that it doesn't leave you guessing. It tells you right away what you're in for with Season 2. An ongoing plot rather than problems of the week. And bullshit. There's a good chance that any of the following episodes could be intriguing and take the story in an exciting new direction. Or that it could be more of this, or this, or this. You do not know until you've watched it all. It's not bad by any means, but once you notice the seriousness and silliness constantly slamming into each other, it's hard to stop. I'm not at the point of outright missing Season 1 and wishing it would come back, but my hopes for the rest of the show have taken a hit. C+. Episode 2, Sonic Inversion is... Okay, yeah, there is the one. I recall hearing this episode was a leftover from Season 1, which would explain the title, but I can't find any proof, so that may be apocryphal. Don't quote me on it. We open in Robotropolis, where Robotnik begins testing a virtual reality Shriekbot.
You oversized toad.
Excuse me. What was that, Snively?
I said I'll key in your code, sir.
Very good. I must say I'm excited by the prospects of this, Snively. Very excited indeed.
Oh, and I'm very excited for you, your immense density.
This tracks pretty well with the last episode if you imagine that Snively took one look at the pinball table and was officially tired of his shit. At that moment, Sonic and Snally sneak inside from the sewers.
That tub looks too swift. What are those pipes behind the wings?
Blast thrusters!
Sally stealth. Sonic then sees Uncle Chuck, and Robotnik sees him as he sneaks over. They activate the Shriekbot, which projects Robotnik's face over it, and it's terrible. He attacks, and the heroes have to make a retreat. Sally grabs a power ring, and we get a look at its updated animations. I do like how much more of a powerful pop it does now. Robotnik is mad and does something.
Snively, what color is my heart?
I don't see a heart, sir.
Exactly.
If that were any other voice actors, that would not have worked. We return to Knothole with a school of flying fish, I think. Fine, SatAM. And the boy! And Dulcie.
You can't go in, Tails. Sonic's orders. Oh, come on, Dulcie. How come? 'Cause they're doing some experiments and they don't want to be disturbed.
Such a sweet motherly voice. The experiments are on the previously mentioned de-roboticizer. Bunny is in the hot seat and big flash warning. They do hard strobing a lot this season, so watch your eyes. On the plus side, it looks like it worked. Bunny's fully organic again.
How do you feel?
Well, oh my stars. Look at this. All right, the bunny bot is back!
Sonic and Tails wait at the ring pond, also with an updated design. The ring forms in a much more fantastical, celebratory way that I really like.
Got it, Sonic! Past cool, huh?
Way past. Okay, big guy, slide in the old pack and I'm out of here.
Sonic, wait! We have to talk.
Save it, Sal. I'm going after Uncle Chuck. If the de-roboticizer worked on Bunny, it'll work for Unc. End of story.
Tails, you're hilarious. You little fucking dork.
But we still don't know if the effects will last. Can't you wait 24 hours?
Hey, if it doesn't work, you'll fix it.
Fine. And what do we do with Uncle Chuck while I'm fixing it?
Why do you ask so many questions?
Why don't you use your brain?
It gives me a headache.
And I had a nightmare about that, so I'm never doing it again. Back to the Shriekbot hangar, where we see Uncle Chuck working. Sonic sneaks back in from the pipe. Uncle Chuck, I'm being quiet! And he sneaks him a power ring.
Yo, Uncle Chuck, over here.
Huh?
You in there or what?
Sonic.
Aw, I miss you when you're gone so long, William. Sally activates the de-roboticizer, but something goes wrong with the circuitry, and his mind reverts.
Uncle Chuck!
Capture freedom fighters. Priority 1. By order of Robotnik. Capture freedom fighters. Priority 1. Priority 1. Capture
Uncle
freedom
Chuck,
fighters.
chill, all right? Sal's gonna fix the old machine, and we'll be cooking again, Unc. No problem.
Detain freedom fighters by order of Robotnik. Detain freedom. Yeah.
Nicole says that 4 of the device's sections have failed, with no recoverable parts. She finds where to replace them. Robotnik's own roboticizer.
Yeah? So?
So we have to start again, from scratch.
Detain freedom fighters.
Well, this Hedgehog is never giving up.
Okay, show, you win that one. The bots take Sonic right to Robotnik, who has more great faces.
So nice of you to drop by, Hedgehog. I do love surprises. Now why are you here?
It's the stress. I can't take it anymore. My hedgehog nerves are shot. I tell you, shot!
No, please. Something is rotten in Topeka. Wherever that is. Now what are you up to?
About 3-4, give or take an inch. Little joke there.
Very little.
See, this is a much better balance of serious and silly. It's not distracting, it's just good, quick, funny lines. Sonic escapes and breaks the bots, sends Robotnik spinning in his chair, and runs onto the ceiling.
Activate anti-gravity system. Way cool!
I'd call horseshit, but the shoes do actually come back, so at least it's a recurring thing, not just an ass pull.
Ciao, baby.
I'll get you, Hedgehog! I'll get you!
Take 2 with the de-roboticizer is much more successful.
Come on, Nicole. Yo, what's the big holdup?
Sequence complete, Sally.
Uncle Chuck, wake up call.
Yes!
Man, I'm sure glad you're here, Uncle Chuck. I missed you big time.
I missed you too, Sonic. I've been dreaming of this since the first day I was roboticized.
You have? But I thought when you were roboticized, you didn't.
Know what was going on? We know everything. We just can't do anything about it.
So why are you smiling, Chuck? That is fucked up! I mean, we kinda saw that in his first appearance. It makes sense that he would still be aware while under control, since he knows all about the crystal mine. If this were a more modern show like Steven Universe or Adventure Time, they would definitely let him angst a little more, cause you're a little too chipper right now. Chuck helps the crew fix their de-roboticizer with technobabble I'm not gonna hang around on too much. But it's really sweet how he gets to put his technical know-how to use for friends and family for once.
That's right, Rotor.
Rotor needs something from his storeroom, you know, the Avalanche outhouse, so Sonic runs out to grab it for him. Tails, you're such a good helper.
It's incredible, and Uncle Chuck made it in less than an hour.
He's good, Sugar. Maybe I should take a second look at that man.
Bunny, you're too young and he's too old for you to be thirsty.
Oh, my stars. That is really something.
Here it is.
Here what is, Sally girl?
Target 1. The first group we're gonna de-roboticize is in this factory.
It's really happening, isn't it? We're gonna do it. We're gonna...
Bunny! Oh my gosh. Oh, Bunny.
Oh, what the hoo-ha happened? Oh, my look.
Oh. It's okay, Bunny. We'll get you back to normal again. Listen, all we have to do... Oh, no.
What?
Uncle Chuck.
Said man is sketching out some plans while Antoine makes the episode just that much worse when Tails comes to save it.
Chow time, guys.
Merci, Tails. Merci beaucoup.
Every one of those frames is a nightmare. Oh, you know what that looks like? That looks like a Pender's era Archie panel. Fuck. Just as Sally expected, Chuck starts to transform back. This shot is haunting.
Uncle Chuck, what's going on?
Freedom fighters, priority 1, detained by order of Robotnik.
Shit. Chuck grabs them and destroys the de-roboticizer. It looks like a modern Ken Penders drawing. Anyway, Antoine goes on about sandwiches, and the girls just missed them escaping. They hop onto Dulcie to follow them. Seriously, Antoine does not shut up this whole scene. They fly back to Knothole to get Sonic.
Sacre bleu cheese!
Did you think Antoine's fake French shtick was bad before? Meet sacre bleu cheese. It's the worst thing ever.
We are deadbeat.
You mean dead meat, Ant. Just chill out. Sonic will save us.
Freedom fighters, enemy. Priority 1, detained by order of Robotnik.
Chuck begins making Mega Muck to prepare for Sonic, who gets another power ring.
Here we go.
I'm sorry about.
I know. But right now, we need a hero, and you're it.
That's true.
The rest of you are useless.
Better grab onto something, Sal.
He follows their footprints in the mud into the swamp, where Chuck rebuilds a SWATbot ship. Sonic catches up at that moment.
It's Sonic! Sonic! Stop! Rendezvous! It's an Whoa! Sonic! It's Uncle Chucky!
Freedom Fighters Priority 1. Detained by order of Robotnik.
Don't do it, Uncle Chuck! Let him go!
Oh, this is very good advice, Tim. You should...
I will return for Hedgehog.
He's stuck in the muck for a while, and someone else has to be a hero for once.
There's the Sugar Hog!
Sure you're not thinking about Chuck there, Bunny?
Going down! Easy, Dulcie! Easy! Don't worry. This one's gonna be perfect.
Don't say a word, Sonic Hedgehog. I've had a real bad day.
And that's one instance of her crashing that I liked. I am keeping track of this. No, I'm not. She pulls him out with a rope, and he uses his power ring in another nicely animated shot to haul ass to Robotropolis.
Please, Uncle Chuck, I don't want to be a robot. Let us go!
Well, thank you, Uncle Shunk, but I am being much too very young and...
God, even the animators don't want to deal with him. They're not even trying to lip sync him correctly. Sonic catches up and urges Chuck to fight Robotnik's control.
I know you're in there, Unc. Fight Robotnik!
Going to fight.
Uncle Chuck!
Robotnik.
Uncle Chuck!
One
Chuck!
freedom fight.
Yeah! That's it, Unc! You can do it!
Freedom fight. Fight Robotnik.
Fight Robotnik!
It's working. Sonic, you were right. It actually worked.
You okay, Unc?
I'm back, Sonic. At least up here, and that's the most important thing. The body will come later. Good to see you, Sonic.
Good to see you too, Unc.
This scene does play out oddly fast and weirdly edited in a way that suggests it was rushed, and that does make it feel awfully convenient. But it's not like it comes out of nowhere. It's a fair culmination of how Chuck describes being roboticized, plus him getting his mind back twice before, and just being de-roboticized. If all that was intended to make it easier for him to fight it, you could see how it would work. It's just so sudden that it doesn't track if you're not paying extra close attention. SWATbots fly in, and Sonic wants to escape, but Chuck has a different plan.
No. You go, Sonic. I'm staying here.
Say what?
Robotnik won't know that inside I'm still me. I have a better chance of getting the de-roboticizer parts from here.
You mean like some kind of Mondo spy?
Yes. Sonic, I know this isn't what we planned, but I can help more from here. Now play along.
He hides the others, still tied up hilariously enough, and pretends to struggle with Sonic.
Sir, Monitor 1.
Let me go! Let me go!
Well. Dr. Hedgehog has captured his own nephew. Who says family values are dead?
Sir, your virtual reality Shriekbot is ready.
They even cut off Snively. This scene had to be rushed. The Shriekbot arrives, freaky as ever, and Sonic escapes.
I love you, boy.
I love you too, Unc.
I missed you, Chuck. Robotnik gives chase, hitting the afterburners.
Some serious thrust.
Only to be led right into a building.
You are fast. Fast but stupid.
Snively?
Christ. Charlie Adler, everyone. Would you believe his fellow voice actors are scared of him? He's so good.
Boy, oh boy, this sure is a mess.
You're right, Dulcie. It'll take time, but we can get it online again.
I hope so, Sugar, because I liked having my cute little old bod back even for a minute.
And Uncle Chuck's. Oh, speaking of which.
I should have listened to you, Sal. I was a total bonehead.
But Uncle Chuck's gonna be a spy for us. That's cool, right?
Yeah, except he has to live in Bogus City. I should have waited till everything was ready. I just should have waited.
Yes, we know that, Sonic. Little joke there.
Very little.
Look, we may not have the deroboticizer, but we know that roboticized people can fight it off from inside. All we have to do is help them. Plus, we have Uncle Chuck on our side, and he'll help a lot.
Serious.
Serious.
Serious. Yeah.
Not as serious as you used to be, Sonic. I really want to give this episode an A, or at least an A-. We get to continue where Ultrasonic left off, rescuing Uncle Chuck and having him around a lot. He is such a welcome, likable presence, while also getting further peeks into what roboticization is really like for someone. A de-roboticizer is a hell of an undertaking, and I root for the heroes to pull it off, so there are a lot of emotional stakes involved in its success, and especially its failures. But no episode with this much Antoine will ever get an A from me, I'm sorry. He's not even in it that much, and he leaves a tangible impact on it, like a metallic aftertaste. They should have named him Albatross. Still, the episode comes out more than the sum of its parts, and its high points are some of the highest of the whole shows. High highs and low lows. You can also call that foreshadowing. This is going to be a hell of a season, folks. B+. You know what Dulcie reminds me of? She reminds me of pretty much everything written by Ken Pontac and Maureen Graff for the franchise. And like they get blamed for a lot more than what they actually did, but everything that they wrote has the same problem of being twice as long as it should be. Like it's, if someone had just deleted the second half of everything they wrote, it would actually be quite funny, but it's twice as long and any humor you get out of it just dribbles away. Episode 3, No Brainer, is the first written by just Pat Ali. We open on Uncle Chuck sneaking around Robotropolis, dodging the cops and leaving a message in a statue. Sonic is running around, escaping the cops, and seemingly pissing off Sally by not doing what he's supposed to.
Way cool! Sorry I'm late, Sal, but I had to...
Sonic, I cannot believe that you would jeopardize our mission for a stupid chili dog.
A chili dog? Moi? Oops.
Don't tell me you forgot to check the blind drop.
Okay.
Okay, what?
I won't tell you I forgot to check the blind drop. Chill, Sal. I'll be back in a flash. Am I cool or what? Hey!
You're what?
That sliding piece of foreground is what?
Oh my gosh, listen to this. Cancel mission. Robotnik has moved Roboticizer. When I find out where, I'll let you know.
Man, that drags big time.
What now, Sally girl?
Go back to Knothole and wait.
Not my best event. You guys go ahead. I got some stuff to do.
Sonic, you're not going after another chili dog.
Chili dog? What? Silly girl.
Go to hell, Sonic.
I think at this point I would just slit their throats, but hey, I'm no hero.
We cut to Snively giving orders from Robotnik's throne and getting caught. Lucky for him, Robotnik is leaving to deal with a freedom fighter uprising, so Snively's left in charge while he's gone. This episode has several awkward "we just got computers" transitions in it. We cut back to Sonic getting yet another chili dog from a vending machine. How long has that been there? I don't think that steams, Sonic. But first, he catches a SWAT bot leading prisoners to the new Roboticizer location. He slurps the dog down and goes after them, getting briefly outwitted by a manhole cover before catching up. It's a relief to see civilians who just look like normal furries and not revived crushed insects. Except this guy, I do miss you, booger monster. He takes out the bots and frees the people, taking the time to showboat some more.
And so are all your friends.
Roboticizer offline. Roboticizer offline. Roboticizer offline. Roboticizer offline. Roboticizer offline.
Fools!
Must I do everything?
He's just able to free the wolf lady when...
Thank you, Sonic.
You hit him with the memory scrambler?
Correct. Probability of temporary memory loss, 99.9%.
0.1% as if I hit him in the dick. You never know. Snively comes across the poor, high out of his mind hedgehog wandering the streets.
You there! What's your name?
I don't know.
Well, not to worry, friend. You're with me now.
We return to Knothole, where Sally is worried that something's happened. Bunny tries to ease her mind, but then Dulcie.
Hello, Ma. I'm home.
Are you laughing yet?
Did you see anything?
Oh, sure. I saw an owl, some trees.
You are not Tails, Dulcie. Don't even waste my time.
I've got to tell Uncle Chuck.
Sally, you can just talk to me, you weirdo. Chuck has a humming parrot or something that they also use to share messages, so I don't know why they had the blind drop, but sure.
It'll be all right, Sally girl. We'll find him.
Princess Sally. She is the leader of the Freedom Fighters, a band of troublemakers. Remember?
Sally. Troublemaker. Got it.
You infiltrated this group to bring me information. You are Sonic the Hedgehog, and I am Snively the Great.
You are Snively the Great.
The bird catches up to Uncle Chuck. Thank you, Sonic. And relays the message.
I don't like the sound of this. Any news? Well, there's one place we haven't checked. The holding room.
The holding room? What in the world?
It's where Robotnik keeps the prisoners waiting to be roboticized.
Oh, no.
I'll check it out.
I'll give Dulcie this. She's proactive. The two sneak in using robotic disguises.
These were fall yesterday.
What if Sonic's already been roboticized?
I would have heard. Robotnik would never keep that a secret.
Then where is he?
Oh no, that's what he sounds like when he's being roboticized.
Here's another one. How many worker bots does it take to change a light bulb?
I don't know.
All of them!
It's nice that Snively finally has a friend. He needs one. Snively orders him to go to the Great Forest, find Knothole, and relay the coordinates. Chuck and Sally see them, so Chuck tells her to get to Knothole first and warn the others.
You say I can run fast?
Extremely fast.
But how?
Trust me, friend. Now go find Knothole. No, that way!
We cut to the same fucking Dulcie scene from Game Guy with the same cloying music. That's another good 20 seconds wasted this season. Sonic makes it to the Great Forest, and Snively calls in to tell him that a freedom fighter will find him. Sally has made it back first and warns the rest about Sonic's mind wipe. Antoine is a little bitch about it, and...
Antoine!
I like you now.
Hey, where's Tails? In the lookout tower.
Oh my gosh! We've got to warn him!
Sonic! All right! Sonic, wait up!
Who's there?
Sonic, you're back. We were worried about you.
You're...
Adorable. Wait, despite having no brains, Sonic bullshits his way in pretty well. Douchebaggery runs deep.
Want to race to Knothole?
I can't now. I'm on lookout.
Very good, Hedgehog. Very good.
Forget that. You're with me.
Okay. But I get a head start.
Wouldn't have it any other way, big guy.
Oh, too late, Sally. He's gone.
He'd never leave his post. Maybe he's with Sonic.
Goodbye.
Bingo, 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 yes! Ready the assault force. Tonight, Snively the Great destroys Nuthole!
I keep forgetting that's the fade out. That's hilarious. I love it. We come back to the boys making it to Knothole. Tails giggling the whole way like a little goober.
Sonic, are you okay? You never fall.
I guess I'm tired. I'll just grab a nap.
A nap? You never take naps.
Hey, even hedgehogs need a little beauty sleep.
Beauty? You're terribly ugly.
Yo, Sonic, that's Sally's hut.
I know.
And that's Dulcie's.
Just
I still know. They explain the sitch to Tails, and Sonic contacts Snively.
Yo, Snively the Great, my main man. This is Sonic. Over.
Greetings, my friend. I assume you've rounded up the freedom fighters?
Not exactly.
No, listen, you incompetent little... I mean, Sonic, dear boy. Time is of the essence here. I'll be in Knothole shortly, and I want those freedom fighters rounded up. Get to work, buddy. Over and out.
The rest of the team hide in a bunker under a tree stump. Antoine some more, and...
Shut up, Antoine!
It's like you guys know, but you still won't stop it. Prevention is better than cure, people. They all hide as Sonic arrives, looking very dopey Looney Tunes, and Snively isn't far behind. Luckily, Chuck snuck aboard. That was hard to say. Snively dons a char helmet, almost literally, chews out Sonic for the place being empty, and orders the SWAT bots to search around with heat sensors.
And Snively's planning to use a memory scrambler on all of you like he did with Sonic.
A memory scrambler?
It temporarily erases your memory.
For how long?
Temporarily.
But we can bring him out of it with a power ring.
That's a problem. The next one is due in 2 minutes. We'll never make it.
I can make it, Aunt Sally.
Tails doing stuff, yes! The show seems to be running on Harvest Moon time, so the ring is already good to go.
Attaboy, Tails.
Good job, honey.
Ew, Aunt Sally.
Funny kiss or nothing, damn it.
We need you to do one more thing, Tails. Are you up to it?
No problem.
The villains close in on the stump. Dulcie tells Antoine to shut up again, and a bot finds the hideout.
You have 5 seconds to come out with your hands up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, what a great pleasure I am to see you, Mr. Sneeply. Yes, you know, I am being held prisoner against your will, and I...
Where is Princess Sally?
Wouldn't you like to know, shrimp boat?
No one gives a shit about Ant, and Dulcie's being a badass. I think we got another good episode on our hands. Snively orders stealth bots launched, and Tails gets Sonic's attention and leads him to the ring pond.
Sally wants to see you, Sonic.
Hello, Sonic.
Who are you?
We're your friends.
Come back to us, Sonic. You're our leader.
No, Snively the Great is my only friend.
Here, catch.
Huh? What's this? Yeah!
Sonic is back to normal, and does a victory lap for good measure. The stealth bots appear, so Chuck gives his plan. He and Sally will reprogram them while Sonic stops Snively.
Sonic! I'm glad you're back.
Me too.
But we're not a thing. Back to the others, now under Snively's control. Except Antoine, who still hasn't shut up.
Quando?
That's an Italian song, piss off.
All right, you freedom fighters. Who's next?
You are, pal.
What are you? Who are you?
I'm Sonic the Magnificent.
Cut to Sally and Chuck trying to recall the stealth bots, but they need the mission abort code. Sally figures it out just in time. It's, of course, rodents. The bots return to base and they high-five.
Listen up, friend. This is Robotnik, a bottom-dwelling scum-sucker who's lower than a snake's belly.
Robotnik, bottom dweller.
Hey, Unc, Snitley ever gonna get his memory back?
Eventually. But don't worry. He won't remember where Knothole is. It was the ship's guidance system that got him there, and I'm taking that out right now.
Cool.
Okay, Sally?
And that's it. Knothole's coordinates are now in the Great Swamp.
See ya, shrimp boat.
Bye-bye, old buddy. I mean, Sonic the Magnificent.
At that moment, Robotnik returns, and it is glorious.
Robotnik, you bottom-dwelling scum sucker!
Santa!
Why, I do believe that it's time for that paperweight I've always wanted. Any last words, Snively?
Sir, I found it. I found Knothole.
You found Knothole?
Yes, sir, and I can take you there right now.
My patience is wearing thin, Snively. Where is Knothole?
Oh, just a little farther, sir.
I do hope you're right, Snively.
Well, it'll never happen again. I'm quite sure I know what it is. Just stick with me for another moment. It's somewhere over there to the right, maybe to the left. Just give it.
It frightens me to think what would happen if you're wrong.
This is another one I want to give an A-. It's so close to great. Sonic getting his mind wiped and being manipulated by Snively is a good plot, and it allows Snively to shine in a way that he hasn't until now. We get to see a hint of what he's really capable of, and he gets much further in finding Knothole than Robotnik ever did. He just gets outsmarted in the end. There's also not as much Antoine, and a surprising amount of shut up Antoine, even if he's still leaving lead on my tongue. It just doesn't have anything with the punch of Uncle Chuck re-roboticizing, and certainly not the heart on display when the real Sally returns. It's close, but no cigar. B+. Episodes 4 and 5 take us somewhere unique, a two-parter, Blast to the Past. Ben Hurst wrote this himself, and he considered it some of his very best work, and a hard-earned victory against the wishes of Deke and Sega. For now, I'll just say, I'm glad he was proud of it. We open over a stormy Robotropolis with Sonic, Sally, and a pair of nobodies sneaking into an installation.
It's cool.
Ready, Sonic?
Our lamb's woolly. Doesn't like new fork. Get a grip, guys. I'm out of here.
Sonic distracts some SWAT bots while Sally gives the others away over the moat.
They're in. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Cool plan, Sal.
Oh, thanks.
But something goes wrong as our nameless nobodies are caught and captured. Sonic gives chase, but he's too late and has to retreat.
Incoming sugar!
You two look a little too happy about this. They try to think of how to save them, but they're able to see through the visors that they're already roboticized.
Oh no! One day, Robotnik, you're going down, man! Big time!
Just like my best friend Kat, godfather of my future children! Sally blames herself and her plan for what happened. Sonic and Dulcie don't blame her. Robotnik has just too much backup and control.
Oh, come on, Sal. Dulce's right. Robotnik's holding all the aces. We should have taken him down a long time ago, before he took over.
Sonic, we were 5 years old.
So, we were way cool 5.
We'll do it now. You can use the time stones.
Say what?
The time stones, you know. They take you back in time.
Dulcie, the time stones are just a myth.
No way. They're on the floating island.
Another myth.
Sally, I know that island's no myth. I bumped into it.
Interesting combo of ideas here. The time stones could be referencing Sonic CD, and the floating island is just what cartoon and comic Sonic called Angel Island, all the way up to at least Sonic Underground. What they do with those ideas is key, of course, but again, keep the pin in there. Sally is dismissive, but Sonic convinces her to go for it.
We're real close now. I can feel it.
You've said that 20 times today.
I saw it.
You've said that 20 times too.
So sue me, now it's 21.
See, I like smartass Dulcie. She plays off the others well, but then the same old shit immediately happens. But hey, they finally crash on the island.
So what do you think, Sal?
I think we're back on the ground. This is no floating island.
Oh, yeah?
Oh my gosh. It's true.
Whoa! way cool. Okay, Dulce, now where are the old time stones?
Like I know. Probably in the palace.
Yeah, fuck off, Sonic. Do your own job. He and Sally approach Stub Toe Temple. Oh! When the statues come to life and start chasing them.
Sonic, faster! Sonic, look!
Not to worry, Sal. I just had a brainstorm.
Sonic! Whoa! Oh, why didn't I think of this?
We'll be cool, Sal. Trust me.
It's all right. He forgot which whistle it was. Give him a minute. We come back to Dulcie saving them.
You guys all right?
Fine, Dulcie. Thank you for saving our lives.
No, Ben. Write her more passive-aggressive. It's charming. See, I'm coming around on Dulcie. She's fun when you use her right. They pass through a blinding door and enter an MC Escher homage before coming across a sparkly paper door, then down a waterfall of luster dust.
Where the heck are we?
Good question.
I try.
I am keeper of the time stones.
Can you tell I've been here a while?
To use them, you must solve this riddle.
A riddle?
I run and run, but cannot flee.
A dog disguised as an owl.
Sonic!
I am often watched, yet never seen.
That's Cake, a seeing eye owl.
Sonic!
When long, I bring boredom. When short, I bring fear. What am I?
Well, that's easy. Antoine.
Sally figures it out. It's time. This is the riddle equivalent of playing I Spy in a snowstorm. Don't be too proud when you win. The key proceeds, and he gives them the time stone, which looks like it could command owls in Majora's Mask. He tells them to synchronize their thinking, meaning they both need to think of the same time and place for it to work. Sally chooses the Palace Fountain, year 3224. Oddly specific year, but if you know your Archie comics, you'll already have an idea what that's about. Turns out Ben Hurst had the same idea as Carl Ballers years later, that Mobius was a post-apocalyptic Earth. Carl had a much more drastic time jump in mind, though. Sonic nearly ruins the whole thing because Ben's getting a head start on his Flanderization.
Where are we? Looks like Robotown. Oh man, here we go again.
Greetings, citizens. Have a nice day.
Nice day? We gotta check this out.
They made it to Mobotropolis, their home back in its prosperity before Robotnik took over. Sonic even spots a chili dog stand.
Two doggies with the works, pal.
You got it, bud.
Sonic!
Sal, what?
Whoa. Two doggies with the works, pal. Sonic, that's your third one today. Yeah, I'm really lucky.
Meet Baby Sonic and Baby Sally. Sonic is voiced by a young Taj Mowry, who you might know better as the voice of Wade on Kim Possible, and Sally by a young Lindsay Ridgway, who later played Morgan on Boy Meets World. They have a very childish argument that I'll spare you from, but the point is they haven't changed at all since they were 5. Cannot relate. We cut to the old angel himself, Uncle Chuck, working in his lab when the kids come around to annoy him playing tag.
Children!
Uh-oh.
Sonic, you know our rule about playing in the lab.
Yeah, guess I forgot, Unc. We're sorry, Sir Charles.
Just play outside, okay? Rascals.
Such a warm, smoky little laugh. Please replace what I hear in my head. God, kill it.
Yo, Unc. What's up?
Hello, Sir Charles.
Huh?
We then cut to the palace, where we finally see Sally's father, the King of Mobius, in the flesh, voiced by Tim Goddamn Curry.
Everyone is anxious to meet the man responsible for winning the Great War. You're a hero.
Forgive me, Your Majesty. I just can't...
Nonsense. Tonight, I will announce the closing of the War Ministry, then your appointment as Minister of Science. You will attend, Julian. That is a royal order. And your plans for dismantling the military are approved as presented. Get started at once.
Of course, sire. I am honored, sire.
See you tonight.
Snively, ready the palace attack force.
It is fascinating going back to this after seeing where the comics went, since a lot of these ideas ended up being shared with it, but reworked in some way. The Great War ended up being between the Mobians and the human-like Overlanders, for example. Another big difference, this king doesn't suck as much as Max. We'll pretend he's Nigel instead. Sonic and Sally spoil the future for Uncle Chuck to warn them about Julian.
This is horrifying.
I'm afraid it gets worse, Sir Charles.
Yeah, Robotnik changes everybody into robots with this Mondo machine.
Robotnik?
You know him as Julian.
Show him, Nicole. Accessing Sally.
Robotnik calls it...
The roboticizer, I know. I invented it.
Whoa, Lunk! You invented it?
It was supposed to help older people live longer, but it changed them, took away their will, so I destroyed it.
Then how did Robotnik...
Files transfer to War Ministry?
Julian stole them.
It's cool, Lunk. We got a whole week to stop.
Then things get complicated when the babies come back.
These are my friends,
I'm Alicia.
That's my middle name.
Oh, really?
Is your mom also named Alicia and dead, but not, and your brother too? What?
So, what's your name?
My name? It's, Juice. Call me Juice.
Juice the Moose.
He's a distant cousin.
Does that mean you live far away?
Yeah, sorta.
Say, you're pretty cool looking.
Yeah, so are you. Way cool.
The girls roll their eyes, the boys get competitive and race to the chili dog stand, and a sound effect gets way out of sync.
Race you back.
But at that moment, a convoy starts moving through the city, so they rush back to the lab.
Huh? Told you I was faster.
Way fast for me, kid.
That's okay. You're just old.
Old? Something's up. Hover units and tanks are all over the place. Looks like Robotnik's already making his move.
But he couldn't. Sir Charles, what's today's date?
It's the 13th.
The 13th. Oh no. The coup happens tonight.
We come back to everyone waiting around a house for someone, the boys especially impatient. A woman arrives with the kid versions of all the other freedom fighters, except Tails, of course. Chuck tells her that if anything happens, she should take all the kids to Knothole. We cut to SWAT bots preparing a warship, and an unexpected head of hair.
I want all engine tests completed within the hour.
We're on schedule, Uncle Julian, but the peace bots still need to be retrofitted with laser weapons.
Thank you, Snively.
By this time tomorrow, Mobitropolis will be ours.
Not ours, Snively. Mine.
But I...
Switch to voice recognition mode. Block all outside users.
Voice recognition made complete.
Why are we voice activating, Uncle Julian?
We aren't. From now on, everything will answer only to my voice. Do you know what that means, Snively?
No, Uncle Julian.
It means you call me Sir.
Yes, sir.
From now on, Snively, you do exactly what I say.
Yes, sir.
We cut back to the kids, who are planning to be rascals and check things out themselves. Baby Antoine is considerably cuter than adult Antoine, and frankly has a more convincing accent, if you can believe it.
But we will get in the big triple. Shh, I'm going anyway. But Sonic, Uncle Chuck said to stay with Rosie. He always says that. Come on. Sonic, wait. Please to be waiting for me and myself.
You're no Tails, but I wish we could keep you. At the palace, Sally is pacing nervously, as she hasn't seen her father since this very day when she was a child.
This is what you've been waiting for, Sal. Trust me, Sal. It'll be way cool.
He'll see us now.
Ready?
At that same time, the kids are running around the palace grounds, and Antoine gets caught on a dead shrub when the SWAT bots arrive and surround the place.
Intruders, Sector 4. You are now prisoners of Dr. Robotnik.
Julian plotting against the throne. A serious allegation, Sir Charles. I assume you have proof.
Your Majesty. Daddy, it's me.
Sir Charles.
Not another one.
This will be hard to believe, Your Majesty, but she's come from the future.
The future? Sally?
Yes, Daddy.
The royal signet. What is our secret family credo?
To rule with honor.
Sally, it is you!
Daddy, it's true. Julian is going to take over. He's...
Freeze, prisoners! Do not move! Greetings, sire.
Julian?
Your Majesty, members of the royal court. Welcome to Robotropolis, the capital of my kingdom.
I'm gonna rate and review the whole thing once we're done with part 2, but I'll say for now, this is a solid start. Its beginning is a wonky mishmash of ideas, but it's paced reasonably well, and it's some of the most fun Dulcie's been so far. It picks up once they reach the past, which is a refreshing setting, and it's interesting seeing Mobotropolis as it used to be. Sonic and Sally's bickering just gets less and less charming, falling into a stereotypical boys are dumb and annoying and girls are passive-aggressive and fed up with them kind of grating verbal diarrhea, so thank fuck for Uncle Chuck showing up and bringing some heart back. Part 2 is going to have a lot to make up for. Part 2 opens with a recap narrated by Sonic, leading up to right where we left off.
Your Majesty, members of the royal court, may I welcome you to the capital of my new kingdom, Robotropolis, a city of the future.
Sonic, you and Sally must leave now.
Not without you, Unc.
Any final words for your subjects, sire?
You can't...
Julian declares himself no longer Julian, but Robotnik. Chuck tells Sonic to get the kids to Knothole once he scrambles the bots. He hits them with electro pins, and Sonic grabs Sally to make a break for it.
Grab on, Sal.
Sniffling! What was that?
Something very blue, sir.
They return to the house, but the kids are gone. SWAT bots burst through the walls to arrest them. They see the kids in the prison and get locked up separately from them.
Sonic, we have to get the kids out. If they're roboticized,
Then we'll be robots too.
worse, we won't exist.
Won't exist? You mean like you're not alive and kicking?
Precisely.
Robotnik begins gleefully polluting the air, yes, Captain Planet style, and he savors the smell. The city turns into the dead industrial wasteland we know from the present, right down to the architecture. Sonic Underground would basically pick up right from there with its own backstory. Sally pulls up Nicole's map of the service tunnels, finding a spot where Sonic can dig so they can escape.
Yo, Sal, I'm in.
Good job, Sonic.
I know.
And so modest.
This next bit always makes me laugh. Is that a mistake? Or is it like Invader Zim where the animation looked weird so they added sound effects to make it a joke? I honestly can't tell. Snively reports that the destroyer has affected 90% of the planet and 85% of the populace imprisoned, except 2 prisoners, including the Blue Hedgehog, have escaped.
Blue Hedgehog? Nothing to fret about. Is the roboticizer ready?
Yes, sir. Capacitators charged and waiting.
It's showtime.
Sonic, stop here. Close. We saw the kids on level 2 when we came in. Our cell was on level 3. Location verified, Sally. They should be right below us.
They're gone, Sal.
Sonic, the roboticizer.
A very scared young bunny is strapped to the roboticizer, but Nicole says, in not so few words, that she can shut it down for about 2 hours. Flash warning again. With that out for now, they hurry down to find the kids. No luck, but they are able to download the original roboticizer plans. Unfortunately, a monitor shows the destroyer making its way over the forest.
Oh, man.
Sonic, that never happened. We must have changed history. Do you realize what that means?
Yeah, it means another Mondo headache.
If that machine destroys the Great Forest, Knothole will never exist, and chances are, neither will we.
But I thought if the kids were roboticized, we wouldn't exist.
That too. Somehow we have to stop both events from happening.
Oh, man. I hate time travel.
We return to outside the Great Forest, the destroyer approaching.
So what's first?
We have less than 2 hours before the roboticizer comes back online. How long to reach the destroyer?
A sonic second.
Okay.
Fucking whatever, Sonic. Before they can escape, Snively blocks the door.
And just who are you?
What's up, Snidely?
It's Snively. Do I know you?
Not yet, but you will, pal. Big time! Nice hair, Snide. Enjoy it while you can.
You're the blue hedgehog that escaped from security to war room. Now!
Sonic, time is not on our side.
I hear you, Sal.
Get him! Get him! There he is! Get him! Sonic, you'll pay for this hedgehog.
I guess if Robotnik just wants to pollute, then that can be Snively's entire motivation. Why not? Sonic mourns the dead chili dog stand, but they catch a dragon being arrested, and she has the most terrifying scream.
Surrender, dragon. Resistance is futile.
That's Sabina!
Sabina? Wait, Dulcie's mom! Later, Dulce!
Meanwhile, Robotnik has the king locked in what looks like a test chamber, or an Egyptian crypt.
Open the void. Impressive, don't you think? Be sure to give Nagus my regards. He's the sorcerer who invented it and, your new neighbor. Safe journey, sire.
You'll regret this, Julian! You'll regret it!
3 major plot points to put in the back pocket there. The Void, which has a name now, someone named Nagus, and the King's true fate, getting sucked into the Void with him. This does contradict Sonic Boom, where he seems to be on the lam in this dimension, but I can only assume Hurst and Ollie just ignored Season 1 wholesale. We cut to Sonic and Sally catching up to the Destroyer, and Sally's plan is to use a power ring, go figure, to fire them through a hollowed-out tree. Their heads get cut off accidentally. I doubt we were supposed to see the entirety of those cells, and Sally has no plan on how to land on the ship. Sonic remembers his anti-gravity shoes in time, though. They run off to scramble its brain. We cut to Robotnik with another tied-up dragon who destroyed several SWAT bots.
What? Ah! The dragons must all be captured and their powers harnessed. And we're building a special roboticizer just for you, darling. Ah! Roboticize this one first.
Sir, I found those escaped prisoners.
Switch to visual. I see we have a new look, Snively. Who are they?
It's the blue hedgehog, sir. His name is Sonic.
Sonic? Isn't that the name of Sir Charles' nephew?
I believe so, sir.
Alert ship security. Tell them I want that hedgehog alive!
That's a good scene to tell that they cut way back on Robotnik's vocal reverb. SWAT bots attempt to arrest the heroes, and more bots fly in before commercial. We come back where we left off, the two trying to keep the latch closed, until Sally asks Nicole to pull up a schematic. At that moment, Dulcie's mom appears to help. She does the big chest thing and blows it to smithereens, and also catches them as they fall.
What is the hedgehog doing so far from home?
We're trying to find out, sir.
I want that dragon and the hedgehog. Can you make me happy twice in one day?
Worst thing he's ever said.
Make me happy!
Drops the heroes off, and they remember that they only have 10 minutes before the roboticizer is back online. Robotnik has the prisoners all lined up and haloed, and the first victim is transformed.
What's the reading? 100%, sir. Excellent. Excellent.
Julian, you are nothing but scum.
I relish the thought. Citizens of Robotropolis, may I present the esteemed inventor of this marvelous device, Sir Charles Hedgehog.
And you stole it, you thief.
Bring him forward.
Chuck!
The two make it back with 45 seconds left, maybe minus 45, when they run into Rosie the nanny.
Oh, thank goodness I found you. Where are the children? Tell you on the way, Rosie. Grab on.
Out of here!
Ladies and gentlemen, bots and SWAT bots alike, this humble hedgehog, so brilliant that he was knighted by the king, will now serve a new leader, me.
Uncle Chuck!
Kids, come on, hurry.
Uncle Chuck!
Come on, Sonic.
It's rough seeing Chuck's original roboticization, but don't worry, it gets rougher. Sonic keeps doing slightly racist karate hi-yas when Robotnik grabs him.
Uncle Chuck! Fight it, man! Fight it! Ah!
Who are you?
Someone you're gonna learn to hate, Robotnik.
I already hate you.
Sonic, we have to go.
I don't know how or when, but you're gonna crash and burn, pal.
Oh my. I'm shaking in my boots. Get that hedgehog! Get him! Get him!
Escaping looks like it'll be tough, let alone baby Sonic worrying about Uncle Chuck. But Juice tries to comfort him. He leaves out the whole "you'll have to wait 11 years to get him back" thing, but that's probably for the best.
Sonic, we have to go.
In a sec, Sal. I'm cooking a plan. Think you're fast enough to help me unload some bots?
No prob.
Let's kick it.
Yeah.
Come on, kids, hurry.
Way past. I'm still the fastest, Juice.
He beat me.
No, you beat yourself.
Oh, yeah. Right. Cool.
Sonic and Rosie open up the passageway to Knothole, and Rosie somehow recognizes who Sally is.
I know it's you, Princess. You can't fool your old nanny. Rosie, I have to tell you something.
Bots coming!
I can't explain now. Just promise me you'll never leave Knothole. Never? Dear, I don't. Never. Please, Rosie, it is very, very important. Well, all right then. I promise.
And if you run into Uncle Chuck, tell him to piss off. We don't want him.
What was that all about, Sal?
Don't you remember? Worker bots captured her in the Great Forest when we were kids. Robotnik roboticized her.
I know, same thing happened to my uncle, like you just watched and didn't do anything about.
Yeah, but I thought we weren't supposed to mess with the space and time and stuff.
Well,
Yes, but this ending is a convoluted grab bag of events, so live with it, Sonic. The house is surrounded by Robotnik's forces, so it's time to use the time stone and return to the present.
What?
I'm telling you, Sal, blast into the old past was a total waste.
No, it wasn't.
Was
not.
Yes, it was. It was pretty pointless.
We have the original roboticizer plans, remember?
Big deal. We still didn't stop Robotnik.
But we came close.
Sal, this ain't horseshoes.
Sonic, we'll keep trying until we do beat him. Right?
Right. As usual.
Hey guys, Rosie's looking for you.
Rosie?
Yeah, she fixed a really cool dinner.
You mean Rosie the nanny is here?
Sure she's here, Sonic. She's always been here. What'd you think?
She's terrified to leave. She has horrible anxiety about it.
But how could she? How did we? Well, what? Well, who? Man, I don't get it.
Never mind, Sonic. I'll explain it to you sometime. In the future.
Oh, don't start, Sal. I'm getting another headache.
Ben? I know you're dead, but Ben, this is the definitive SatAM episode. I understand being proud of getting to make the episode he wanted to make and not having to compromise to the demands of executives. He made his vision, and I respect that. But that was just a jumble of junk. It is a cool twist on an origin story, having your leads actually go back and take part in it instead of just doing a standard flashback. But what it does is give me flash forwards to his and Ollie's origin story for Sonic Underground, where nothing of any real consequence is accomplished, except shit that actively pisses me off. Uncle Chuck is resigned to his fate, but their fucking nanny, who has literally never seen her mentioned before, and has never seen her mentioned again, she gets saved? Sure, Ben. This isn't a bad arc by any means, and don't get me wrong, it far outclasses the Origins trilogy. But it is a lot of wasted potential on just a bunch of scattered events and running back and forth. I can only see what Ben was so proud of if you think of it as him getting to put his stamp on the world and continuity of the show. And if you think ahead to all the shortcomings of his and Ollie's episodes in Underground, that certainly tracks. This has those same confusing priorities, where world building takes the front seat from cohesion and character. Both parts get by on entertainment value alone, and to be frank, way further than they really should. This is where the art direction and strength of the voice cast is really carrying this show, which Underground cannot claim, but they could have been so much more than they are. Parts 1 and 2 each get a B-. But if you thought a two-parter origin story was special for this show, get ready for its conceptual opposite, half-parters. That don't matter to anything. Along with all the other changes, executives demanded 4 shorts to further brighten and humor up the show, starring our own walking syphilis, Antoine. I hope you're ready, because this pair right here is by far the best of them, and that is the faintest of praise. The first and third were notably written by Len Jansen, his only scripts for season 2. They, more than anything, are a dark omen of Sonic Underground. We start with Fed Up with Antoine, speaking of dark omen. Well, there's more to that title than you'd think. We open with Ant whimpering, screaming, and sweating through Robotropolis when he tries to pull the head off the wrong statue at the blind drop. He gets spotted by a SWAT bot.
Intruder, freeze!
I am frozen! I am frozen!
Walk ahead, prisoner.
What? Oh, no. You must be making the large mistake, monsieur. I am Dr. Robotnik. I mean, Dr. Robotnik is my closest friend, yes. We are like 2 peas in a pod. Come on, Ant.
Hedgehog alert, priority 1.
What's with you, Ant? You nearly blew our blind drop location.
What blew? I have blown nothing.
Even Paulson's vocal pitch for him is more grating. It reminds me of how SpongeBob's and Cosmo's voices just kept getting higher and louder over time as they got more and more Flanderized. And this happened after only 1 season.
Where's Uncle Chuck's message?
The message? Well,
Ah! You blew that too? Oh, man.
I like that grumpy face.
I didn't not blew your stupid message, and I am not needing your stupid help. I am having everything under control.
Oh, yeah? Well, if you're so cool, then it should be no problem getting back to Knothole alone.
Sonic, wait! It's just maybe the joke, Sonic. I am not having everything under his control. Hello, bonsoir.
Oh, Ed, chill out!
My favorite hedgehog.
Worst ship ever. We return to Knothole, where Bunny is teaching Tails some martial arts. Antoine approaches, trips on a rock, and asks Bunny if she can teach him as well.
May you have a word with me?
Sure thing, sugar.
Good. I am wonder if you can teach moi about, how do you say, marshmallow arts?
You want to learn martial arts?
No, marshmallow arts. I know what I am about, Bunny. Cut to the scenery destroyed, but not the training dummy.
I am doing good, no?
You're doing good now.
Pussy!
Antoine, I've had it!
Yo! Where's the dummy who belongs to this?
Yoo-hoo! Here I am! I am a natural King Fu artist.
Well, King, go foo someplace else or I'm gonna crown you. King Fu.
He wanted to say go foo yourself, you could tell. Antoine blowhards a bit more until he jumps onto a twig and also gets launched into Sonic's house.
And you're really starting to tick me off.
Sonic!
This makes a later short make so much more sense. Ant goes walking through the forest and fighting air when he's accosted by a fucking biker gang of all things.
Well, stone the cows. It's a waiter.
Who are you?
Your worst nightmare, bucko. Nah, worse than that, mate.
I am prepared to defending myself.
Yeah, right.
He lands on one of the bikes and drives it into the others, then continues fighting the air and saying he is a master of King Fu.
Oh, sorry, King. We didn't know it was you. Yeah, you lost weight.
But not too much. That's good.
Your wish is our command, your worship.
Your worship? You are meaning as in king?
There it is. This is the face I see when I think of season 2. This is the face that killed the show. That night, everyone is out looking for him when Tails finds something.
Hey, you! Smells like Antoine's perfume.
We're only here to serve you, almighty king.
Your wish is our command.
You are meaning to say that whatever I am to ask for, you will do?
Uh-huh.
I am liking this too much. Rub my feet.
Oh, yes, your royalness.
God damn it, Len, not you two. He demands a big pizza and some herbal tea when Sonic finds him.
Yo, Ed, what's up with this?
I am being His Royal Highness.
You mean his royal pain?
Shut up, pheasant, and bow down to me. Moi?
Bow to you? Oh, very funny, eh?
You dare to be insulating?
Man, they must have blown the royal budget on the old crown, huh, Ant?
Guards! Guards! Please to be tossing these pheasants into the dungeons!
Duh! You guys are kidding, right?
Do we look like we're kidding, sport?
No, you look like you're ugly.
Sonic, you're hiding some bad self-image issues, aren't you? Dulcie flies in and splats next to Ant, thankfully saying nothing, and Sonic explains the nonsense.
Antoine, what in the heck is going on?
Ant's the new king of whatever, and we're the pheasants.
Ah! Oui. You are all nothing but the lowly pheasants. Of course, except for you, my princess, whom shall be my queen.
Thanks, but no thanks, Antoine.
Antoine decides he is happy being king and resigns from the freedom fighters. The girls are surprised and want him to rethink it, while Sonic, for once, knows a good thing when he sees it.
You're being a real cotton ball, Antoine! Let's shake it. Ant's history, and who cares?
Oh, come on, Sonic. Antoine has his good points.
Besides his head?
Well, yes. He has good hair.
Yeah, right.
I mean, you're one to talk, Sonic. He and Bunny hit the hay, while Sally has Nicole look up the biker gang.
Nasty hyenas. Searching Sally. Nasty hyenas are a splinter group, once part of a cannibal tribe who always eat their king. They average 4.3 kings per month. Oh my gosh, Antoine!
We cut to Antoine in a boiling pot. He immediately tries to weasel out of it.
I am a humble pheasant. What are you doing, you fuel? Is that Pepper?
Yeah, your worship.
Are you stark raving naked?
That is 1 out of 1,000 stupid things he said that is actually funny. I am not keeping track of this either.
You cannot spice a finest meal like myself with ordinary pepper. You must use paprika.
All that a paprika, your highness.
Then I refuse to be eaten.
That doesn't work, but the heroes arrive to save him, including another drawn-out crash by Dulcie. Antoine finally gets out of the pot as the bikers run into it, and then he does the unexpected.
Cool move, eh? They were going to use pepper and not paprika!
Sonic, come on!
Grab on, Ant! Torque time!
No. Be watching close by, Tails, huh? I used my famous moves to save Sonic from those dangerous criminal-type guys. Observe.
Why, Antoine, that was actually quite...
Shh, I know. I am realizing that was not so good, huh? One more time.
Easy, Dulcie. Easy.
Much better.
I'll pick up my room later, Mom.
We should have let him eat him.
Ah, good. They're even going back to ruin his good scenes from season 1. Thanks. So that plainly sucked. Antoine sucks the humor and cheer out of the room whenever he shows up, so a whole 10 minutes dedicated to him is a losing proposition. But it's not so much aggressively unfunny as it is just unfunny. It manages to not completely fail by nature of being so out there in its concept. Antoine meeting a biker gang and then becoming their king and then food. There's an Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog nostalgia to it, like how Sonic and Tails ran into random crap all the time. But I sure don't like watching it. D. But this is just the first of 2 shorts, so let's jump right into the second. Ghost Busted, written by Pat Ali. I'll say up front, this is actually more of a Tales short, and it's dedicated to the late animator Owen Fitzgerald, who did storyboards for the show and passed away between seasons. One of those has got to save this thing. We open on Sonic teaching Tails about roughing it out in the forest, starting with tracking. Tails is doing well right away.
What are the other senses you're supposed to use?
Your nose? Roses, gardenias, petunias. Eau de Manly Cologne. Antoine!
So much for that. We see him just falling backwards down a cliff into a mud pond.
Sacre bleu cheese! I pinch myself if I am still alive! Ow! I am alive, but I am in great hurting.
What happened, Ant? You were supposed to hide so Tails could track you.
Did you not see the ghost?
Ghost? Where?
It was up there. I was going to King foot him, but the coward sneaked away.
Yeah, right. Come on, Tails.
Voila! Hey, waiting up for me!
Now this really gives me AOSTH vibes. How the boys kept meeting more and more grating characters. Tails does the Sonic foot tappy while trying to convince himself that ghosts aren't real. Antoine makes it up, blathers some more, then falls back down. That night, the boys sit around the campfire while Sonic tells a scary ghost story. Antoine screams.
Chill, Ant. It's just a story.
Yeah, Antoine.
Of course, I am knowing this is only a story. I was not born tomorrow. I am just making a funny how.
I'll let you know when you succeed. He trots off to bed. What in the flying fuck? Okay, that's kind of hilarious. Fine, you got one, Ant. Sonic tells Tails another ghost story.
And he decided to become a duck.
Thanks for the scary stories, Sonic. Especially the one about the gopher with the gold medallion and no head.
Welcome, big guy.
Sonic, you angered and traumatized him. What did you tell him? Tails tries to go to sleep, but immediately has a sleep paralysis hallucination. I've been there, sweetie.
Evil duck.
Another flashing warning for this episode. It's not the worst strobing this season. Trust me, it gets way worse, but this is still pretty hard to watch.
Tails! Sonic! The headless gopher! Over there!
Say what? Oh, it's just a dream, big guy, that's all.
But Sonic, I saw him! Honest, it was the headless gopher!
You Ant, did you? Oh no!
Leave him. We return to Tails, putting his new tracking skills to use to find Ant. When the flashing warning returns, Sonic runs after it to check it out, while Tails fly-tails it out of there.
Ah! A freedom fighter stays calm in the face of danger.
And this is a very dangerous face.
Stay calm, Tails. Ghosts aren't real. Whoa! Jelly and jam time! Oh no! He must have got Sonic!
He comes across a cave, and apparently a stinky one. Yeah, a lot more likable. You know, isn't that character archetype usually kind of annoying and getting into trouble? They put all of that into Antoine. That's why. Tails is all the good bits. Antoine isn't. Inside, Tails sees a bunch of bats and gets scared, runs out and sees an owl and gets scared, and then the bats swarm. It's okay, honey, bats are friends. Unless they're trying to steal your emerald. In which case, wait a year and then they'll be friends.
Son! What if it's not Sonic? What if it's the headless gopher playing a trick? Better check it out.
Yo, Tails!
Got it!
He hides behind a boulder as Sonic arrives, followed by the headless gopher.
He must have brainwashed Sonic, and now they're both together. Huh?
Tails! Hang on, man! I'm coming!
Go away, Sonic! I know the ghost did something weird to you! No, no, no! 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 Get away! Get away! Get away! Get away!
Why should I be getting...
Oh, right.
It's cool, Tails. Ant just took a sleepwalk into some foxfire plants. Check it out. See? No ghosts.
Cool.
Cool, it's hard to look at.
And make sure you bury all of it, little man. Don't leave anything to burn.
Okay, Sonic. Boy, camping sure is cool.
Ha! I say to that and yet again. Ha! Miserable thing, this stupid camping.
Will you tell me some more ghost stories tonight? Please! Please!
What even are you, Ant? Ant bitches some more, falls over, Sonic helps him back up, but then...
Sonic! There's there's no such thing as ghosts, right?
Right.
Look, the medallion.
You know what? That's what more of these shorts should have been. After they got told to make Antoine shorts, they should have just had him turn up briefly and then do Tails shorts instead. This is hardly a standout in this season, even if lots of Tails is always a plus, and Ant manages to not completely poison it. But what it is a cute Halloween short where we get to see a few things that the show's been missing. Lots of Tails content, of course, but also him learning and growing, and Sonic being a good, cool big brother to him. A lot of SatAM leans on the douchebag jock side of Sonic, while this reminds me even more of AOSTH, where his and Tails' brotherly relationship was practically the entire focus. Him teaching camping and scouting is very reminiscent of Sonic Says, for that matter. It actually foreshadows one of the season's best episodes, which has many of these same endearing elements, but no Antoine in it. But as far as this one, it's not a bad choice to pop on when Halloween comes around. B-. And for the sake of fairness, I'll average out these two scores since they're both only half episodes. And rounding it up to be kind, that gives this half-hour block a flat C. Not a complete waste, but definitely one of the show's low points. Thankfully, it will go much higher before going much lower. Episode 7, Dulcie, is another Dark Omen, but I think you'll be surprised by the result. We open in Robotropolis, the animation delightful again, with Uncle Chuck popping out of the sewers and the freedom fighters watching from atop the buildings. A plan is going down. But while Chuck evades patrols, Dulcie's wings start having a mind of their own.
Hey! Ooh! What? Ooh. I gotta cut out the chocolate.
Chuck breaks into a building, setting off alarms, with Sonic right behind to draw attention away from him.
All right, freedom fighters are #1.
Miserable hedgehog. I'm sorry to wake you, sir, but we have a hedgehog alert. Subsector 3-Bravo.
Very well, Snively. Activate all Megamuck units.
Those are some snappy PJs, Doc. As is your bathrobe. Sonic draws the bots far away from Chuck, and Dulcie sees it go down from the sky.
Looks like it's bowling for Swatbutts time. So many hoverheads and so little time.
Dulcie cheers, and Sonic runs right into the Megamuck unit.
Oh man, Megamuck! I smell a big bald guy. A big, ugly bald guy.
Dulcie wants to help, but something's going on with her. She snaps out of it enough to dive in and help. Lucky Girl has inflatable boobs, and she uses them to freeze the baddies. You like the joke too. Cut to Knothole, where the plot once again freezes in its tracks as Dulcie fails to land. Except this time it's not her fault. Her wings start flapping on their own again. She scrapes her knees along the ground. Cut back to Robotnik and Snively probing one of their roboticized dragons for information on any other living dragons. Neat detail, the one they use is apparently stationed in the crystal mine from Season 1. Uncle Chuck, still in the vent, plants a bug and listens in.
What exactly are we looking for, sir?
What we always look for, Snively. Weakness.
I don't like the sound of this.
Back in Knothole, Sonic tells the tale of how Dulcie saved him while Rotor tends to her knees. But suddenly it starts happening again.
What's up?
Dulcie, are you all right?
I don't know. I've been having these really weird spells where I can't control my wings.
Maybe y'all just need a nap. It's been a long day.
Yeah, I am kind of pooped.
Oh yeah, I did shit myself. She hangs upside down from a tree. Kinda cute that she just sleeps like that, when she immediately gets hit with another spell. Later, Uncle Chuck's bird flies in and delivers a message to Sally. I love her PJs too!
Oh my gosh!
We're Where'd Dulcie go?
I don't like this, Sonic. Ah! There she is!
Mondo weird, even for dolls.
Sonic, we have to follow her.
You got it, Sal. Out of here!
Dulcie mutters to her mom without crashing for once, with Robotnik also in pursuit.
Very good. Sir, we located the dragon above the Great Plain.
Transmit coordinates. Vector all patrols to the area. Bring the dragon in.
Thank you for lingering on that. We come back to Sonic and Sally catching up, along with a pair of Robotnik's ships. Sonic launches them from a tree up to her, where he starts burning away the ropes while Sally tries to wake her.
Dulcie, it's Sally! Wake up! They're taking you to Robotropolis! Dulcie! Huh? Ah! Sonic!
Whoa! Definitely not cool.
Dulcie snaps out of it in time to catch Sonic, burp, and leave a burp smoke cloud.
Then I had this really strange dream where my ma was telling me, come to Dragon's Nest. Come to Dragon's Nest.
Nicole explains that dragons have an instinct that draws them back to their home, Dragon's Nest, to lay eggs, though adolescents like Dulcie are also drawn back. Sonic still doesn't get it, he just gets stupider every episode, and Sally explains it an idiot. At that same time, Snively is explaining it to Robotnik.
Oh, Dragon's Nest. Of course that's where the dragon was headed. The very cradle of their civilization. I think it's time for the cradle to fall. Ready my command ship, Snively. It's dragon hunting season.
Dulcie is asleep, and Nicole has the awesome ability to display someone's dreams. Give me that power.
Generating frequency-sensitive hologram.
Well, isn't she just cuter than a chipmunk, Chee?
Oh, bunny.
Baby, my baby. Now, more right wing, Dulcie.
Okay, Mom.
Good girl, good girl. Good, Dulcie. Very, very good.
I don't like it, Ma. All my friends laugh at me when I do this.
Oh, Dulcie, don't mind them. Just remember that you are special.
Oh boy, it's time.
Whoa, Dulce! Wait a second.
Out of the way, Sonic. I gotta go.
Hey, we all gotta go sometime.
Sonic says, "You're all gonna die." Dulcie breaks through the ceiling, right as Chuck's bird arrives and warns them that Robotnik is headed to Dragon's Nest. Sonic and Sally give chase, except she's surprisingly fast, so they have to use the power ring. They arrive in the morning.
Whoa, Mondo huge. Where to?
Up top, they see a dragon being captured, right by the neck. Ouch.
Sal, we're too late.
We come back from commercial to see that they weren't necessarily, as another dragon turns up.
Is that Dulcie?
No way.
Whoa!
It's Dulcie.
I don't get it. Is this my egg? What am I supposed to do, fry it? Ow! I was just kidding, okay? Don't have a cow. I got it.
Yo, Dulce, whose is that?
How do I know? I don't even know how I got here.
It can't be yours, Dulcie. You're too young. That other dragon?
What other dragon? Woo! Okay, Ma, I got it now.
Dulcie, I'm sorry, but we can't stay here. Robotnik captured the mother, and I think he's still looking for you.
But when the egg hatches, the baby's gonna need her milk.
Well, how long before it hatches?
Soon.
Robotnik interrogates the captured dragon about any others, but she says there aren't any left.
You're lying. There are still more out there. I can feel them.
I hope you're right.
Snively, play the surveillance tape.
Yes, sir.
I thought this was you, but I was mistaken.
Racist.
This one remains free, and she has the powers. Now how do I find her?
Even if I knew Robotnik, I would never tell you.
Very well. Send her to the roboticizer.
What a transition. We cut to the heroes flying off with the egg, Sonic complaining and swapping places with Sally, and Robotnik sees them and sends his forces. Dulcie does some fancy maneuvering through the rocky landscape, soon successfully escaping the bots. Now for the hard part of landing without breaking the egg.
Incredible.
Serious? Dulcie, you made a perfect landing.
Sure. I was carrying an egg.
Cool.
You smug little piece of... Okay, yeah, I officially like her. You're good. Bunny is stuck with egg-sitting duty while the others go out in search of the mother.
Good luck, Bunny. Huh? Nice egg. That's it. Whoa!
Sonic heads to Uncle Chuck's new hideout.
Robotnik's back.
What about the mother dragon?
He's moving her to the dragon roboticizer.
Well, where's that?
He'll take this route. I'll set up right here.
How much time?
10 minutes.
However, like we saw, the mother is only the bait, as backup units are waiting nearby to capture Dulcie when she arrives. Double, however, thanks to Uncle Chuck, the heroes are one step ahead and get the drop on them. Dulcie proceeds to be cool some more, burning away their antenna, destroying a camera, and freezing some more bots so Sally can take the ship. Sonic stands around to get Robotnik's attention, then runs off while Uncle Chuck sneaks up behind another ship and ties them down. Robotnik orders the Megamuck units to attack, and everything comes together.
A ragtop. Cool.
Sniffly.
Unit 2, attack!
Why is he just standing there, Snively?
That's why, so... Nice flying, Sal.
Uh-oh, trouble.
Next time you won't have backup. You'll be mine.
Sonic, let's go!
We return to Knothole with Bunny getting bucked off the egg.
Oh, my stars!
But it's okay, because the mom is back and the egg hatches.
Oh, look at that. It's cracking.
Look at it.
Aw, she's so cute.
She's a protector. The fate of all dragons rests on her. And the other protector, Dulcie. Thank you all. We won't forget you.
Oh, you're so welcome, but don't you want to rest?
No, Sally, it's too dangerous here. I know a place where even Robotnik won't find us. Dulcie, your mother would be proud. We'll meet again. You'll know the time.
Good luck.
Huh? I made you a little present, Dulcie.
For me? Wow, what is it?
Open it. Knee pads. I thought maybe you could use them.
Thanks, Rotor. Purple's my favorite color.
Well, it was either that
Atta
or
girl.
carpet the meadow.
Of all the episodes to be a highlight of the whole show, I never would have counted on this one. Dulcie's been a contentious character since the start of the season, though like I've said, it's not because of her personality or how she plays off the others. It's just that her shtick is repetitive, redundant, and blandly unfunny. So give her an episode where she doesn't do any of that and is instead focused on a personal task and lets her do a bunch of cool dragon stuff, and you get a surprising winner. This episode shows what she could be if she was more than just the same joke every appearance. She has a good camaraderie with the cast and a fun personality, thanks in part to Cree Summer's charming performance. The only thing I think it's missing is just how much sweetness and heart there was in Sonic and Sally, and with a lot more tales, maybe they could have gotten there, but this is the first episode of Season 2 where I don't have any complaints. A-. Episode 8, The Void, picks up where Blast to the Past left off. We open with a synth bass in the desert, and then this. Sonic, you've never been dorkier. When out of nowhere, the portal to the void bursts open and threatens to suck him in. He uses his power ring to escape.
Nice try, Robotnik, but you lose. Whoa. Seriously weird. Maybe Sal can figure it out. Head up to the metal time.
Inside the portal, we get our first look at a new antagonist who has some really bad asthma.
Such superb speed. And such a fine mind. Oh, interesting.
Sonic returns to Knothole and goes straight to Sally with Bunny nearby, and he tells her about the portal.
Hey, Sugarhog.
Hi, Sonic.
Sal, remember that portal thing Ari got sucked into?
You mean the void?
Yeah, the void. Oh, I was kicking across the great unknown, and this Mondo crack opens up in the ground, tries to suck me in. I found this.
Oh my gosh. Sonic, your timing is amazing. This ring is from the Mandaras.
Say what?
The Mandaras. A legendary race of giants I've been researching. This is the first proof that they actually exist. Thank you, Sonic.
No problem, Sal.
Chuck's mailbird leaves another message, only saying that Robotnik is planning something big, so Sonic runs off. Sally asks Nicole to translate the glyphs on the artifact, but Nicole says it's likely a fake.
Well, a display can't hurt anything. Activate, please, Nicole. That's the symbol for Estolia, then Nalia, and Broadshow.
Oh, my stars!
Every time I watch this episode, I forget entirely about this part. It is nightmarish to look at. We cut to Uncle Chuck's hideout where they eavesdrop on Robotnik.
Snively, study the Doomsday Project information I sent you. I expect your analysis at the next command meeting.
All his commanders are in on it, Sonic. That worries me.
Doomsday Project? Sounds Mondo ugly. When's Robotnik's next meeting, Unc?
It's not set yet. I'll try to find out, but I have to get back to my job before I'm missed.
They really love me there. It's weird.
Be careful, Sonic.
You too, Unc. Out of here.
Meanwhile, Snively is observing the wasteland where the portal appeared.
Well, so Norgus finally did it. Oh, this should be very interesting. Huh? Sir?
What is it, Snively?
Satellite photos show void activity in the great unknown, sir.
The void? Impossible!
Right there, sir.
It can't be! Norgus.
Flashback to a scene mentioned in Blast to the Past. Naugus entering the portal to the void, and Robotnik trapping him inside. Good attention to detail. It's before he got his robot arm and Snively lost his hair. So even though this is his post-takeover outfit, it's reasonable that this is before he threw the king in there too.
And should you have any thoughts of betrayal?
It's very, very good, Norgus.
Trust me, Naugus. I carry no such thoughts.
I should hope not. Have I made my point, Doctor?
Oh, a safe journey, Naugus. Activating void. Snively, disable all retrieval programs.
But sir, didn't you just...
Now!
Yes, sir.
Rule number 1, Naugus. Never trust anyone. Especially me.
Robotnik is worried, but he doesn't think Naugus can escape, until Snively reminds him that he was able to open the portal.
You're right! Alert Air Command. We'll keep a close eye on the void.
We'll talk more about this at the end. Sonic returns to Knothole and finds that Sally and Bunny are missing. Sally left behind Nicole, which she never does. Cut to them being dragged away to the great unknown and pulled into the portal. And we fade to commercial on Naugus's wheezing laugh. We return to Nicole being difficult for Sonic, which is pretty damn funny.
Name required for cognitive answer.
Sally! Where's Sally?
Sally is no longer present.
I can see that. Where'd she go?
Sally did not input destination.
What happened before she left?
Warning, improper manipulation of this unit may cause extensive circuitry damage.
Talk in English! Oh!
Sonic, do not shake me.
He finally gets her to show what happened, and that the energy that took the girls was
Probably from the void.
Oh, the void! That's where I found that stupid ring. I'm kicking!
Let us get loose and juice. Let us pack it.
I get the picture, Nicole.
And people think Sonic became stupid in the movies. The girls are brought before Nagus, who finally frees them with a snap of his fingers.
Who are you?
And where are we?
I will ask the questions. Where is the Hedgehog?
The Hedgehog?
Tell me about the Hedgehog!
Sonic, leader of the Knothole Freedom Fighters.
So we know she's lying, and then says he went to Robotropolis. He finally introduces himself in this strange crystal palace.
I am Nagus, a sorcerer. This place is Sanctuary. You know it as the Void. I discovered its existence. The lowlife you know as Robotnik designed the means to enter. Although there is much I do not understand about this place within Sanctuary, my magic can do anything except enable me to escape. For that, I need the Hedgehog's speed. He will be here soon. After all, he must rescue his princess.
Nagus is voiced by veteran voice actor Michael Bell, who's worked on a ton of stuff, including The Smurfs. Go figure. I feel that, compared to Lazar, who was just some random wizard human dude who didn't have much to do with his own episode, Nagus fits better within the world of SatAM. Maybe he was just set up better, but his design is a lot more stylized, and while he needs to magic up himself some albuterol, his dialogue is nowhere as grating. It probably also helps that Season 2 has played up the fantastical elements of this world, what with having dragons and having the king actually appear, so it's nowhere as much a non sequitur. We cut to Sonic arriving in the wasteland with his special goggles, and he has Nicole find the void.
Nicole, find the void.
Ambient energy radiating from target source southwest.
You want another shaking?
Hang a left.
Robotnik's forces are right behind him, and they send spy bots after him.
Whoa! Not cool. What's up, Nicole?
Receiving multiple radiant forces.
In English.
Correction. I'm getting signals from all over, and they're messing me up.
Bitch. Robotnik is confused why Sonic is out here, since there's only
the void. Could he possibly be working with... All units pursue the Hedgehog!
Jim Botnick is really leaning Long John Botnick this episode.
Hover units detected, Sonic.
Oh, now you tell me, Nicole. Oh, man. Nicole, any ideas?
Perhaps a super spin?
Starting to like you, Nicole. Spin it with time.
Snively tracks him and predicts that he'll resurface nearby.
The void.
When he does, the bots open fire, and Sonic's at risk of falling in.
Frequency synchronized, sir. Ready to activate.
Excellent. Stand by for my signal. Air command, sweep laser fire. Forward. Yes!
Would you believe 2 episodes ago the show was this? We return to Sonic still struggling.
Chill, Sonic. You're headed for the old void anyway.
Glad I thought of that. Whoa.
Yes! Yes! The Hedgehog is gone! Oh, it just makes me tingle all over. Yes! Snively,
Sir?
seal it.
Void energy diminishing, sir.
What?
Encountering resistance, sir. Energy rising again.
Hold station. If it reopens, close it. If anyone tries to escape, destroy them.
Sonic is sent hurtling through the void until he passes through a tunnel of crystal and face plants in front of Nagus. The Wiz greets him, but he cares more about the girls.
Buddy, Sal! Did you do this, pal?
I assure you they're fine.
Sonic! Sugar Hog!
Yeah. You guys all right?
I require your services, Sonic Hedgehog. I wish to leave here.
Be my guest, pal. That portal is shut down.
Many years I struggled to uncover the secret of opening that portal. Now, even Robotnik's devices can't stop me.
Sonic, he needs your speed. It's our only way out of the void.
Let's kick.
Such superb speed.
But of course, Nagus isn't going to let them go that easily. But also, of course, Sonic is a buzzsaw and makes them another path.
It's beautiful.
Yep, this is where I want my wedding.
Hopefully to someone good like that hunky and not Ant. They explore the sparkling palace and make a huge discovery inside.
Oh my gosh. Daddy!
Yes, Tiffany. Oh, Sally!
The king is not doing well, and he asks Sonic to take him from the void. The whole palace is just an illusion, so they can escape from anywhere. You might be able to see where this is going. The king flops onto him, and they hightail it out of there.
Sally girl, something funny is going on.
I'm afraid you've been tricked, Princess.
Oh, hi, Ari.
I don't understand.
Nagus knew Sonic wouldn't help him, so he impersonated the king instead.
Sally, it's really me, Sally.
Daddy! Oh, Daddy.
Sonic and Fey King escape, dodging laser fire. Robotnik orders the portal closed.
We lost him, Your Majesty.
It is good to be free.
Yo, what's going on? How?
I am in your debt, Sonic Hedgehog.
That was way uncool, man. I'm gonna... Hey! Let me go!
You should thank me. I'm going to get rid of Robotnik. What's that?
One of Robotnik's spy eyes.
Really? Can he see us now?
Yeah.
Greetings, Dr. Robotnik. Wanna play? Save your friend, Sonic Hedgehog. I have work to do.
Cool. Out of here.
At this point, it feels like the animation and pacing has become a lot more erratic. I wouldn't be surprised if this got rushed near the end. Robotnik at least has the guts to face Nagus in person.
Dr. Robotnik. It's payback time. It was an accident, Nagus. I didn't betray you. I swear it. I'm not sure it's the right look for you, Doctor. No, the color doesn't match your eyes.
God, this scene is amazing. Snail Botnik, Monkey Nick, Crow Botnik, and Snively is laughing so hard he's at threat of becoming Nagus himself. At that same time, Sonic returns to the palace to retrieve the others. Nagus is still enjoying himself when he makes a horrible discovery.
No! Enough of this game. Let's play hide and seek. You hide, and I'll seek. 1, 2. I didn't betray you. 3. I swear it. 4, 5, 6. Get us out of this, Snively. 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yo, Robotnik's getting away.
Yes, I know.
Sonic, look.
I'm turning to crystal. Nagus, what's happening?
We've been too long in the void. We cannot exist in this world. I misunderstood the void's properties. It's drawing our life force. The only place I can control it is there. We must go back, or we'll die.
Killed, bloodied, murdered, splattered on the ground, never coming back. His family will never see him again.
Daddy. Just when I...
Shh, child. Reach into my pocket. It lists all the freedom fighter groups. Find them.
Somehow we'll get you out, Daddy. I love you.
Good luck, Your Majesty.
Take care of her, Sonic.
Tell her to marry Antoine. It'll be funny.
I will return, Robotnik. I will be avenged.
Goodbye, Sally.
It's gonna be okay, Sal.
Sonic, I hardly got to see him.
Yeah, but you did see him. Nagus will think of a way out of there. Plus, we got the Freedom Fighters list. And Ari.
I don't say this often, Sonic, but you're right.
Hey, I'm always right.
Not always.
Yeah, always.
No way.
Yeah, way. Ask Nicole.
He's cool, Sal. Way past.
Sonic, what have you done to her?
Come on, Sal.
Yeah, get a grip, Sal.
Nicole?
This is an interesting episode, if a bit hurried in its last third. Compared to Season 1 being entirely episodic, having an ongoing story does make the show more fun to follow, especially when they pick up from earlier events like Robotnik tossing the king into the void and continuing from there. But it's like Sally says at the end, she barely got to see her father. For an episode with not too much going on, it feels like it could have been a bit longer and let the characters interact or explore the void more. Nagus is an interesting character for how morally gray he comes across. He's a dick to everyone, but when he's out of the void, he lets Sonic go save his friends, since he's more interested in getting petty revenge on Robotnik. Not so much chaotic evil, but chaotic neutral, or maybe neutral evil, so anything could possibly happen with him. It's a shame he never comes back this season, and that he was planned to be a major antagonist in the Season 3 that never happened. Archie Sonic had to pick up the character and continue from there. And they went some weird places with him. I don't know how to feel about Robotnik being afraid of anyone, even a powerful wizard like Nagus. It is a good signifier of how dangerous Nagus could be, but Robotnik's not the most threatening villain as he is. For a guy who owns the world, he doesn't win a lot. This just seems to make him look even weaker, which maybe was the point? That he's actually a pretty feeble man who, without his forces and total control of the world, is really nothing, which would be a good message about tyrants. But the framing isn't quite clear enough on that. He was supposed to be threatening, especially in Season 1, and now he's just a bit sillier and more pathetic. But overall, I like this episode. It's Ben Hurst working his world building as usual, but he's actually having fun with it. I give it a solid B. You know, first time through, I didn't think Robotnik really lived up to his reputation as this super scary villain, outside of just a very bad touch kind of sense. But something I have noticed, something that's very dangerous about him, is just how much of a screaming man-child he really is. Under his intimidating exterior, he's just throwing baby tantrums and just desperately wants things to go his way. And while on one hand that's kind of pathetic, it's also quite dangerous in the hands of someone like him. Yeah, like forget Doomsday Project. He could just destroy the planet if things went wrong enough for him. Oh, but guys, it's time. The second pair of Antoine shorts, The Odd Couple and Rebecca. Together and individually, they are the worst episodes of the show. Shall we? We begin The Odd Couple with something I thought we were past. Dulcie having flying issues. Sonic and Antoine are on the ground guiding her, but Ant is a rambling dumbass and his binoculars are covered in snow.
Oh my, the snow is getting so much worse. What is this?
Check it out, Ant.
Oh, oui. Ooh, I am finding the fried egg upon my face.
You mean egg on your face, Ant?
I do? Where?
I don't want to play a lot of clips from this episode, but I'll have to so you folks who haven't watched it believe me. Anyway, Dulcie finally makes it, and Sonic has Ant tell him where Dulcie is so he can guide her. The landing is rough, and she starts sliding along the ground right into the village.
Whoa!
Wow, they played the exact same clip from Game Guide. This thing is incredibly cheap.
Now where are we gonna sleep?
Now that is a good question, Tails.
Well, you see, Tails, Dulcie was more important than your shelter from a snowstorm. She lives, you die. Cut to Antoine singing Alouette as he cleans his boots. Alouette is believed to be French-Canadian, but close enough, I guess.
Je te cleanerai la boot, je te cleanerai la boot, de la boot, not my snoot, bottom two, sacre blue. Ooh, Alouette, cleany Alouette. Good night, my shiny, clean little friends.
God, he's just so charmless.
Sacre blue cheese!
He has a conniption over a piece of lint on the ground, setting up that he's a neat freak, I guess, but he's just yelling at it. He then sits down to read a magazine, still dithering to himself, when Sonic bangs on his door.
You home or what? Ant?
What the fuck are those paintings? Is that a photo or a painting? Because I think that's Dulcie on the right. Because from a distance, I thought it's elongated tails. Antoine freaks out at seeing mud prints on the ground, so he immediately jumps into cleaning it.
Hope you don't mind, Ant, but I gotta chill here until my hut's rebuilt.
It's the messiest room! Chills here.
Yeah, nobody else has any room.
Oh, staying here? In my homes?
Yeah, that's it, Ant. I can't start rebuilding until the Mondo storm is over.
So it looks like we're gonna be roomies. Roomies?
Yep. So, where do I put my socks, Ant? Socks? My socks. No.
One of you enjoyed that. Please say so if it was you. I'm not convinced you exist. Sonic says he'll be stuck for weeks, and Ant faints. I can't imagine someone with really bad OCD or some other form of neurodivergence actually relating to this, and I'll give that to you, sure. But you and I both know that's not what the joke is. Cut to even more vaguely French-sounding gibberish than Antoine freaking out about Sonic lying on the couch with his dirty shoes on. Sonic threatens him, and then a whole pile of snow is in the house. Ant takes a nap and is still talking when he hears a clattering from the kitchen.
Oops, sorry about that, Ant. Toss me the old onion, Ant. Can't make chili dogs without onions.
Chili's doggies? What are you doing?
Cooking us dinner. You ain't lived till you've had one of my old dogs.
My thoughts exactly.
Go in!
Sonic!
Chill, Roomie. You can have another helping.
Another helping.
Cut to him trying to sleep again. Okay, I do like the visual gag of his ice pack getting bigger and bigger. Also, that painting is magic. Sonic eats loudly and has made even more mess. He eats a chili dog kinda grossly, and then Antoine snaps, jumps into his closet, and breaks shit. Cut to him trying to sleep again.
I want him to go away, never come back to me. I'm gonna make him eat a chili dog from now till ever. Oh, he messed up my house so bad.
Okay, I kinda like that. Gotta get the mid-wiggle, yeah. Saved for posterity. Now that we know how Sonic's feet look, thanks, Len. You did also ride the big melt, didn't you? Sonic sleep jumps into his shoes, dreams that he's fighting Robotnik, and starts wrecking the house more. If he had gone straight to Antoine and started beating the shit out of him in his sleep, I would give this hellhole of an episode an A. But instead, Antoine loses more of his shit, does a wacky, and starts destroying his house himself.
Well, if you can't beat on them, then you must to join them, huh? I don't need this anyway.
Oh, yo, Ant. What's up?
What's up? This is up! And this too! Oh, and don't forget this, Sonic! Everything is up!
Everyone wakes up, confused at the commotion. Ant throws a pillow and decapitates a snowman.
Sonic, what is wrong with Antoine?
No clue, Sal. But snow or not, I'm gonna rebuild my hut starting now. I'm not spending another night with Ant. Not only is he totally out of his tree, but he lives like a pig.
We're through it. Look, humor is subjective. What makes one person laugh can make the next person irritated beyond belief. But if you found any of this even charming, then you're a fascinating person. Hard F. But we still have Rebecca to get through, and that takes us to Rotor's Frankenstein sex dungeon. I'm barely kidding. That robot woke him up hard. He is building a cat bride of Frankenstein when he realizes he left his screwdriver at Sonic's place. Let's not think about why. Then Antoine trudges up, moaning.
Oh, my poor miserable feet. Rotor, I cannot be helping you any some more time. I have great hurtings in my... Rotor? Now where did he go to, huh? How can I tell him my feet are breaking when he moved? Sacre blue cheese. Ooh, Rotor will not be a happy puppy. Come out of there, you stupid nuts and dolts! Oh, mademoiselle has been hit by the ugly wood, huh?
Finally, Rotor comes back, flung through the door by the storm. Antoine has vanished, so he calls for him to help, and Ant walks up in a cast. Rotor just needed him to grab a chest plate from the box he was carrying.
In the box? There was no cheese plate.
Well, if it's not there... Oh, yeah, the closet. Stay here. You know, I may need more
I
help.
left my closet at Sonic's place. Antoine yells at the robot, accidentally hits a switch, and she gets powered with electricity.
It's alive! It's alive!
Ow! Oh, my little bagel knife.
Oh! No! Do not be coming any closer! I am warning you. I have the black and blue belts, huh?
Oh, you are so adorable! Give me a kiss, my little green Tata.
Don't touch me! Don't touch me! Oh, get away from me, don't
You! Wait for me, my little pigeon poo!
Oh, pigeon poo, that's what that sound effect was. Rotor returns again, the chest plate's not where he thought, but Ant and the robot are gone.
Antoine!
Cut to the robot at Ant's door, knocking, ringing the bell, and breaking the door down right onto him. This is pretty horrible, but this seems like it's supposed to be another Halloween horror comedy episode. I don't think Pat Ali is endorsing stalking and assaulting men. And now we cross the line twice. It's okay now. Sonic and Rotor show up and also stomp on him, see that they're not there, and leave. Ant stumbles out, still babbling, and then Rebecca sees him and gives chase. He hides under a bridge, trying not to sneeze. Fuck off, you're the opposite of Tails. But he fails and falls into the water. She doesn't see him, so he swims to the shore, climbs up, then Sonic runs past and he falls back into the water.
Oh, this is the most horrible part of my entire whole life. What else could happen?
Oh, I'm so happy, my little yoga cat. No, not to worry, my little French toast. Rebecca will make you all better.
Sacre
bleu cheese.
Of course we're not done. We return to Ant in bed, Rebecca trying to feed him hell gruel, which turns out to be metal stroni, and then she jumps onto him to give him a crushing massage.
Oh, you're so tense. Loosen up.
Stop it,
You're
you
like a
massive
rocket
fuel!
here. Come on. What's a girl gonna do?
No. I am too young and handsome to die.
Antoine, it's okay, Antoine. I turned her off. Relax.
What? Oh, I am sorry, Lived. She was making me a bookcase.
You mean basket case.
I know what I said, you shrinking anus. Rotor throws a switch on her to try to fix her.
Repeat after me. You are my assistant. You're my assistant.
You are my assistant.
No. I'm not your assistant. You're my assistant.
No. I'm not your assistant. You're my assistant. I'm not your assistant. You're my assistant. I'm not your assistant. You're my assistant.
Still need some more. There must be something. I've got it.
And as soon as he leaves, she escapes. Fuck everything, time to destroy the world! She runs right to Antoine's and breaks in. And the most interesting part of this is once again the paintings. A horse and a dog version of Frisk.
Well, I'm stumped.
Oh, no. It is not your fault, Router. You see, I am cursed with the handsome good look of a dud puppy like Imonton. No woman of any kind can resist me.
He's a charmless moron, but he's not transphobic, I guess. Rotor leaves to take her apart, and Antoine says he's sorry for Rebecca because she just can't resist him. He proceeds to lavish himself with praise. Oh, he's not transphobic because narcissists crave approval. Never mind. Prepare yourselves for the second minutely funny thing Antoine ever does himself.
But I cannot be hurting this poor love-stunk creature. I must be making this sacrifice. I know. I will speak with a foreign accent.
Hey, metalhead, my name is Antoine. If you want to be strong, you must feel pain and pain again. Your biceps are horrible.
Oh, gross.
Hasta enchilada, baby.
I apologize to all German speakers. I think your accent is sexy.
Antoine!
What the? Stay away from me, you slimy toad.
Yo, Ant, you are having trouble with your little creep, Suzette?
Oh, hello, my little blue boy. Ow! It's you that I love. Say what?
Bro, do something! I'm gonna hurl! Oh, no. I think you are a cute couple, n'est-ce pas?
I'd rather chew off my leg.
Oh, my little French pastry. Seems I've fallen for you again.
Sacre bleu cheese.
Well, it wasn't as bad as the first one. It gets so wackadoo, I almost get into it. Almost. D-. Where the first Antoine short was very blandly unfunny, these two are aggressively unfunny. If you're a toddler, which I can only assume these were made for, sure, you'll laugh. You'll laugh at Sally and Bunny getting kidnapped. It doesn't mean anything. Thing is, I can see these working. I get the idea. Antoine is stuck up and neat, so Sonic and Rebecca fuck with him and throw all that off. If you put Niles Crane in this situation, it could work. Except Niles is an astronomically funnier, more likable, more endearing snob with a much less repulsive crush on a girl who would probably speak real French, and Antoine just babbles gibberish every second he's on screen, and that's it. Rebecca isn't 100% unwatchable, but it would have needed to be on the level of Sonic and Sally to pull the whole pair away from even a soft F, and alas. These shorts are bad, but it's not like they're anything to get mad about, right? Episode 10, Cry of the Wolf, opens with a wolf howl in the Great Canyon.
Sonic!
When the ground bursts open and out pops one of Robotnik's ships. Nearby, a pack of wolf people observe and are then attacked. They attack back and take it down. Cut to Robotropolis, where Snively is informed of the destruction. He tries to tell Robotnik, but he's a little too caught up on pre-celebrating his doomsday project, his poetry, his art.
Yes, sir, but...
Sometimes my brilliance amazes even me. Don't you agree, Snively?
Oh, yes, sir, but...
What?
The wolf pack, sir. They've sabotaged the test bog.
They what?
Yes, sir. Read it for yourself.
I thought we eliminated those miserable beasts. Put up the surveillance tape. What's the damage?
Minimal, sir. Engineering says it can be back online in 6 hours.
Then get out there, Snively, and make it happen.
Yes, sir. Oh, boy, I'd like to get your nose in a vice someday.
Stop grumbling and find me those wolves!
Yo, Nicole, is this it?
Magnifying my main Sonic.
We cut to Sonic, Sally, Dulcie, and Pigeon Poo out in the valley, where Nicole has led them to one of the Freedom Fighter cells. Antoine is yawning loudly and bored.
We can't set up a Freedom Fighters network unless we find them first, Tony.
Nicole, magnify Freedom Fighter groups located in the Great Unknown. The only group located in this area is the Wolfpack, Sally. Display existing data. An ancient culture with a remarkable respect for nature. Following Robotnik's takeover, they remained loyal to the king and were consequently driven off their land.
Yeah, the Wolfpack has some strong indigenous coding. At least it's not this awkward.
Their home base is 21.3 kilometers south-southeast of the Great Canyon. There are 5 possible routes.
Cool. Which one is the shortest? In English?
Go straight, hang a left, then a right.
I'll scout ahead. What do you think, Sal?
Well, I think we should...
All stay together! Thanks for asking!
But Sonic just finds a river of pollution, and then he runs straight into a lightning storm. Dulcie flies up with the others, and Sonic tries to get them to land before they get zapped. She just starts sliding towards it. Antoine keeps whining.
Sonic, what's wrong?
Another 2 feet, and you guys would have been nuked.
What do you mean, nuked?
Check this.
Are you kidding me?
Yo, does this look like I'm kidding? We've got to find another route, Sal.
Nicole, plot alternate route to the Wolfpack base. There are 4 remaining alternate routes, Sally.
Give us the next shortest one, without the lightning.
One of the wolves watches them as they approach a dead end.
2 bad calls in a row, Nicole.
What is this place? Nicole, can you translate these hieroglyphics? Working, Sally.
Yo, how about working us a way out of here?
Sonic, a little patience, please.
Fine. Patience is up.
The hieroglyphics appear to be ancient symbols used by the Wolfpack. Translations indicate surrounding environs carry a curse for all intruders, but also indicate...
Hey, curse! You are saying there's a bad luck's curse on us? Oh, we must leave this terrible place. No! Not again! The curse! It is the curse!
Meet most of Antoine's dialogue. Yes, it gets even worse. No, this episode does not rate high. Sonic runs down, but Dulcie has claustrophobia. Antoine wants to leave with her, which is how you would save this episode. She suggests flying over and meeting them at the end, but Sonic says they don't know where they'll end up, so just go back to Knothole. She offers Tony to go with him, and he chooses to stay to look after Sally. In about 200 words. He then falls down the tunnel.
Antoine, are you all right?
Oh, get serious, Sal. He's never been all right.
It's the curse! It's the curse!
We come back to Antoine, whimpering some more.
And put a sock in it.
My socks? What is wrong with my socks?
They're not in your mouth. Sonic runs off without them again. Antoine's not the only one being especially annoying today, and he only finds a dead end. Sally tries to tell them they should...
Be right back, Sal.
together.
I miss liking these characters. Sonic nearly gets crushed by a cave-in.
You know what I think?
How could anyone possibly know what you think?
We should stick together.
And I think someone wants us to stay in this tunnel.
Oh, sacrament cheese! Someone is here! It is a curse I am saying to you, we are doomed! Doomed!
Antoine.
Oh, hello.
Okay, I'm just skipping him from now on. He ruins the whole episode, you get it. Sonic is approached by one of the wolves, but they say they only want the way out. He drops them down a trap door. Antoine screams about the curse more, and they instead arrive at the wolf pack's home.
Oh my gosh.
Greetings. I am Lupe, leader of the Wolfpack Freedom Fighters.
Freedom Fighters?
Meet Lupe, who would go on to be a recurring character in the Archie comics, along with the Wolfpack themselves. She's voiced by actress Shari Belafonte, daughter of the late Caribbean legend Harry Belafonte. And I wish the episode was about her and not Antoine, because damn, she's cool.
We really didn't know what to expect. There was little information about the Wolfpack.
Robotnik destroyed all physical traces of our culture. This is all we have left from the earlier times. We lived simply and in harmony with nature, raising the food we needed and leaving no mark but our footsteps on the land. So, after Robotnik captured my father and roboticized most of the pack, a few escaped, although not without reminders. Only 10 of us are left now. We returned to find our land being destroyed by the test pod.
Oh, man. I've seen what that thing can do. It wastes everything.
That's why we must contact the other freedom fighters on my father's list.
We're gonna visit all 5 groups.
I want to be as a shot.
It's a good plan. I can get a message to the others.
That's great, Loopy. Now we gotta figure out some way to fry that pod.
We can help in that department. We've been raiding Robotnik's outpost for a while now.
Wow.
Have collected quite a supply.
Whoa! That's some serious collecting.
I should use guns. Antoine continues just walking in a frame. Lupe says most of this stuff doesn't work, so Sonic volunteers Sally to fix it. Cut to Robotnik's forces repairing the test pod. Robotnik contacts Snively for a status update.
When will the test pod be back online?
Oh, any minute now, sir.
And what of the wolves?
The wolves? Well, sir, they've disappeared.
No, Snively. They've just outsmarted you. Now, I strongly suggest that you use your pointed little head and find them! Do I make myself clear?
Very clear, sir.
The Wolfpack wheel out their weapon, and Lupe closes the path like a garage door. I don't know why that makes me laugh, but it does. Along the path, they nearly get spotted by patrols, so they duck into another garage.
Activate heat sensors!
Heat sensors activated.
Antoine then spends a protracted amount of time lying on the floor and yelling about the curse again. And funny story, this episode got adapted into a filler comic for Archie during a period where they must have run out of backup stories. And the art looks terrible, but I only know about it because Bobby Schroeder reviewed it for her blog, Thanks Ken Penders. And in that review, she noted how incongruous it was to bring Antoine on any missions when they could be bringing Rotor or Bunny, who are actually competent. And I felt that way back in season 1. Imagine how I feel watching this now! Sonic saves him when I think you could make a strong needs of the many argument for leaving him to die, but whatever, hero. The test pod is up and pissing again, and the Wolfpack wheel out their weapon. Sonic sets traps for the pod, and the wolves shoot it into position. Sonic blows the rock walls and buries it, and everyone cheers.
Rock and roll time, Robotnik.
Yeah, because he's actively ruining an actually pretty cool episode. If he wasn't here, it would be okay. But because of everything he's done up until now, it's like sitting at an F and is struggling to get up to a D for me.
Scratch 1 test pod.
The curse is gone!
You're the curse, Antoine. But the pod is still kicking, and Antoine is still screaming in commercial. Everyone scatters, and Sonic has to come up with a new plan.
Slap me some power, Sal.
Sonic, where are you going?
Trust me, Sal.
I hate when you say that.
Better move back, Sal.
Been a while since a power ring won an episode for them. Sally gives him a kiss, and the power ring didn't win it yet. The pod struggles to life again.
We've blown it up, buried it, and wrecked it, and still it comes back.
We will stop this thing, Lupe. I don't know how yet, but we will stop it.
Computer damage report! Damage minimal. All systems fully operational.
I hate when that happens. Switch to full power! I hate my life.
Snively resumes searching for the wolves when Robotnik calls in again.
The wolves, Snively.
The wolves! Oh, yes, sir. I had them in my sights, sir. But you see, the hedgehog interfered, and I...
The hedgehog is with the wolf pack. Send me your surveillance tapes now!
Send me your surveillance tapes now!
Snively.
Sir?
Have you noticed there are caves along the top of the canyon wall, but none at ground level?
Oh, yes, sir.
What does that tell you?
That the wolves used to be very tall.
It means they're camouflaging the lower entrances. Find them!
Yes, sir!
At least these two are good in this. Snively searches and begins blasting the lower wall, finding one of the entrances. Inside, Antoine is still at it!
It is the curse! And forget the curse! There is no stupid curse!
He's right, Antoine. We use the threat of a curse to keep out intruders.
No curses? Oh, few and few again. I am so happy to hear that.
Imagine if you heard it 20 minutes ago. Sally asked Nicole for suggestions when a wolf runs in to warn Lupe of SWAT bots in the tunnels. Sally gets an idea.
Bring them here.
Leave the SWAT bot here.
Trust me, Sonic.
Oh, I hate when you say that.
Because unlike me, you've never done anything right, Sonic and Sally allow themselves to be captured, and they're brought before Snively. They then proceed to take over the ship, laser the chains off, tie up Snively, and search his ship's computer.
Anything yet, Sal?
Not since the last time you asked 5 seconds ago.
You won't get away with this. Robotnik will!
Shut up, Snively.
Oh my gosh, here it is. Nicole, copy.
This is gonna help us?
Fry the pod. Exactly. Huh? Come on.
I hate you! I hate you both!
It turns out the pod is attracted to life forces, so Sonic gets ready with a power ring outside of the lightning storm. The pod arrives and gives chase.
Jelly and jam time! Thank you.
Good news! The other freedom fighters are anxious to meet with us. The sooner, the better.
All for one and one for all. Freedom fighters forever.
My father would be very proud to know we're together for our most important mission, to destroy the Doomsday Project and defeat Robotnik.
To freedom!
To freedom!
Earlier this season, there were a couple episodes I wanted to give A's, but they were held back by a few things, including Ant. This is an episode I want to give an F, because he destroys it that hard with his unrelenting horse shit, but so much around him is so good. Lupe and the Wolfpack are cool, Snively is great, you can tell he's at the end of his rope and I love it. Sonic keeps getting more annoying himself, but otherwise this could have been a really good episode. But the question I have to ask myself is, does any of that save it and make me want to watch it again? And my only honest answer is... But I know what you're thinking. Where did these bitches come from? Well, you remember the Antoine shorts? Those episode slots were supposed to go to meeting other cells of freedom fighters, and this would be the scene where they all came together. Those episodes had to be dropped to make room for the Antoine shorts. In every conceivable way. Antoine and the executives ruined season 2. Never forget that they wanted this. Thankfully, we're out of the nadir of this show, and we climb out with Drudhenge, an episode about Tails. Who else? These final 3 episodes are all Ben Hurst, for the record. We open in the rainy streets of Robotropolis, where Uncle Chuck is waiting. Dulcie flies in with Sally in tow, then crashes and slides along the ground. And here I thought she'd improved, stupid me.
Not too shabby. You okay, Sally? Sally?
If you don't count my stomach.
Are you girls all right?
We're fine, Uncle Chuck.
Oh, thanks for getting here so fast.
What's wrong?
It's all on here.
We're very close to finding the first Drudhenge scroll, sir. Yes, sir.
Who's he talking to?
Robotnik. I could only record one side of the conversation.
Yes, sir. We will continue the search.
Drudhenge. There's something familiar about that name.
It was a royal family secret.
Really? But I was never told.
You were only 5 when Robotnik took over. It concerns the legendary Deep Power Stones, capable of incredible power or incredible destruction.
Sally asked Nicole for information, but the info was time-locked until she becomes 18. We cut to Robotnik, who has no such issue, as he studies a book of symbols. Snively calls in and says they found one of the Drudhenge scrolls. We then cut to an active volcano where Sonic and the boy are enjoying a hot spring.
Well, big guy, is this cool or is this cool?
Way past Sonic.
You and me, Tails. This is our secret place.
Cool.
But you gotta be careful around here. Check this.
Whoa! That's awesome! Wow! That thing's huge!
One of Robotnik's freighters. Let's check it out.
For the first real time in this show, Tails joins Sonic on an adventure. The ship was headed to a massive dig site. The boys nearly get seen by a camera bot.
Man, I hate those orb heads.
No problemo. I got a plan.
Yo, Tails, what plan?
Bullseye!
That was cool, big guy. But next time you have a plan, check with me first.
You're not Sally, so I care about you and doing plans right. Go fuck yourself, Sonic.
Okay, Sonic. Uh-oh.
Still ticking.
Sal said it's the red one.
Way to go, Tails.
Attaboy, he's just deliriously happy. Snively notices something's wrong, so he sends SWAT bots after them. Sonic runs in to check the dig site, but Tails wants to go with him. He's more of a hypocrite about it, of course, but Tails' life is more important to me than his, so that's fair. But then Tails sees the SWAT bots approaching.
Oh, no. Sonic, look out!
We return to Tails being brought before Snively, as well as the box with a symbol from Robotnik's book. Sonic runs up and gets surrounded.
Surrender, Hedgehog.
You talking to me?
Surrender.
Nah, this hedgehog never gives up. Getting late. Out of here!
Intruder captured, sir.
Not now. I have a bigger game in mind.
Sonic's gonna get you, Sloppily.
Quiet, you little twab.
Am I cool or am I cool?
Good question. He uses his anti-gravity shoes to land safely.
Where is that rotten hedgehog? What was that?
¿Qué pasa, Snortley? That means what's up.
Take the hedgehog! Hold your fire! Hold your fire!
Good boy, Snobbly. How about a tour?
Tour?
Yeah, let's start with the old power station. Now tell Chrome Dome to release Tails.
Release the prisoner!
You okay, little buddy?
No problem.
I love him. Sonic has Snively recall the bots.
Cool.
Cut to Dulcie and Sally searching for them over the Great Forest. Then back to the boys taking Snively to turn off the power station.
I'm afraid it's rather complicated.
Uncomplicated.
I can do it, Sonic. Sally's been teaching me.
You sure, fella?
Yeah.
The little twerp will never figure it out.
Don't bet on it, Snobbly.
It's a grid interlock.
No touching.
No problemo. Got it!
Yo, the old lights are still on.
Give it a Sonic second.
Mondo cool, big guy. It's rip and roar time. Enjoy the quality time, Slimely. Oh, and give our worst to the big round guy. Ciao.
Oh, the big round guy won't like this at all. Oh, I hate my life.
We cut to Robotnik, who has translated the book, when Snively calls in to tell him about Sonic.
The Hedgehog.
Last night, sir.
And you're only telling me now?
It destroyed the power station, sir, and it just came back online. But I found the second scroll.
That was fortunate timing, Snively. Transmitting translation key. I'm leaving immediately to personally supervise the dig. Have everything ready.
Back to Dulcie, now asleep and muttering about her mom, when Sally sees Sonic. She dive bombs him. Cut to Robotnik arriving at the dig site, where Snively has located the chamber on the scroll.
It's about time.
You rotten bag of slime.
Did you say something, Snively?
I said now is the time, sir.
Dulcie crashes in Knothole, and everyone has bad news.
Sonic,
Sally, I've got...
What?
You first.
I have bad news.
Mine's worse.
And Nicole has the information but won't release it until I come of age.
Say what?
Until I'm 18.
Yo, Nicole.
Sonic, my main Hedgehog. What up? I hate when she talks like that.
Robotnik's digging for the old DP stones. So what happens if he finds them?
They'll power the Doomsday Project, and all life could end as we know it.
Which means Sal would never come of age.
You got it.
Then what's the point?
Evaluating. Further delay does not compute.
In a year now, Nicole.
Access granted. Generating hologram. Very good, Sonic.
That's all I get is a very good? Well, how about
stupendous?
I can live with that.
How about work through your insecurities someday?
Sally, these are the deep power stones.
Daddy?
Joined together this way, they're a source of limitless energy. Reverse them, and within 30 seconds, they become a source of eternal destruction.
I kind of like that the obvious combination is the deadly one. It's a you chose poorly kind of trap.
The deep power stones are hidden at Druid Henge. This book is in the secret vaults of the Royal Library. It will give you the location. There you will find these 3 scrolls. They disclose the location of the deep power stones. Nicole knows the language.
Sonic, I saw that one.
You did? Where?
We saw Robotnik find it at some dig site in the Great Unknown.
You took Tails in your Robotnik?
Well, lie.
To be fair, in the games I did way worse. They realized that Robotnik has the first stone, and if he gets both, the Doomsday Project will destroy everything. We come back from commercial to the dig site, where Robotnik opens the crypt and finds the first stone. He quivers in delight as always.
Oh my. Yeah.
The heroes are getting ready to leave when Tails flies up with a fake power stone.
Rotor said to be careful. The paint's not quite dry.
No prob.
Sorry, Tails. This mission is too dangerous.
Huh? But I thought...
I told him he could go, Sal.
Sonic, he's 10 years old.
Hey, he's passed 3 tough freedom fighter tests.
And he was like 4 when he killed an army himself. He's dangerous, Sal.
He can come with me. I'll be responsible.
That'll be the day.
Excuse me?
Fine, you be responsible.
Way cool!
Oh, look, he's growing up. Yes, I guess he is. Just be careful, honey, and do what Sonic says, okay?
Okay, Aunt Sally. Promise.
You're only 6 years older than me, but you look fucking old, so you're my aunt. Bye, Aunt Sally.
All right, Dulcie, let's go. Dulcie? This is so touching. Oh! Oh, boy.
We return to the dig site where Robotnik sends out surveillance orbs to find Sonic. We see the boy holding one of the chests, and he looks so mischievous, it's the best.
Come on, a little closer. Come on. That's cool.
All units, surround Sector 5. Wait for my command. Run, little freedom fighter. Lead me to the Hedgehog.
Oh, good job, Tails.
Dulcie signals Sally, who rappels down to Sonic and hands him Nicole, and he catches up to Tails.
Sally found it, Sonic.
Way past.
What?
I knew she would, big guy.
Calculating direction, Sonic. Take 4 steps forward.
2 steps back. Cha-cha, real smooth.
This is it.
All units, stand by.
Got it.
Great. I'll go tell Sally.
All units, the Hedgehog has the stone. Get it!
Sonic distracts the SWAT bots and draws them away, while Tails and Sally hide under camouflage, then regroup with Dulcie.
Priority, Hedgehog. Surrender.
I surrender. I surrender. Just kidding.
Get him! Get him!
I don't wanna. Robotnik orders his own ship to follow Sonic and get ahead of his projected path. Sonic waits impatiently as Robotnik's taking his time getting there, but they finally arrive, and he leads them to the volcanic region from the beginning.
Dad! Ho hum, surrounded again. Some things never change. Here comes the dramatic entrance!
You're surrounded, Hedgehog. I suggest you give me the stone.
And now for the dramatic reply. No way, Robotnik! If I can't have it...
No, Hedgehog. Don't do it. Don't do it!
No one can!
It's Sonic.
No matter, Hedgehog. I may not have the Power Stone, but I do have you.
I don't think so, big round guy.
Taxi! Crack the whip, Dulcie!
Cracking.
What is...
Ciao, baby!
The heroes find the real final scroll and twitch a bit, and Nicole tells them where the real stone is.
I don't believe it.
What?
It's right here.
Where?
Here.
Cool. Stand back, guys. Bingo Ringo!
All this power. We should destroy it.
I don't know, Sal. It might come in handy. We're going up against the Doomsday Project.
You're right. I have to hand it to you, Sonic. That fake stone plan was brilliant.
Brilliant? Come on. It was Mondo Stupendo.
You may be Mondo Stupendo, but you are certainly not humble.
Moi? Not humble? I don't think so. After all, it wasn't my plan.
What?
But I thought that...
Ladies and... ladies, meet the Planmeister! The way cool big guy!
Tails, you're amazing.
Oh, this is so touching.
3 cheers for our newest freedom fighter.
Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray!
We could have had Tails shorts, you know. While I struggle to call this a great episode, it is one that feels like it was tailor-made for me. It's all Tails all the time, and he gets to do so much and prove himself so capably. And as his mom, I get to be very proud of him. It's not a perfect episode. I'm already tired of Sonic's insecurity. But his and Tails' brotherly relationship really offsets my growing dislike for the guy. If Antoine were in it for even a second, it would probably fall down to the B's. But he's not! Not even a little bit! A-. We've reached the penultimate episode of the show, Spyhog, where the plot of the whole season starts to come together, and where we go from a lot of Tails to a lot of Uncle Chuck. We begin at a factory where Chuck is working. When he sees that a command room has emptied out, Snively notices him run in. He accesses top secret documents on what appears to be tankers when Snively catches up.
You there! What are you doing in here?
Circuit breaker trip, sir. Reset.
We then see Sonic working one of his 2 remaining personality traits. Oh, I get it. This is just how Ben saw the character. Kind of fun that he eats the chili dog while hiding underneath a ship, though. He runs to Chuck's hideout.
Sonic! Oh, this is a nice surprise.
Double nice, Unc. Moi, and a chili dog.
Why, thank you, Sonic. Delicious.
Cool. Anything up with the fuel tankers?
Yes, I just got the schematics.
Way past, Unc. Sal's been waiting for this. Any word on the schedule?
Not yet. It might take a while. Snively almost caught me today.
You gotta bail, Unc. Come back to Knothole.
No way, Sonic. My job here is still vital.
Yeah, but it's getting mondo nasty.
It's the chance we have to take. It's clear. Better get that disc to Sally. I'll let you know when I get the tanker schedule.
Be careful, Unc.
I will.
Aw, one of the reasons he and Tails are the best characters, they bring out the best in Sonic. We cut to the Doomsday Project itself, under construction with Robotnik on site, talking to Snively.
And all Doomsday engines will be ready for testing by midday tomorrow. Are you on schedule with the fuel tankers?
A tad ahead, sir.
How much of a tad, Snively?
3 minutes, sir.
3 whole minutes, well, whatever would I do without you? When does the fuel depart?
Dawn tomorrow, sir.
Excellent.
In Knothole, Sally goes over their plan for hitting the fuel tankers. Antoine interrupts to sexually harass her, skipping that, and Chuck's bird arrives to tell them that the convoy leaves at dawn. Cut to Sonic at the scene, getting the SWAT bot's attention and drawing all of the security away. The others pop up from the sewers and magnetize themselves underneath the tankers. Suddenly, Sally's suit fails, and she nearly falls and gets spotted. For the first time in his life, Season 2 Antoine does a good thing and saves her. He killed and replaced Season 1 Ant. That's my headcanon. Same for Rotor. That's Boomer. That's who that is.
Thanks, Antoine.
For once.
Gladly to sacrifice my wife for you, my princess.
Do it. An alarm sounds in the command center, and Snively sees the bots chasing Sonic, so he calls in to Robotnik.
The Hedgehog, sir. Units are in pursuit.
What about the convoy?
Transmitting, sir.
Snively, where are the other guards?
Pursuing the Hedgehog, sir.
You fool! It's a diversion! Recall the guards and stop the convoy!
Between the Wolfpack tunnels and this, it's cool seeing Robotnik be smart and perceptive for once. This might even be a lesson he just learned in the last episode. Don't chase Sonic. Snively tells the bots to return to station, and Sonic realizes the others are now in danger. He rings up and rushes back. The team are almost done taking the fuel when the security returns. Antoine screams, Bunny shuts him up, and I think chaos is about to kill them.
Sonic!
Dustin Butts time, guys!
Good old Sugar Hog!
4 times in 4 weeks! I do they do it, Snively? It's as though they know my every move.
Well, sir,
We have a spy.
We return to.
Oh, man.
Oh, but wait, there's more, yes.
Yeah, skipping that.
Antoine, you were very brave today.
Yes, I know. And pour vous, my princess, I would move, how you say, the molehills.
Well, I just wanted to thank you for rescuing me.
C'est magnifique. I think I will croon.
Damn it, I wanted him to fall in the lake and drown. Snively is dicking around on the throne, foreshadowing when Robotnik comes up with a voice scrambler of some kind.
Snively, we have a spy in our midst. Make an electronic sweep of headquarters immediately.
Yes, sir.
When I find that spy...
Rotor has something to show off to the girls. Their very own SWATbot ship.
Oh, my stars. Rotor, where did you get that?
In the Great Swamp.
Oh, I wonder if it was one of the bots from Game Guy.
And I got another surprise.
Rotor, you finished it. Does it work?
I haven't tested it yet. I thought maybe you could help. Oh, I got something else here you'll like.
Huh? Isn't that one of Robotnik's security transponders?
Right, which means...
We can go anywhere.
We return to the command center where Snively has found the bug, which is literally a bug. Uncle Chuck B, you manic.
I was right.
Shall I destroy it, sir?
No, Snively. That's why you're a lackey.
I don't understand, sir.
I know. You see, the bug will malfunction, and the spy will come to replace it. And when he does...
Don't feel like finishing your sentences today, do you? The girls take their new ship on a test drive to the Doomsday Project.
Oh, my heavens to Bunny. Will you look at that ugly old thing?
Only Robotnik could create something that horrible.
At that same time, security has its eyes and ears out for the spy. Sonic and Chuck are listening in, but something's wrong with the transmission.
What's up with these headphones, Unc?
Bug malfunction. We'll have to replace it.
Cool. I was itching for some action. Where to?
Robotnik's warehouse. I like the idea of using one of his own bugs to spy on him.
The girls arrive at the project center and download its plans.
Okay, we've got the plans.
Then let's get the hoo-ha out of here. This place gives me the heebie-jeebies.
In a second. Interesting. These are Robotnik's daily operations files. Nicole, can you break the code on the one marked top secret? Transcribing. Oh my gosh! He's onto Uncle Chuck's bug!
We cut to Rotor screaming Antoine's name because he's still going when the robo-bird appears, warning them about Uncle Chuck. Ant volunteers to do it. This is where the episode stops being good.
Onwards and sideways, Dulcie.
Onwards and sideways.
Oui, that is what I am saying.
Cut to them at Chuck's hideout, which is empty.
Is Chucky there?
No, he has flown to the cuckoo. Dulcie, you must go to the junk piles. I will find Uncle Chunk.
You will?
You are doubting my incredible courage?
Of course.
Ha! I say to you, and ha again!
Dulcie is good. She can stay.
Hi.
Priority 1.
Hello.
Hedgehog. Bye. Hedgehog alert. Hedgehog alert.
Sonic distracts the bots while Chuck sneaks into the warehouse through the vents. Antoine isn't far behind. He talks a lot, being afraid to do it, skipping that, and as he crawls through, he runs into Chuck, who scares him, and he falls out next to Snively.
Antoine?
Well, that stupid spy has come in from the cold.
If Antoine took the fall for Uncle Chuck, I would consider him redeemed. That's not what happens, but it should be, and I would take it. We return to Snively looking up Antoine's file for any weaknesses. You won't believe how stupid this gets. Antoine sweats in worry until Snively shows up and begins torturing him by making French food badly. Look, I know we're all in agreement that colonizers are fair game when it comes to having a laugh at a nation's expense. I've just waited 9 hours to laugh, and I'd like to move on now.
What's up, Uncle?
Big problem. Antoine's been captured.
That's no problem.
Yes, it is. He'll talk.
I love that both of them don't trust him at all. Then Snively makes escargot with margarine and fuck this shit. Ant snaps, Sonic saves him, and they escape back to Chuck's hideout.
Do you not understand, you stupid? Escargot must not be...
I see they found his weakness.
One of them. I'll take him to the junkies. Meet you back here.
The team regroup at the junk heap. Ant is still going! And Sonic wisely sends him home with Dulcie.
No talking during takeoff, Tony.
Love you, Dulce. Hit the ground on your belly hard.
We intercepted Robotnik's message about the bug. Is Uncle Chuck okay?
So far, but I want him out of there. Got it, juice!
Snively, you will pay for this.
But sir, I've captured...
I'll have your miserable... Sir Charles?
Yes, sir. The real spy.
It won't do you any good, Robotnik. I'll never talk.
Oh, but you will, Sir Charles. All I have to do is plug you in.
Oh, no! No way!
Chuck is strapped in and mind-jacked by Robotnik.
Robotnik is supreme ruler. Supreme ruler.
Better.
Supreme ruler.
Much better.
Jam and ram time.
Now, Sir Charles, where is Knothole? Sir Charles?
Knothole is located.
Oh, look at him. Love you too, Chuck. Smack Ant when you see him. Sonic spins and wins, blowing all the bots away, and they make their escape. There are several reused voice lines in this scene, including
Sir Charles?
Just wanted to point that out. I think they were running out of money. Sonic wants Chuck back in Knothole, but Chuck insists on staying.
Your cover's blown.
I anticipated that possibility. Welcome to my new home.
Huh?
Needs a little redecorating.
Cool, but Robotnik knows your face.
Yes, I know. Excuse me a moment.
He's stubborner than a 10-legged mule.
Just how I like him.
No way is he staying here.
We have to make him understand that.
Intruders, priority 1, Hedgehog.
You should have seen your faces.
Agreed, you'd be laughing too.
Oh, Sugar Chuck, you scared a year's growth off me.
Gotta hand it to you, Unc. You nailed us big time. But I still want you back in Knothole.
There's plenty for you to do there.
When Robotnik is defeated, we'll be together. Until then, I stay here. Now take those long faces back to Knothole. I have work to do.
Bye-bye, Sugar Chuck.
Bye, girls.
Be careful, Uncle Chuck.
Be cool, Unc.
See you soon, Sonic. Take care of him for me.
We will, Uncle Chuck. We will.
As much as I would have liked Chuck at Knothole, I like that he has his priorities straight. He's a good fella. That's my favorite shot of the whole show. This would be such a good episode if it wasn't for Antoine. The stakes are high and personal. The plot is coming to a head in a really exciting way. Lots of Uncle Chuck being cool and endearing. And also escargot and my princess. Thing is, if he did his one good thing of saving Sally and that was kinda it, I'd happily take it. He needs redeeming qualities. And then he spends the entire rest of the episode wiping his ass all over it. It's a similar situation as Sonic Inversion, where he pulls back a really good Uncle Chuck episode from an A-, but this time there's so much of him that it falls a whole letter grade. You will not hurt this episode by just skipping ahead whenever you see his face. B-. It's funny, it's never A for Ant. It is never A because of Ant. This would be an amazing episode if Squeege was in there. Like the exact same plot even. How dare you make the escargot with the margarine? But this brings us to the final episode of the show. For Sonic Underground, I felt the need to temper expectations because the whole conceit of them finding their mother never gets resolved. That's not the case here. We know Ben Hurst had several ideas for Season 3, but he did at least get to finish the story arc for this season. It's not ideal since a lot of threads were left hanging, but it's better than no resolution. So, it's time for Robotnik to finish the Doomsday Project. Biggest seizure warning of the whole show, it gets rough. We open at the completed Doomsday Project, abuzz with activity.
An object of beauty. Don't you agree, Sniffly?
Very lovely, sir.
Within 24 hours, I will control every inch of this planet. Every inch. The dream begins.
That's the alarm sound, Snively groaning. Robotnik activates Doomsday, and pods are sent all over the world. We cut to Knothole, where Rotor as Sonic tests out a metal-destroying liquid, possibly made from those plants from Season 1. But probably not.
How many of those balloons can you make?
About 25.
Rote, I guarantee they're gonna do some serious damage to Robotnik's Doomsday Machine. Ooh, I'm gonna check the lookouts. Later, Rote.
At the lookout, Antoine is of course asleep. Sonic wakes him and antics ensue. Every scene with him goes on and on, until the ground splits beneath his ass and one of the Doomsday pods emerges.
What is this terrible thing? A Doomsday pod. Robotnik suckered us. Sound the alarm, Ant. Wait.
Sonic, what's...
Doomsday pod's in the meadow, wasting the whole place.
But the report said next week.
Rote, I need a metal-eating balloon. Mondo pronto.
The pod starts attacking Knothole, and Sonic is able to pull Rotor and some balloons out before a tree destroys the workshop. Sonic takes a balloon and evaporates the pod.
Yes!
The other freedom fighter groups have been on alert for weeks. It won't take long for them to get here.
Won't take long for those pods to wipe everything out, either. Any idea how many pods Robotnik can launch, Sal?
Nicole, show us the Doomsday Machine.
Accessing, Sally.
Internal schematic. Pod launch area, please, Nicole. Capabilities, please, Nicole. I checked the schematics we took from Robotnik, and the best I can calculate, the Doomsday Machine can release hundreds of pods.
Hundreds?
Every hour. The tunnels reach all over the planet.
Oh, man. So there's already hundreds out there?
At least.
We gotta move. Fast.
The show is always the superior big sibling to Sonic Underground, but it sticks out just how high the stakes are here. The highest Underground ever got was threatening the children of the freedom fighters. This is the obliteration of all life on the planet, and on a level that isn't so out there compared to the rest of the show.
If most of our forces strike here... Oh, they're here. Sonic, this is Paulo and Dirk, leaders of the Southern and Eastern Freedom Fighters.
And I am also here. Dulcie arrives with photos of Doomsday, and Sally decides they'll need to go with Plan B. The attack begins, with all the other Freedom Fighter leaders armed with teddy bears of all things, while the core team sneak in from a transport.
15 seconds. 14, 13, 12 seconds.
We're on schedule, Ari. 10 seconds. 9, 8.
I see our guests have arrived. How very appropriate. A dummy diversion. We'll let them get in. We can't make it look too easy, Snively. Alert the ground forces.
Sonic opens the way with one of the balloons, and they rush in for a commercial. Snively is worried, but Robotnik is giggling.
Sir, they're inside the machine. Shall I alert the forces?
Oh, no, Snively. Let them explore. Perhaps they'll find my little surprise.
Your stupidity will ruin everything, you ugly boil.
What was that, Snively?
I said the Doomsday Machine's going to need more oil, sir.
The teddies continue to rain while the other leaders land, only to be captured by SWAT bots. Sonic searches the premises and predicts that Antoine will ruin everything, which he nearly does by yelling and tripping when Robotnik sends out more of those weird heads from Game Guy. They zap Sonic's butt.
Sonic, they're sensing your motion!
Ow! You already got me there. Motion, huh? I'll give him some motion. Juice time.
Sonic, are you all right?
Man, now I know how a bug zapper feels.
Outside, the second pair of leaders get captured. The team arrive at the pod factory, and Sally calls into the other squads, but gets no response. Antoine is actually correct that they have been captured, and an unheard sentence is uttered for once.
Oh, I think you're right, Antoine. We're on our own.
Wrong, Sal. I'm on my own.
Sonic, you're not.
Come on, Sal. The plan's blown. You gotta get out of here.
And what will you do?
What I do best. Wing it. You guys ride a pod out.
Sir, shall I seal the launch tunnel door?
No, Snively, let them go. I only want the Hedgehog.
But sir, I don't understand. The Hedgehog...
What? Are you implying the Hedgehog is a match for me, Snively?
Oh, perish the thought, sir.
There are many things you know nothing about. Quit! Now open the skylight, Snively.
Yes, sir!
I really hate that Hedgehog.
I have a bad feeling about this.
The others begin riding a pod out, and Sally wants to stay and help, but Sonic says she'll just slow him down. I assume before Ben Schwartz became his movie voice, they were courting Chris Pratt.
Here, you'll need Nicole. Good luck, Sonic.
Later. You and me, babe. Show me some pictures.
No prob, Blue Streak, my man.
Not those, Nicole. I was being sassy. She shows him the way to the main control room, which is an electrical device protected by glass. Sonic pulls out some bombs to break in, takes cover, and has Nicole blow the place.
Adios, Doomsday Machine. Not cool.
So, Hedgehog, how do you like my new diamond glass dome?
It stinks, Robotnik.
Does it indeed? Well then, perhaps we need some ventilation.
Oh, bad news.
I'm afraid you can't escape, Hedgehog. Oh, I'm almost sorry that it's over. If nothing else, you have been a most worthy adversary. But in every game, there are winners and there are losers. And as you know, in this game, losers get roboticized.
We return to yet more Robotnik-gasm when Sonic pulls out his win button and tries to use it to stop the energy.
Poor boy. You see, I designed this roboticizer just for you.
But it's bullshit o'clock because Sonic packed 3 rings. I mean, I guess if it's go time, pack as many as you can, sure. But come on, show, you gotta set that up ahead of time. He overloads and explodes the roboticizer, and Robotnik escapes.
Fool should have listened to me, but yeah.
Meanwhile, the others, plus my favorites, are waiting at the hot springs for Sonic.
Yeah.
Sonic! Sonic, did you do it?
You're making the big boom boom?
Did you, Sonic? Did you?
Sorry, guys. Didn't happen.
Oh no! We are doomed!
You did your best, Sonic.
Now what do we do?
Don't know, T2. I'm clueless.
One thing's for sure. We can't give up. There must be a way.
Don't know about that either. Control room's covered with something called diamond glass. Tough stuff.
There is still one possibility.
What, Uncle Chuck?
The deep power stones.
No go, Unc. We only have one. Robotnik's got the other.
Not after you take it from him.
Sonic runs into Robotropolis, and luckily all of the bots are gone, protecting Doomsday, so he and Nicole search through the command center.
Can we pick up the pace, Nicole?
Just chill, Sonic. You're stressing me. Open sesame.
Way past, Nicole. Ah, nothing.
We keep looking, right?
Right.
Sonic, stop.
Say what?
Back it up.
Way cool, Nicole.
The conveniences are starting to pile up, aren't they? Almost feel like this needed to be more than one episode, so nope, this isn't Sonic Underground. They could still pull this off. Sonic returns to Sally and Chuck, who luckily have a plan.
Chill here, Sonic. You're right above it.
Huh?
Supply check. Metal-eating balloon.
Last one.
Deep power stones. Check. Okay. Now remember, once we connect the stones, we have...
Whoa, Sal. What's this we stuff?
Because I'm going with you.
No way, Sal. You...
We are in this together, Sonic Hedgehog. However it ends.
Whoa.
Check.
Check.
Never forget, Sonic digs them down into a tunnel right as a pod flies up. Sonic takes it out with the balloon, and they run back to the diamond glass dome. Robotnik is shocked that they're back, but sees the stones in their hands and orders all SWAT bots to retrieve them.
The power is identical to that of power rings, but greatly amplified. Greatly amplified? How much? 10,000 times. Isn't that dangerous? The possibility for danger does exist, Sally.
Hey, this whole place is dangerous.
You're right, Sonic. We have to try.
Hedgehog alert! Hedgehog alert! Turn over the power stones!
Come and get 'em, SWAT butts!
Freeze intruders! Turn over the power stones! Freeze intruders! Turn over the power stones! Turn over the power stones!
So this is what power rings feel like. Wow. Let's do it to it!
Priority, Hedgehog, surrender! Turn over the power stones!
This is the sequence that is a massive seizure warning. It's cool in concept, Sonic and Sally being ultra powerful together and obliterating Doomsday. In practice, it's a horribly stroby clip show that is awful to look at and nowhere as satisfying a success as I'd really hoped for.
Shut up, Sniffly! Hedgehog!
But Sal, wait for...
Only room for one, Sniffly!
You don't give me enough credit, Julian.
The chaos continues, everyone evacuating Doomsday, including Snively down an elevator, put a pin in that, and the Freedom Fighter leaders. They made it.
I really hate that Hedgehog. I hate him. I hate him. Hate him! Hate, 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 hate!
Robotnik's gone!
I don't believe this! Sonic, we actually did it! Wow. If a high five does that, what happens with a kiss?
Whoa, 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 whoa. I don't want to find out.
Ugh, you know what? Me neither. Good call, Sonic.
Out of here! No more Robotnik. Too bad.
What? Too bad?
Hey, without a villain, what are heroes gonna do?
You'll always be my hero, Sonic Hedgehog.
But of course, they're not completely out of the woods yet. Pull that pin.
Yes!
The big round guy finally let Sonic defeat him. Well, don't celebrate too soon, Hedgehog. Now it's my turn. And I'm not
It gets kind of sloppy near the end, doesn't it? This was an okay ending. Yes, that sequel hook is a pair of fingers in the nose with how much potential was lost. Snively became so much more interesting than Robotnik this season, but if you cut that last scene out, you had pretty much everything you could need to call this season's arc complete. It does feel sloppy, like they started running out of time and budget by the second commercial break, not unique to this episode to be fair. But it had a goal, and hard as it was to look at them achieve it, they got there with a bang. It honestly foreshadows a lot of issues the Sonic franchise would have in the years that followed, in that if they had more time and freedom to work on it, it probably could have been something really special. But as it stands, and knowing what came after several years later, if I'd worked on this show and this episode, I think I'd have come away from this proud of what I'd made. B-. So season 1 averaged around a B- to a B, with only one A, but no ratings below a C-. Season 2 is not as lucky. It did have 2 A-, but they somehow were the bread to an unwatchable tripe sandwich. My takeaway is that season 2 had more highs, but not as high, and many more lows that plummeted lower. It reminded me a few times of its successor, Sonic Underground. It regrettably shows how these same 3 writers could go on to write some of its very worst episodes, and for it to turn out even worse thanks to the sheer drop in quality. Like I addressed in the Underground video, failure for properties like these, especially licensed, especially Sonic, starts at the top. The worst aspects of this season lead right back to the executives demanding a lighter tone and more Antoine. The only good demand they made led to Dulcie, and even that was handled poorly at first. But also, sadly, it highlights an issue with Ben Hurst's writing that only became more prominent with the next show. He was more of a world builder, less of a storyteller. He cared a lot about continuity and all the different aspects of this show and how the characters went about their goals, but in a way where the characters themselves and the emotional center took a back seat. Reading about how proud he was of Blast of the Past when that was nowhere near the best of the season and was just a scattershot collection of things that happened really makes the flaws in his episodes for Underground make a lot more sense. The thing is, though, if you could somehow scrub Antoine from this season, I think it could be as good, if not better, than season 1. Yes, Hurst and Ali did water these characters down a bit, sometimes a lot, and Rotor looks like he got wrung back out, but that ongoing arc does a lot to make things more interesting. The animation, while sometimes looking uglier, is a lot more fluid and lively. Director Ron Myrick did a lot to refresh the show visually, even if they overdid the flashing. Would I have preferred Dick Sabas stuck around? Yes, I loved how season 1 looked, and I did miss it watching this. But I like how distinct this season is from the first. It's ultimately not just a worse season 1, but its own beast with its own pros and cons. Averaging out all of these scores, even despite the 2 Fs, Season 2 gets a C+, not that much lower than Season 1. If you even want to be kind and remove the Antoine shorts. And the Antoine shit, you get a B-. It can be rough to sit through, especially if you have as low a tolerance for apeshit stereotype comedy as I do. But I will happily sit through the entirety of this show again long before rewatching an equivalent length of Underground. That show is a full 3rd season longer, but its best and worst moments are not in proportion as SatAM's. Before we move on to the aftermath, let's recap my bottom 5 least favorite episodes, and then my top 5 favorites. I also listed my 5 most disappointing episodes for Underground, but the length of SatAM and the spread of its quality is not as bulbous, so we'll stick with bottom and top. You can consider my dishonorable mentions as my most disappointing. Sonic's Nightmare and Sonic Racer, which were decent episodes but didn't fully capture the potential of their ideas. Game Guy, which had a serious tone problem that gave Season 2 a poor first impression. And Spy Hog, a great episode brought down by Antoine. No points for guessing what beat it to the list. Number 22, Harmonic Sonic. It says a lot about the quality of this show that my 5th least liked episode is still pretty okay. It edges out the dishonorable mentions by nature of feeling like every other Deke Sonic cartoon except SatAM. Wacky nonsense can be fun, but this episode just leaves me scratching my head and wondering what the hell the point was. Number 23, Fed Up with Antoine and Ghost Busted. For the sake of fairness, I'm considering these 2 shorts to be the same episode, and Fed Up with Antoine should be thankful because Ghost Busted alone keeps it from being even lower on the list. A laugh-free drone through the sheer unlikability of Season 2 Antoine gets paired with a cute little Halloween short starring Tails where Ant is only there at the beginning and end. Still an episode block you can skip without missing much. Number 24, Warp Sonic. While Season 1 isn't perfect, Warp Sonic is the only episode that actively puts me off. Griff is physically repulsive to me in a way most anthropomorphized characters aren't, and he reminds me of Stripes from Sonic Underground with how he endears himself to the leading woman despite being a bland, traitorous everyman with nothing endearing about him. Sonic and Antoine fighting him and each other over Sally is the worst love polygon nonsense, and Sally mostly gets turned into a trophy, a huge discredit to her character. That said, there's a steep drop-off in quality from this to the next 2. Number 25, Cry of the Wolf. I can't overstate enough how much Antoine hurts Season 2, and Cry of the Wolf is the poster child for that. An otherwise cool and interesting episode about meeting new freedom fighters, complete with a cool and interesting new character Lupe, gets dragged down by the throat by Antoine's incessant screaming and wailing. While his whole bit was always useless cowardice that ends up threatening the mission, this borders on sabotage. The only way this episode works is if he's secretly a double agent trying to get them all killed, because at this point, no one can justify why he's involved in anything ever. So it's probably fitting that my least favorite episode is The Odd Couple and Rebecca. This is a handy example of the difference between the presence of bad and the absence of good. Cry of the Wolf is a good episode being eviscerated. These 2 Antoine shorts are not so lucky. Considering both are about torturing him, you'd think that would make them great, but they do it entirely by being gross and charmless for 20 minutes of aggressively unfunny bullshit. The fact that the shorts replaced episodes about meeting new freedom fighters is bad enough, but trust me, these fail entirely on what they are, not what they're not. If you want to watch the whole show, you will only improve your opinion of it by skipping this. But now for the good parts, my top 5 favorite episodes out of an overall pretty good batch. Honorable mentions to Ultrasonic and Sonic Inversion for all that good Uncle Chuck content, and to Sonic Past Cool for all the good Tails content. Speaking of, number 5, Heads or Tails. Even if the pilot is tonally at odds with the season that followed, Heads or Tails is such a welcoming introduction to the show. It's fun, it's lively, it's charming as all get out. The show probably wouldn't have been quite as special if it stayed this bright and silly. I mean, look at Season 2. But I always look forward to watching it again. Hi, Mom! Number 4, No Brainer. Sonic gets high as balls and becomes Snively's best friend. That's not exactly what happens, but it's about as much fun. Snively takes advantage of Sonic losing his memory and shows how capable he could really be if Robotnik ever gave him the chance. While it's not treated as seriously as it would have been if this were Season 1, it's still the brightest Snively ever shined, and shows the potential that was really lost by the show's cancellation. Number 3, Droodhenge. Call me biased, I won't argue very hard, but this one episode has everything I could ask for. Tails as the focus, Tails being adorable, Tails being smart, Tails being a badass. No, Antoine, Tails gets to do so much and prove how capable he can be. Another piece of potential that was lost with the cancellation, but at least we get an endearing episode where he saves the day.
No problem.
Number 2, Dulcie. I still can't believe it either. While Dulcie's obnoxiousness is overstated, and the problem is her running gag is just flat DOA, unfunny, and redundant, the episode entirely about her is also entirely about her good parts. Her fun, sassy personality, her chemistry with the cast, all of her cool abilities that she doesn't get to use very often, and Cree Summer's charming performance. The only thing it's missing is what makes my number 1 pick so special, but it's easily the highest point of season 2.
I was carrying an egg. Cool.
And the number 1 best episode of SatAM, Sonic and Sally. This is what the show looks like when everything is at its best. The characters, their connection, the danger and tension, and all of that sweetness and heart. This episode alone makes Sonic Underground and the repeated failings of Ben Hurst and Pat Ali's writing for it so disappointing, because it's not just a great episode of the show, it's a great piece of television.
That it is, my pretty!
But as good as the show could be, this is sadly where SatAM's story ends. And seemingly for no one's fault except the networks. Despite season 2 doing pretty well in the ratings, ABC canceled the show. The network had just been bought out by Disney, and so all original programming ended up getting wiped in favor of theirs. It's just as well because, according to Ben Hurst, ABC didn't schedule the show very kindly to begin with, often having it rub up against major sports games or in conflict with the hugely successful Power Rangers. Hurst believed that the show didn't really find its audience until it began airing in syndication, like the original Star Trek. But where that series eventually got the next generation and continues to live on as a cultural touchstone, SatAM stayed dead. But not for lack of trying by the fans. For many years after, there was a fervent grassroots movement to revive the show for a 3rd season, aided in part by the growing online fan community. Annoying internet Sonic fans, we've been here since dial-up, but despite the vocal fan base, as well as championing by Ben Hurst and meetings with executives like Robbie London, the best anyone really got was an Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog Christmas special, Sonic's Christmas Blast, made to promote 3D Blast, that incorporated a few token elements of SatAM, like a non-speaking cameo from Pink Sally. Any real plans for a 3rd season ended up getting scrapped in favor of a complete retooling of the show's premise. The result? Sonic Underground, a show that only existed to make money for Deke. And I already went over how that turned out. Hurst tried to get the show at least a movie to wrap things up, and you can thank Ken Penders for killing that whole prospect so he could pitch his own movie idea, which he also killed by making it shit. Thanks for letting him draw the box art, though. That corner is like a window into the future. In the years after the show ended, Hurst gave several details about what he had planned for a continuation, most of which he'd spent those years formulating because he was so set on bringing it back. This includes Tails coming into his own as a freedom fighter, and Snively and Naugus becoming major antagonists. But sadly, Ben passed away in 2010, and the show remains a relic of the past with its glowing red eyes staring out from the void. But we've been here before. That's right, the fans have long kept SatAM alive in various forms. Probably the most significant in recent memory is the Season 3 Project by Team season, rooted in the long-running online group Fans United for SatAM and their webcomic. They're taking Ben's notes, grabbing as much talent as I seem to be able to grasp, and making that 3rd season themselves. They even got Johnny fucking Joeli to cover the theme song, and they're union approved and they can hire union voice actors, or their non-union actors can join the union, and this is almost getting out of hand. I feel like people need to start tempering their expectations. Like, yes, this is very cool and it looks great, but anything can go wrong and a lot of people will be disappointed. If any of the project heads get up their own asses, this whole thing is gonna collapse. Like I said, we've been here since dial-up. I've seen it happen. Please pair your enthusiasm with caution. All of that said, as of this video's completion in January 2023, only a trailer is finished so far. Unlike, for example, Archie Sonic Online, which I detailed in the Underground video, there's not a whole lot else to dig into yet, aside from incomplete test animations and voice clips. From what we can gather, the art direction, animation, and even voice acting are very faithful while having a noticeably higher frame rate, and for lack of a better word, online animation style. It won't have that hand-drawn, hand-painted grit that I found so appealing, by nature of being digital, but they at least understand a massive part of the show's charm is overly gorgeous backgrounds. I will keep my eye on it. I want to see it happen as much as anyone, and if nothing goes wrong, I will happily admit that I was wrong. But of course, all that is just the story and animation. The Archie comics, based around those early SatAM development materials, lasted an unprecedented 24 years. While their tone was originally light and comedic like AOSTH, this was where Sally, Bunny, Rotor, Snively, etc. continued to exist, if not in the form and the stories that everyone necessarily would have wanted. SatAM did end up influencing the comics to take on a darker, more mature tone and tell longer, more involved stories. So while the continuity and characterization wasn't identical, this was more or less where SatAM and its cast lived on for decades after its cancellation. It's kind of wild to think about, but counting both Archie and IDW, Sonic has been a comic character for almost as long as he's been a video game character. Even after Archie was rebooted in 2013 with a new continuity and a fraction of the cast, the Freedom Fighters stuck around. They weren't just indicative of American Sonic, they were foundational to a significant portion of the franchise's identity. Institutional even, with how Archie soldiered on through highs and lows to become the longest-running licensed video game comic of all time. But Archie couldn't stop fucking up, and in 2017, it was all gone. Both the reboot and the cancellation took many characters with them, some of them even beloved. But the fact that this includes the Freedom Fighters is much more significant than Sonya, Manic, and Alina being washed from the franchise. In terms of pure establishment and longevity, how multiple generations grew up with these characters across multiple mediums, it's more like if Amy, Knuckles, and Tails disappeared tomorrow. But I wasn't part of those generations. I was aware of SatAM and Archie growing up, especially once I played the Sonic Mega Collection, which included a bunch of Archie covers and memorabilia. I spent loads of time just exploring that menu. But I never read much of the comics myself, and I didn't watch SatAM until I decided to make a video on the show that replaced it. I got into the IDW comics, but many years after I'd stopped playing the games, decided to pick them back up again, and the Archie comics were a distant memory. Sonic, for as long as I knew him, was always a video game character. So, 3 decades after this show began, a nearly 7-hour retrospective on it, and an 8.5-hour deep dive into its successor, what is Sonic SatAM to me? Well, I want to quote Bobby Schroeder, an artist and game developer who runs the Thanks Ken Penders blog on Tumblr, and a fellow trans girl explorer of Sonic absurdity. She was a guest on the podcast Retronauts during an episode about the Archie comics and the UK's Sonic the Comic, and she drew an interesting comparison that I think also applies to SatAM, and frankly, Sonic in general.
If I'm going to compare Archie Sonic to something more recent to kind of contextualize what's fun about it, I might compare it to Adventure Time. Something about having this fantasy world where they can kind of throw in whatever they want and it'll work. Like they can do medieval fantasy, they can do sci-fi, they can say it's post-apocalyptic Earth, they can go off and they can do a loose adaptation of Journey to the West. Why not? And it just all kind of fits into the world somehow.
Let's go back to what I said at the end of Season 1 about the show seeming to touch on things from the games, but never fully adapting them. I don't actually mind that, because I just don't think of the show in those terms. It's so removed from how we see Sonic's games, frankly to the point that I'm surprised people didn't hate it more, but it managed to come out good enough that it didn't need to use the games much at all. It gave Sonic a separate language that, in a way, left the door open for the Archie comics to fully become their own thing. It's not like a lot in the world of the games was really set in stone until Adventure came around, and I think you can thank SatAM and Archie, as well as Nigel Kitching's work on Sonic the Comic, for giving the franchise the impetus to be more than just Mario's cool rival, and to start actually telling stories and grow up more. There's a reason that Sonic Team has a lore team now, because this is a unique aspect of the Sonic franchise that Mario doesn't have. Yeah, Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog was fun, but these properties stuck with people. SatAM showed very early in Sonic's lifetime that he could be anything. He could be the cool 90s gaming icon running around loops to kick-ass music, or he could be a more mature story of survivors rebelling against a hostile world. Or he could be bugshit bullshit. He could be more serious stories about life and autonomy, grief and revenge, finding the courage to continue in the face of the end. He could be 24 years of incomprehensible nonsense and soap opera cheese. He could be 3 royal triplets in a rock band, separated at birth and looking for their mother. This ridiculous hedgehog can go any direction that he wants. He just needs the time, effort, and love of his creators to make it work. SatAM forces. See what I mean? Underground would go on to not have much of that time, effort, and love, and the sheer disappointment in hindsight is in part because SatAM is demonstrably a labor of love. Ben Hurst described in the years after the show's cancellation just how enthusiastic and proud the crew were to work on it, and you can feel that in the life that this show gives off. That's something you can't say about most Sonic projects from the mid-90s on. The only one that immediately comes to mind is Sonic Mania, a game where the enthusiasm and joy of its crew leaps off the screen. Go figure, it was staffed by fans in the Sonic fan game community. And that visible enthusiasm is only really shared by other fan projects, like the fan games Sonic and the Fallen Stars, Sonic Galactic, like Archie Sonic Online, like Team Season. The Sonic fandom is fraught and unpleasable, always has been, but it's also an uncommonly skilled and driven fandom. There will be an eternal argument about what Sonic should be and what's taking him too far, what is acceptable for a blue cartoon hedgehog to be doing and what is not. Is he nothing but a conduit for child-friendly fun time? Or can he be more grown up? And what is good grown up and what is bad? And we will argue about these until our dying breaths, and we will campaign Sonic Team for the Sonic we individually want to see, despite the monolith that is futility. But we can also just make the Sonic that we want to see ourselves. SatAM is pretty far removed from the franchise it was based on. If you look to it to tell you anything about the games, it won't. It does amusingly foreshadow the game's tonal arc, starting light and cool, before getting remarkably dark and serious in a way people look back on fondly, then trying to be light and funny, but just insulting the audience's intelligence. But it holds up better than you'd expect by nature of just being a good show that the creators cared about. These people had very little to go on at the time, only 2 games light on story tops, and they could have half-assed it 2 Ways to Tuesday, but instead they created a world that outlasted its own show, and would still be neck and neck with the games if Archie hadn't lost all their contracts and then bet everything on Riverdale. SatAM to me is the promise of this franchise's malleability, something that was only confirmed by how good and subtly distinctive Frontiers was. Putting a blue, super speed cartoon hedgehog into more mature stories will always make someone laugh instinctively, but it might also make them think, shit, I like metalcore now. This show proved, at least to me, that as long as the creators have the heart and the resources, Sonic can be anything.
Look out when he storms through, Sonic the Hedgehog. Don't doubt what he can do, Sonic the Hedgehog. Sonic, he can really move. Sonic, he's got an attitude. Sonic.